Hey guys, today we are gonna read. After turning into a zombie, I got pampered by a crazy hot villain. So before you lose this channel Manhwa Mochi, subscribe for Manhwa novels audio forms in Hindi. Let's move into the video. Synopsis. End of the world zombie plus mommy boyfriend plus evolution plus superpower plus double purity plus sweet pet. The heroine is a zombie. She is very weak in the early stage and relies on the hero to survive. She will evolve and become stronger in the later stage. The heroine is sickly, possessive, and vindictive. In the early stage, the heroine is raised as a goose girl, and in the later stage, the parents' love deteriorates. Both of them are dark and twisted, hugging each other for warmth, and have weak moral concepts. As a member of the haunted house zombie NPC, Jiang Zhaoshu was unfortunately killed because of a couple's show of affection. When she woke up again, she became a real zombie and needed to eat raw meat and drink blood to survive. Her first prey was a beautiful and weak man. Then Jiang Zhaoshu was captured on the spot by the man. The man seemed to treat her as a pet, washing her face and dressing her every day, feeding her, and even cutting his own flesh and blood to feed her. Jiang Zhaoshu, a zombie, was carefully cared for by the man, and her skin was smooth, and she was healthier and more lively than before when she was a human. Until one day, the man's eyes began to look strange when he looked at her. A human was actually sniffing her neck. "Baby, you smell so good. Can I have a bite?" "Help, zombie meat doesn't taste good." Chapter 1. Transformed into a zombie and met a handsome man. "Ah, babe, there's a zombie ahead. Don't be scared, babe. I'll protect you." Those were the last two sentences Jiang Zhaoshu heard before her death. Right after that, she saw a man, 6'3", nearly 200 pounds, built like a bear, charging straight at her. The escape room was cold and damp. His massive fist cut through the air like a hammer, landing hard on her temple. Jiang Zhaoshu had just been a regular zombie NPC in a haunted house. Because of long-term malnutrition, she was skinny and frail. So weak, it looked like a breeze could knock her over. No surprise what happened next. After taking that vicious punch, she collapsed immediately, her head slamming against the cement floor with a loud thud. And just like that, Jiang Zhaoshu, an 18-year-old girl in her prime, died on the spot. In the seconds before she lost consciousness, as darkness clouded her vision, memories flashed quickly before her eyes. She was abandoned by her parents before she was even a month old, wrapped in a tattered quilt and left at the gates of an orphanage on a freezing winter night. Luckily, the director found her just in time, but the damage had already been done. She grew up sickly. She'd always been weak and sick as a child. She couldn't compete with the other kids at the orphanage for food and was constantly hungry and cold. During what should have been her blossoming youth, she looked like a dried-up matchstick, shorter than some middle schoolers. After struggling to get into a prestigious university through her own efforts, just as her future was starting to look bright and she was working hard to earn money for tuition and living expenses, this dumb SS couple had to go and kill her all because they wanted to show off their lovey-dovey act. Her body was cold, her head about to split open from pain. She could already feel herself slipping away. And yet, Jiang Zhaoshu's mind suddenly brought up an old, corny joke. If her life had to be summed up in one metaphor, then it would be a coffee table, covered in tragedy. Despite being so relentlessly optimistic, trying her hardest to survive in this messed up world, this was the moment Jiang Zhaoshu finally broke. She wished she really were a zombie, so she could rip apart that disgusting couple who treated her like part of their stupid play and killed her while whispering sweet nothings to each other. If there's another life, if there is, then let her become a real zombie, strong, fierce, and immune to pain. That was Jiang Zhaoshu's final thought as she unwillingly closed her eyes, her consciousness fading. A cold droplet landed on her cheek. At first it felt cool, but within seconds it started to burn. She heard a soft, low whimper nearby. At first, Jiang Zhaoshu thought it was that disgusting couple finally realizing what they'd done, kneeling by her side and crying in regret. But as she began regaining consciousness, she realized something was off about that sound. It was way too close, deep, guttural. It didn't sound like someone crying at all. more like an animal growling, low and menacing. What the hell? Did she wake up in some prehistoric jungle? As her mind cleared, her body started regaining some strength. Jiang Zhaoshu slowly opened her eyes. What she saw wasn't some ancient forest, but a city made of steel and concrete. It was clearly a modern metropolis. Wide streets, towering buildings all around, cars everywhere. But weirdly, despite being so developed, the city was eerily quiet. Not a single voice, no honking, nothing. Jiang Zhaoshu was just lying there in the middle of the street, completely exposed. And not a single person came over to check on her. Far off in the distance, she could barely make out a few shadowy figures staggering around oddly. The sky was dark. Rain kept falling. As raindrops hit her face and body, they left behind a weird sticky sensation. Rain meant catching a cold. A cold meant seeing a doctor. Seeing a doctor meant spending money. But she was broke. That thought alone somehow gave her the strength to suddenly sit up. As she moved, she realized the beastly growl she'd heard earlier. It had come from her own throat. What the hell? She didn't even snore in her sleep, did she? Was her body that weak now, that just lying down made her wheeze? Jiang Zhaoshu stared wide-eyed, confused, and raised a hand to touch her throat. That's when she noticed her arm. It looked absolutely rotten. Her skin had always been pale and sickly from anemia and malnutrition. But now, her entire arm had turned a bluish gray. Where the skin had decayed, yellow pus was oozing out. Her fingers were long and bony, like a chicken claw stripped of meat, and her nails were black, cracked, and looked like they'd been crushed under something heavy. That was not the arm of a living human. Completely stunned, she raised her other hand and gently touched the rotting flesh. Crack! Just that light touch made a large chunk of her flesh crumble off like peeling plaster from a crumbling wall, revealing the white bone underneath. HRRK, Jiang Zhaoshu trembled all over, another beast-like rasp escaping her throat. She scared herself with her own growl. Rain hit her arm, forming small craters in her decaying skin. In seconds, another chunk of flesh fell off, and more yellow pus oozed out from her bloody muscles. There was no pain. That's when Jiang Zhaoshu realized, this wasn't normal rain. It was acidic, corrosive. No wonder there weren't any people around. Anyone who got caught in this stuff would probably die from the pain alone. If she stayed out here any longer, with how little flesh she had left, she'd be nothing but a skeleton soon. She looked around and ducked into a large supermarket to escape the rain. Maybe it was because she was starving, but her movements were slow and stiff. She was limping badly. In fact, she'd felt a deep, gnawing hunger the moment she woke up. Her stomach was practically glued to her spine. And as soon as she stepped into the supermarket, Jiang Zhaoshu caught a whiff of something mouth-wateringly delicious. So fragrant. So good. Like someone who hadn't eaten in 3 days suddenly smelling grilled meat. Her stomach churned with hunger. Eyes reddening, she couldn't think of anything else. She lifted her nose and sniffed the air like an animal, trying to track the source of the heavenly scent. Despite her stiff limbs, her vision and sense of smell seemed to have leveled up. She quickly followed the trail to its source. But when she got there, she froze. It wasn't a barbecue shop still open for business. It was a person. A man, an unbelievably gorgeous man. In her short life, Jiang Zhaoshu had never seen anyone this good-looking. He outshone even the most flawless actors on TV. He had perfect features, snowy white skin, a face so beautiful it looked like a divine masterpiece. Not a single flaw. But he didn't look great. His brows were furrowed, eyes closed, leaning against a wall in a corner. His shoulder was injured, bleeding steadily and soaking through his shirt. That's where the scent came from. As she stared at his slender, pale neck and the bloodied shoulder, Jiang Zhaoshu couldn't help but gulp audibly. Now she finally understood what people meant when they said someone was deliciously attractive. At this moment, in her hunger-crazed state, she didn't see a man. She saw a steaming, tender roast goose, just waiting to be ripped apart and devoured. Rah! Overwhelmed by hunger, Jiang Zhaoshu roared excitedly. Then, with her clumsy, zombie-like movements, she wobbled toward the man to dig in. But he wasn't unconscious, just resting with his eyes closed. At the sound of her growl, he opened them. What met her was a pair of cold, jet-black eyes that didn't match his delicate looks at all. Jiang Zhaoshu didn't realize the danger in that gaze. Right as they made eye contact, something tripped her up. Still unused to her awkward limbs, she lost her balance and fell straight forward. Smack, face first. Her nose snapped instantly. It didn't hurt, but the impact knocked several chunks of rotten flesh off her already falling apart body. Even the skin on her blood-smeared cheeks started flaking. Still, Jiang Zhaoshu wasn't about to give up. Whatever had tripped her slithered silently up her legs and wrapped tightly around her ankles, tying them together so she couldn't get up. So she reached forward with her skinny, bony hands, crawling toward the man like a parched traveler crawling toward an oasis. Raw, fresh blood. Flesh. So fragrant. So sweet. She needed it. At this point, her mind was completely overtaken by her zombie instincts. All that remained was a desperate craving to feed. Chapter 2. Failed to hunt and got caught. When Jiang Zhaoshu had just gotten close, Qixing had already heard her footsteps and gone on high alert, ready for anything. Seeing that the newcomer was just a harmless little zombie and not the person he'd been waiting for, Qixing initially couldn't be bothered to make a move. He thought he'd spare her. Unfortunately, this little zombie clearly didn't want to accept his goodwill. Even with her legs bound, she still wouldn't behave, crawling persistently toward him with her mouth wide open and drooling, looking like she was ready to risk her life just to get a bite of meat. Not wanting to waste any more time, Qixing decided it was better to just finish her off. Don't know what's good for you. Qixing frowned slightly and muttered as he slowly lifted his injured arm, pointing his middle and index fingers toward Jiang Zhaoshu, fingers curling with a slight motion. In the next instant, several green vines, who knows when they had slithered out from the cracks between the floor tiles, suddenly sprang up from around Jiang Zhaoshu's ankles, swiftly binding her hands and feet. A moment ago, she had still been able to crawl forward using her arms. Now, completely tied up, even her mouth was gagged by a thick branch. All she could do was squirm on the floor like a caterpillar. But food came first. Even now, Jiang Zhaoshu was still wiggling toward Qixing with all her might, letting out beast-like raspy growls from her throat, clamoring for meat. Then, in the next second, she saw Qixing pull a dagger from the strap on his thigh. His long, pale fingers gripped the hilt as he casually removed the sheath. The dagger's edge was razor-sharp, its silvery gleam cold and lethal, the flash of it stabbing into her eyes. Jiang Zhaoshu's gaze instantly cleared up. She shut her mouth. She watched the pretty man slowly rise to his feet, those long legs stepping forward, dagger in hand, walking straight toward her. In a flash, Jiang Zhaoshu sobered up, realizing maybe she wasn't that hungry after all. Even though the man's expression wasn't particularly fierce, his face even looked a bit lazy, Jiang Zhaoshu could instinctively tell that this was no friendly soul. No matter how slow her brain was working, she now realized this world she'd woken up in was nothing like the one she used to live in. This man, beautiful and fragrant as he was, wasn't just a delicious roast goose waiting to be devoured. He was a live bomb that could blow her to pieces at any moment. Wrapped tightly in vines, Jiang Zhaoshu could only lie flat on the ground, dragging herself along with her knees, barely able to move. There was no time to turn back now. Watching the man draw closer and closer, her excited growls had already turned into whimpers of fear. Every nerve in her brain was screaming, "Run!" Suddenly inspired, Jiang Zhaoshu rolled halfway across the floor, flipped over, and started scooting backward in a backstroke motion, pushing off with her feet. With her face turned upward, she couldn't see him anymore, and that made her less afraid. She could focus solely on escaping. Then, she heard the man say in surprise, "Huh? Aren't you supposed to be a low-level zombie?" Jiang Zhaoshu was trying her absolute best to crawl away, but there was no escaping a man with long legs and a tall frame. Qixing took just a few strides to catch up, towering over her as he studied her curiously. He finally showed a hint of expression on his usually cold, handsome face, the corners of his lips lifted slightly, watching with interest as she flailed around like a little turtle flipped on its back. You know how to run. You're self-aware. Low-level zombies didn't have thoughts. They just chased after living people based on instinct, lunging forward to rip them apart and feed. But this zombie, though her movements were clumsy and slow, and she didn't seem particularly aggressive, could feel fear. She recognized danger and tried to flee. She was clearly not like the usual mindless zombies he encountered. Crack open her skull, and maybe there'd be a crystal core inside. That would be a jackpot for anyone struggling to survive in the apocalypse. Qi Xing crouched down and examined this little zombie's face again. Even though Jiang Zhaoshu was already an adult, years of malnutrition had left her small and skinny, looking more like an undeveloped kid. Her baby-faced looks had always made finding summer jobs tough. Many store owners were afraid she was underage and refused to hire her. She had finally landed a gig at a haunted house, and it had gotten her killed. But ironically, it was that very childlike appearance that had just saved her life. When Qi Xing first saw her, he hadn't struck immediately, simply because this little zombie looked a bit like his 14-year-old sister. He'd lost contact with her 3 years ago. After the apocalypse hit and the world plunged into chaos, Qi Xing wasn't an optimist. He hoped his sister had found a way to survive on her own, but rationally, he knew that without awakened superpowers, her chances were slim to none. Still, he never stopped searching. If she was alive, he wanted to see her. If she was dead, he wanted to see the body. Compared to other zombies he'd encountered, Jiang Zhaoshu, despite her rotting skin and the recently broken bridge of her nose, still looked vaguely human. Qi Xing's family had always passed down their signature narrow fox-like eyes, giving their faces a naturally cold look, but this little zombie had round almond-shaped eyes. Even though she had clearly turned, her cheek was peeling, and her face was a bloody mess, her gaze was still lively. Her pupils were sharp and clear, not cloudy like a typical zombie's, darting around like a living person's. Maybe it was because he'd seen too many terrifying monsters in the apocalypse, but being stared at by such a seemingly harmless little zombie, Qi Xing actually found her kind of cute. Cute or not, though, a zombie still needed to be killed. Realizing she wasn't his sister, Qi Xing sighed in disappointment. He raised his knife. Since this little zombie still looked like a kid, he figured he'd give her a swift death. While Qi Xing was studying Jiang Zhaoshu, she was also checking him out. From a distance, she already thought he looked handsome. Up close, his near-perfect features made her heart skip a beat. Well, metaphorically. After all, her heart didn't beat anymore since becoming a zombie. Still, that didn't stop her cheeks from turning red as he approached. Her adrenaline spiked. She even started trembling. But it wasn't the thrill of seeing a hot guy. It was pure, instinctive fear. The closer Qi Xing got, the stronger the scent of blood on him became. That sweet, mouth-watering scent had Jiang Zhaoshu drooling uncontrollably. But then he smiled at her, and her appetite vanished on the spot. She was chilled to the bone. Fear forcefully suppressed her hunger. Jiang Zhaoshu's instincts screamed that this beautiful man was seriously dangerous. When she saw Qi Xing lift the knife, her eyes went wide in terror. Ah, oh my God! He's really going to kill me. As the blade came down toward her skull, Jiang Zhaoshu twisted and thrashed wildly in panic. Her mouth was still gagged, so she could only let out muffled MMPH cries. Desperate, she even managed to squeeze out 2 tears, rubbing her cheek against Qi Xing's shoe in a pitiful attempt to beg for mercy. But her face was all rotted and oozing pus. Instead of being endearing, she just smeared rotten flesh and gunk all over his shoe. Any normal person would have puked right then and there. Luckily, Qi Xing wasn't normal. When he saw her crying, his face remained calm as ever, but a flicker of surprise flashed in his heart. This little zombie could express emotions, not just fear. A zombie capable of emotional expression was practically high level. The really advanced ones could even understand human speech and communicate. But that kind of zombie wasn't something even an A-rank superpower like him could easily deal with. Still, this little one in front of him wasn't showing much aggression. Could she be mutated? After all the brutal, cunning zombies and treacherous humans he'd seen in the apocalypse, Encountering a quirky little zombie like this was oddly refreshing. For once, Qi Xing didn't feel like killing right away. Looking down at his shoe, now a mess from Jiang Zhaosu's slime, Qi Xing resheathed his dagger and used the scabbard to lift her chin. Little zombie, can you understand what I'm saying? Jiang Zhaosu's mouth was still gagged, but she quickly let out a muffled howl, a woo. If you can understand, nod. If you can't, I'll cut you down. AWOO. Realizing there was still a chance to live, Jiang Zhaoshu nodded frantically like a pecking chick. Chapter 3. No molestation of corpses. Sure enough, this zombie was conscious. Seeing that Jiang Zhaoshu was being obedient enough, Qi Xing curled his lips in satisfaction. Good. Then I'll spare your life, for now. He tapped Jiang Zhaosu's face with the sheath of his knife, his voice cold and threatening. But if you act up later, I won't hesitate to pry open that little skull of yours with this dagger, got it? Bound tightly in vines, Jiang Zhaoshu nodded frantically. Qi Xing had a few questions for her. Did you come from outside? A woo, Jiang Zhaoshu nodded. Did you see two people out there? One was a tall young man, the other a skinny old guy. Jiang Zhaoshu hadn't seen anyone when she first woke up. She obediently shook her head. Qi Xing stared at her thoughtfully for a few seconds, then waved his hand, loosening most of the restraints on her, leaving only her hands, feet, and mouth still bound. Got it. Then he used a vine to lead her around the supermarket, searching for anything usable. Jiang Zhaosu's hands and feet were tied, so she could only hop along stiffly like a zombie, following behind Qi Xing. Just earlier, her brain had been completely taken over by the hunger to feed, so she hadn't paid much attention to her surroundings or her body's condition. It wasn't until she heard how Qi Xing addressed her that she belatedly realized she had probably transmigrated into a different world with zombies. Because of her job, Jiang Zhaoshu had read a few post-apocalyptic novels and was familiar with some of the basic setups. Judging from the current situation, she had turned into a zombie, and the man in front of her was probably one of those superpowered survivors who had mutated after the apocalypse. In the novels Jiang Zhaoshu had read, zombies were basically cannon fodder. Sooner or later, they'd get wiped out by the superpowered protagonists. Thinking back to the last thing she wished for before blacking out, Jiang Zhaoshu couldn't help cursing inwardly. Seriously, God? She was just joking when she said she wanted to be a zombie. And you actually made her one. She'd said she wanted to be a rich heiress too. Why didn't you grant that instead? From the outside, the supermarket still looked normal, but the inside was already without power. It was dimly lit, shelves were toppled all over the place, and the whole place was a chaotic mess. The man who could control vines strolled through the ruins like he was taking a leisurely walk, occasionally stopping to dig through trash for usable supplies. But who knew how many groups had already looted this place? All the food and practical items were long gone. In the end, he only managed to find a few relatively clean clothes. Qi Xing's shirt was already soaked in blood. He looked extremely pale from blood loss. The sickly look made Jiang Zhaoshu think of museum porcelain, delicate, beautiful, and fragile, something you instinctively wanted to protect. But after being on the receiving end of his creepy smile threats, Jiang Zhaoshu now understood that was just a disguise. Sure enough, when Qi Xing took off his shirt right in front of her, she saw that this pretty, delicate-looking guy was actually jacked, solid muscle all over, not a single abdominal pack missing. With just a slight flex, the tight, defined lines of his arm muscles were clear as day. They weren't bulky, but the sheer power they radiated made Jiang Zhaoshu think, if this guy really started fighting, he'd definitely be even more ripped and dangerous than the shirtless abs dudes her old amusement park job used to hire to attract female customers. The people they were waiting for probably wouldn't show up anytime soon. Qi Xing started treating the wound on his shoulder. Despite the heavy bleeding, the injury wasn't too big, just a gunshot wound. He tore up a cotton t-shirt and wrapped it around the wound to prevent massive bleeding. Then he pulled out a lighter from who knows where, sterilized his knife, and cleanly dug the bullet out. Afterward, his fingers glowed faintly green as he applied the power to the wound, then quickly bandaged it with a clean cloth. The gory mess made Jiang Zhaosu's teeth ache just looking at it. Her stomach rumbled loudly, scared, but craving meat at the same time. Qi Xing showed no emotion the entire time, like he couldn't feel pain, just like a zombie. After finishing the bandage, he picked a shirt from the pile of found clothes that looked similar to his old one and put it on. It was black, which made his pale skin look even whiter and gave him an even leaner appearance. All that powerful, compact muscle was now hidden again, replaced by the look of a fragile, sickly beauty who couldn't even carry a bag. That was the look that had fooled Jiang Zhaoshu earlier, made her think he was weak and helpless, and that was why she, stupidly, tried to eat him. Qi Xing wasn't done with just himself. He wanted to change Jiang Zhaosu's clothes too. Her brain had been a bit slow ever since she turned into a zombie. When Qi Xing reached out and undid 2 of her buttons, it took her a second to realize. Wait, was this guy undressing her? Jiang Zhaoshu, a flower-season young girl, no, a flower-season young zombie, was so shocked by the move that she screamed and hopped away, feet together, bouncing frantically toward the other side. Help! This guy might look like a pretty boy, but he's a total perv. He's even going after zombies. But the vine around her neck was still in Qi Xing's control. With just a light twitch of his finger, he pulled her back with ease. Why are you running? Jiang Zhaoshu shrank her shoulders, wide-eyed in terror as she roared, "Awoo, awoo, awoo. Zombies have dignity too, okay? No touching without consent." Her face had been corroded by acid rain and her nasal bone was broken. Rotting flesh covered her features, so most people wouldn't be able to tell what she was feeling. But somehow, the look in her eyes and her angry howls were so full of emotion that Qi Xing actually managed to understand her. Qi Xing, what the hell? He swore he just couldn't stand how tattered her clothes were and wanted to help her change into something cleaner. With a look of disgust, Qi Xing covered his nose. Who the HLL wants to take advantage of you? You stink like SHT. Hurry up and change already. Awoo, awoo, awoo. Jiang Zhaoshu howled in outrage. Her flesh was rotting. Of course she stank. What's the point of just changing clothes? She'd lived for 18 years without even holding a guy's hand, and now she'd almost been stripped bare by someone she'd just met. The shame hit her like a tsunami. Still not adjusted to this world, Jiang Zhaoshu couldn't care less if she made Qi Xing mad. She started struggling violently, letting out hoarse, panicked whimpers from her throat. Seeing how strongly she resisted, Qi Xing was a bit surprised. Not to mention she was a zombie now. Even if she were human, in his eyes, she was still just a little brat who hadn't grown up yet. And she was actually shy. His own little sister had been the same way, awkward and sensitive after hitting puberty, sometimes even refusing to call him brother. Looking at this little zombie who reminded him so much of his sister in both looks and attitude, Qi Xing's heart softened. He relented, saying, "Fine. I won't change your clothes for now." Jiang Zhaoshu finally calmed down and let out a low, yearning sound. She pointed her chin at the old shirt Qi Xing had just tossed aside, her big round eyes staring at it like it was treasure. That old shirt was stained with his blood. The sweet scent made Jiang Zhaosu's nostrils flare. She wanted nothing more than to bury her face in it. What a waste! What a waste! If only she could lick those bloodstains. Qi Xing understood her again. Hungry? Awoo! Wasn't it obvious? If she weren't starving, would she have sought him out to die? But Qi Xing had no intention of letting this little zombie suck his blood. In his eyes, Jiang Zhaoshu was his pet now. And no one feeds their pet tiger by slicing off their own meat. That's suicide. Still, feeding a pet was the owner's responsibility. Qi Xing had already thought of a way to fill her belly. He smiled, reached out, and gently fixed the torn collar of her shirt, speaking warmly, "Just wait a bit. Food's coming soon." Chapter 4 Fugui, Bite Him. Jiang Zhaoshu had no idea what Qi Xing meant by that. This supermarket clearly had nothing edible, yet Qi Xing didn't seem like he had any intention of leaving. He stuffed her into a gap formed between several tilted shelves, then went back to the corner he'd been sitting in earlier and closed his eyes to rest again. Jiang Zhaoshu lay stiffly behind the shelves, watching Qi Xing with drool trickling from her mouth. Qi Xing seemed to have a sixth sense for everything. After a while, Jiang Zhaoshu sniffed the air and picked up a new scent of meat. But it still didn't smell as good as Qi Xing. Just then, footsteps, one heavy, one light, echoed from the entrance of the supermarket. "Old Ma, you sure that kid's in here?" "Definitely. He took a bullet. He couldn't have gone far. Look, his blood's right here on the ground." Ever since she became a zombie, Jiang Zhaosu's senses of smell and hearing had evolved. Even though these two were still a ways off, their footsteps and voices were crystal clear to her. She wondered if superpowered people had the same enhancements. As soon as the two finished talking, Qi Xing's breathing suddenly grew ragged. He pressed his hand to the wound on his shoulder, his expression twisted in pain. He even coughed now and then, as if he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. The coughing drew the men's attention. Their footsteps grew louder as they approached. The scent of fresh human flesh in the air made Jiang Zhaoshu drool uncontrollably. A low growl rumbled from her throat, and her whole zombie body entered hunting mode, itching to pounce. Then Qi Xing glanced at her, and she instantly settled down. Within minutes, the two men came into Jiang Zhaosu's line of sight. One was tall and skinny, looked about 40 or 50, and totally matched the description Qi Xing had asked her about earlier. The other was younger, maybe in his 20s, tall and jacked, with a chest full of bulging muscle. Seeing Qi Xing leaning weakly against the wall, pale and unconscious from blood loss, the musclehead let out a loud laugh. "Ha ha. Old Ma, you were right, he is here." The moment Muscle Guy appeared, Jiang Zhaosu's eyes locked onto him from under the shelves. She didn't blink, just stared at his firm, muscular frame, gulping non-stop. That guy must have amazing texture when bitten. Qi Xing had hidden her well. Neither of the two men noticed her at all. F*K, just because he's a superpowered guy, walking around like his eyes and nose are above everyone else's. I've hated that smug face for a long time. Muscle Guy spat on the ground, gun in hand, and walked toward Qi Xing. "Let's see who's stronger, your powers or my 744. Qi Xing kept his head low and didn't react at all as the guy approached. His breathing grew weaker and weaker. About to die, Muscle Guy gave Qi Xing a kick, wearing a mocking expression. He snorted and sneered, "TCH, and here I thought superpowered people were all that. Take a bullet and you're still half dead like the rest of us. With that smooth, delicate face, anyone would think you're a chick." In the apocalypse, everyone was just trying to survive. Food and shelter were already luxuries, don't even mention other needs. In this kind of environment, some people's darkest desires were amplified. They'd do things filthier than any monster. Staring at Qi Xing's fair and handsome face, the musclehead, long deprived, couldn't help but develop twisted thoughts. It's the end of the world. Who cares if it's a guy or girl? As long as there's a hole, it'll do. Back when Qi Xing was first assigned to their team, Muscle Guy already had ideas about him. But Qi Xing was one of the rare wood-type superpowered users, and a strong one at that. Most people didn't dare mess with him. Muscle Guy wasn't most people. He had enhanced physical abilities, but in Qi Xing's eyes, that still wasn't enough. Old Ma, though also a wood-type superpowered person, was only C rank. He couldn't even take on one of Qi Xing's fingers. Just like him, Old Ma had been eyeing Qi Xing's powers for a while. The two hit it off right away and decided to use this mission as a chance to take out Qi Xing and steal his powers. Things started off smoothly. Qi Xing was always aloof and proud, relying on his abilities to look down on everyone. He didn't hesitate to hand over the two guns distributed from above to Old Ma and Muscle Guy. After they dealt with the zombies, Old Ma shot Qi Xing. But T-Guy was sharp and never fully trusted them. Caught off guard, they really did let him slip away. Luckily, he didn't get far, and now they'd found him again. "What's the matter, all high and mighty? Why aren't you cocky now?" Muscle Guy mocked loudly, sneering at the weak and helpless Qi Xing. Old Ma, standing behind him, was more cautious. He kept scanning the surroundings while warning, "Shen Qiang, finish him off. The floor has cracks. If there are plants underneath and Qi Xing wakes up, we'll be in trouble. Nope, Shen Qiang refused. What's the fun in killing a dead guy? He licked his dry, cracked lips, stomped a boot on Qi Xing's knee, and grinned wickedly. I'll just break his arms and legs, cut out his tongue, and see how he plans to use his powers. When I'm done playing, I'll dig out his core from his chest. Lying under the shelves, Jiang Zhaoshu heard all this and thought, wow, it really is the apocalypse. Some people are even more messed up than a zombie like her. Just as Shen Qiang put away his gun and squatted down to reach for Qi Xing's face, Qi Xing suddenly opened his eyes like he'd just woken from a dream. A sharp glint flashed in the eyes of the man who'd seemed as fragile as a snowflake just moments ago. In a blink, he sprang up and grabbed Shen Qiang's hands, cleanly snapping both his wrist bones, then unleashed his powers with lightning speed. Thick, powerful vines burst from the ground and instantly wrapped around old Ma. In that moment, Jiang Zhaoshu felt all the restraints on her body vanish. She heard Qi Xing shout, "Fugui, go! Bite him!" Chapter 5 First Meal. Jiang Zhaoshu, who the HLL is he calling precious? Before she could even react to the bizarre nickname, Qi Xing had already slashed Shen Qiang's throat with his dagger. The thick, metallic scent of blood spread through the air. Jiang Zhaoshu's bright black eyes instantly turned murky red with hunger. The starvation she'd endured for so long crashed over her like a tidal wave. Her mind went blank, filled with only one thing, food. Strength surged through her body. Agitated and restless, Jiang Zhaoshu suddenly sprang up, violently flipping over the shelf in front of her. With a terrifying growl from deep in her throat, she lunged at the long-desired prey. Qi Xing had originally meant for her to bite Lao Ma. But seeing her, freshly freed, drooling and charging straight at him, Qi Xing let out a sigh. Yep. A zombie is still a zombie. The moment they smell blood, all rationality goes out the window. Not trustworthy at all. He quickly flung Shen Qiang's body at her to buy time to activate his superpowers and restrain her again. But just as he was about to summon the vines, he saw the little zombie staggering to catch Shen Qiang, wide eyes sparkling. She stiffly tugged at the corners of her mouth and forced a horrifying smile with her half-rotted face. Food. Finally, food. Jiang Zhaoshu, who'd grown up eating from every household and fully embraced the philosophy of whoever feeds me is my parent, was overjoyed and gave Qi Xing a grateful smile. The dusty, trash-filled rundown supermarket now felt like a Hawaiian beach thanks to the aroma of food. Palm trees heavy with coconuts lined the sand. Jiang Zhaoshu, like a wildling who hadn't eaten in over a decade, scurried up a tree with all four limbs. She grabbed a coconut, bared her sharp white teeth, and crunched into the shell. The coconut meat was firm and delicious, and the sweet, refreshing juice burst from the shell, splashing all over her face. Her long-tormented hunger was finally sated. A joyful roar rumbled from Jiang Zhaoshu's throat. Orwu, hugging a muscular man and feasting on juicy meat, what bliss! Qi Xing, fluent in zombie speak, could easily hear the happiness in her howl. Watching her cling to Shen Qiang's neck like a little monkey, arms tightly wrapped around him with pure adoration on her face, Qi Xing couldn't help but smile faintly. He waved away most of the vines, leaving just two to thoughtfully tie up Shen Qiang's hands and feet, just like he'd done with Jiang Zhaoshu, so that if the guy still had any fight left in him, he wouldn't be able to suddenly kick her bony little body to pieces. Only then did Qi Xing leave Shen Qiang to Jiang Zhaoshu and turn to handle Lao Ma. Qi Xing had once been the team leader of their three-person squad. When they received this mission, they were only issued 2 guns. Qi Xing, confident in his strong powers and risk tolerance, generously handed the weapons to the 2 weaker members to increase their survival chances. Never did he expect the 2 he protected would turn out to be animals, backstabbing him and trying to kill him. Not far off, Shen Qiang was barely breathing. Seeing Qi Xing walking toward him with a bloodied dagger, Lao Ma's legs gave out, and he pissed himself on the spot. Xiao Xing, I know I was wrong. I really do. Please, for the sake of our shared humanity, let me off the hook. I'll be your slave from now on. I swear I'll never turn on you again. Lao Ma sobbed and begged, his skinny frame twitching as he banged his forehead on the ground over and over, kowtowing. Forgive you. Qi Xing's skin was pale, his features exquisite and stunning. Despite his aloof elegance, he didn't look dangerous, like someone you could reason with if you just talked nicely. And to be fair, he usually was that kind of person. When someone messed up, all it took was some persistent pleading and he'd sigh in resignation and let it slide. This time, Qi Xing seemed just as easygoing as ever. He squatted down beside Lao Ma, his narrow fox-like eyes narrowing slightly, voice gentle as he said, "Sure." But blood from Shen Qiang still splattered across Qi Xing's handsome face. With that small smile on his lips, the gentleness came off, twisted and eerie. Lao Ma's eyes lit up. He figured Qi Xing was still just a soft-hearted 20-something, too inexperienced for the apocalypse. Next second, the dagger plunged cleanly into his chest. The blade carved a deep channel, and blood gushed out in waves. But Qi Xing wasn't done. Like he'd stabbed the wrong spot, he pulled the knife out and went in again, this time rotating the hilt slowly, like he was mixing dough. The usually warm and friendly Qi Xing now looked like a totally different person. That gentle smile stayed on his face as he efficiently did the job. Lao Ma trembled all over in agony, eyes wide with disbelief. You. Didn't he say he forgave him? Then why, as if reading his thoughts, Qi Xing calmly searched Lao Ma's chest and replied. Yeah, I forgave you. His fox eyes lifted slightly, smile gentle yet chilling. But what's that got to do with me killing you? Please. He wasn't AFC King idiot. Why would he keep someone dangerous around? After some effort, Qi Xing finally found something hard in Lao Ma's chest and dug it out without hesitation. Once the blood was wiped off, the object emitted a soft, glowing green light. It was Lao Ma's crystal core. As a C-rank superpowered human, Lao Ma's core was pathetically small, no bigger than a fingernail. Still, in the apocalypse, even a crappy core like this was a rare treasure. At certain bases, it could be traded for a week's worth of food. Lao Ma was now completely dead. Once he realized his schemes had failed and there was no hope of survival, his expression twisted with hatred. His cloudy eyes bulged like a frog's, staring venomously at Qi Xing even in death. Qi Xing wasn't fazed in the slightest. Calmly, he continued searching Lao Ma's body, stuffing the gun and other useful items into his backpack. When everything was done, Qi Xing got to his feet and walked toward Jiang Zhaoshu. Got enough to eat, precious? If not, there's still one more over there, he reminded her kindly. After eating, Jiang Zhaoshu felt a warm current flow down her throat and spread through her body. A strange heat filled her limbs and bones. It was like a parched field getting its first rain. Under the influence of that warmth, her body actually began to repair itself. The rotting flesh became smooth and soft. Areas eroded by acid rain started growing fresh tissue. Even her pale blue skin gained a touch of blood color and no longer reeked of death. Jiang Zhaoshu was starting to understand why zombies were so obsessed with flesh and blood. It was just like getting high. Of course, she'd never even smoked before. She was a law-abiding citizen. Do not engage in illegal behavior. Hearing Qi Xing's voice snapped Jiang Zhaoshu out of her hunger trance. She slowly stopped eating and dazedly stared at her now red-stained hands. Shen Qiang beneath her had long since stopped breathing. His face was ashen and deformed, honestly, scarier than a zombie. Jiang Zhaoshu froze for a solid minute before suddenly clamping her hand over her mouth. She scrambled off his back and crawled to a nearby empty space to vomit. Chapter 6. It's time to leave here, my accomplice. Even though her body had turned into a zombie, Jiang Zhaoshu had only just transmigrated. Deep down, she still saw herself as human. After eating her fill, a bit of humanity resurfaced. She couldn't quite accept this violent, brutal version of herself. Hands on the floor, she puked up everything she'd just eaten. Before she could even feel bad about it, a head suddenly leaned into her view. Qi Xing bent over slightly, hands behind his back, looking at her. Why are you puking now? If you're full, you shouldn't have forced yourself to eat more. I saved it for you, You know, look at this mess, such a waste. Jiang Zhaoshu. This guy was the one who truly deserved to be a zombie. Why was he the one with superpowers, while she became a zombie? In every post-apocalyptic novel she'd ever read, ability users were the good guys, and zombies were cannon fodder villains. But watching Qi Xing casually humming a tune while prying open the skull of that musclehead with a knife, just in case he hadn't died completely and would zombify later, Jiang Zhaoshu thought this guy looked way more like a villain than she ever could. Qi Xing didn't just behead Shen Qiang. He actually did what he said. He sliced off some meat from Shen Qiang and old Ma, packed it into a bag, and gave it to her as backup food. Jiang Zhaoshu was horrified. She'd thought that after this fight, she could part ways with this guy. But from the way Qi Xing was acting now, it was obvious he planned to keep dragging her along. Nope. Absolutely not. This man might seem all smiles, charming and easygoing, but based on what she'd just seen, he was definitely dangerous. She was just a weak little zombie, no match for someone with a mind full of tricks like him. She wouldn't even know how she died if he decided to turn on her. While Qi Xing was still packing up, Jiang Zhaoshu tried to tiptoe toward the supermarket exit, ready to make a run for it. But it was like Qi Xing had eyes on the back of his head. She had barely taken a few steps when he said quietly, "Where you off to, Fugui?" A green vine silently slithered out from a crack in the floor and coiled around her ankle like a snake. Her feet were suddenly pulled together, and with her already clumsy zombie coordination, Jiang Zhaoshu froze in place. The next second, she collapsed like a stiff mummy. This time, her chin hit the ground first, hard enough to knock it out of place. Even without any pain receptors, Jiang Zhaoshu was blacking out from the impact. Rah! This was zombie abuse. She let out a mournful howl, blood tears streaking down her bruised, battered face. Why was she so unlucky, both as a human and now as a zombie? Wasn't she supposed to be the scary one now? Shouldn't the weak, helpless humans be the ones running away screaming? Why was she the one desperately trying to escape from a human? Qi Xing finished packing and walked over to her like she was a little worm trying to wriggle away. His voice was gentle. "Fugui, you really don't have a conscience. Eat and run." After all that crawling, Jiang Zhaoshu had only made it 3 meters. Exhausted and frustrated, she buried her face in the ground and pretended not to hear him. Qi Xing sighed. "Heartless little zombie. Guess I'll just kill you." At those words, Jiang Zhaoshu immediately lifted her head and looked up at him with pleading eyes. "Rah! I'm useful, okay." She was full of conscience. A model citizen. Qi Xing seemed to understand what she meant. He asked, "So, you gonna stick with me from now on?" "Rah!" Jiang Zhaoshu nodded frantically like a pecking chick. "Yes. Absolutely. Who the HLL wouldn't?" If she didn't, she was basically signing her death certificate. Qi Xing smiled faintly, reached out and helped her off the ground. Then he pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and crouched down to wipe her face. She'd made a total mess earlier when she was eating. Her face was covered in blood and shredded meat. Then she'd taken another hit when she fell, leaving her bruised and crooked-jawed, and with those pitch-black zombie pupils, she looked downright terrifying. Qi Xing's action was actually pretty risky. All Jiang Zhaoshu had to do was lower her head a little and she could bite his hand. But Qi Xing didn't seem the least bit concerned. He carefully wiped away the blood and grime from her face, even holding her chin to gently pop it back into place. At first, Jiang Zhaoshu resisted a bit, wary of his touch. But Qi Xing's movements were gentle, and the handkerchief was actually getting really dirty from cleaning her up. So in the end, she gave in. Like a child being cleaned by a big brother, she sat quietly and let him wipe her face. From a distance, the scene even looked somewhat heartwarming, like a caring older brother looking after his frail little sister. But Jiang Zhaoshu didn't notice the tiny green sprouts swaying gently beside her feet, moving on their own despite the still air. If she showed even the slightest sign of aggression, those harmless-looking sprouts would instantly turn into thick vines and pierce straight through her chest and brain without hesitation. But until Qi Xing finished and pulled his hands away, Jiang Zhaoshu didn't bare her fangs. Qi Xing then took out the hoodie he had meant to give her earlier. Your clothes are filthy. Go change into this. Jiang Zhaoshu followed his gaze and looked down at herself. Her shirt was already ragged and dirty. After all the bloodshed earlier, it was soaked in Shen Qiang's blood. She couldn't even tell what color it had originally been. It was honestly gross to look at. She awkwardly raised her arms and took the hoodie from Qi Xing, then looked around before hopping toward the shelves where he'd hidden her earlier. Only those shelves were tall enough to give her some privacy. Just as she ducked behind the shelves, she suddenly remembered something. She poked her head out, glared at Qi Xing who was still looking in her direction, and let out an angry growl, "Rah!" No peeking while she changed. Qi Xing, who had only been curious about what she was doing. Who the hell would want to watch a zombie covered in rotting flesh get dressed? Faced with her round, glaring black and white eyes, Qi Xing could only turn around and sigh. All right. I won't look. Fugui can change on her own. Jiang Zhaoshu, still struggling with her stiff limbs, couldn't even get her buttons undone after trying for ages. She ended up ripping the shirt off instead. But the sight of her skeletal, wound-riddled body scared even herself. She hurriedly pulled the hoodie over her head to hide the horror. But even putting it on wasn't going smoothly. She couldn't find the neck hole and started whining in panic. Suddenly, a pair of hands tugged gently on the fabric, and the soft cotton fell neatly over her chest, covering her visible ribs. Jiang Zhaosu's head popped out from the collar, and the first thing she saw was Qi Xing's ridiculously handsome face. He was leaning down, those charming fox-like eyes fixed on her. He gave her a soft smile and said warmly, "All right, time to leave this place, my partner in crime." Chapter 7. People are scarier than zombies. Qi Xing's interruption instantly wiped away all of Jiang Zhaosu's earlier gloom over having turned from human to zombie. So what if she was a zombie now? At least she'd crossed over already as a zombie, not like that musclehead from earlier, who was mutating on the spot, his body turning all lumpy, his throat split open, still able to let out blood-curdling howls. Jiang Zhaoshu didn't even want to imagine how much pain he must have been in. But then again, he kind of deserved it. At a time like this, he was still thinking with his D*K. Fooling around, talking disgusting nonsense, and refusing to finish off Qi Xing when he had the chance. Well, good for him. Now his head's gone. Satisfied. After a quick mental pep talk, Jiang Zhaoshu fully accepted her new zombie identity. Every world has its own rules, even the zombie world. She was a zombie now. That meant she had to eat human flesh. If she didn't eat, she'd die. And if it came down to her dying or someone else, well, better them than her. Besides, even though she was a zombie, she was a law-abiding little zombie. She only ate the bad guys who deserved it. Feeding a kind and adorable little zombie like her was basically a good deed. Those two guys should feel honored. As for the future, who knew if she'd even live to see tomorrow? That was future Jiang Zhaosu's problem. Dragging her stiff legs, she followed Qi Xing out of the supermarket and back to the street where she'd woken up. The rain had stopped, but the sky remained overcast. Dark clouds hung low, casting a gray, oppressive gloom over everything. Looking around again, Jiang Zhaoshu noticed that while the city appeared bustling at first glance, full of towering buildings and modern infrastructure, upon closer inspection, it was completely lifeless. Cars were parked haphazardly along the streets. Most of the shops had their steel shutters pulled down. The few glass doors still intact were locked or shattered, with shards of glass and trash scattered everywhere. Not far away, a skyscraper pierced the clouds, but not a single light shone from within. The glass panels were cracked all over, reflecting the dull sky like a massive, sorrowful tombstone. This city was dead. Jiang Zhaoshu used to envy the white-collar workers in those skyscrapers, imagining they were the successful ones in life, winners, the kind of people she dreamed of becoming. But now that the world had fallen apart, all that success felt laughably meaningless. Survival, that was the only thing that mattered now. As the thought crossed her mind, Jiang Zhaoshu suddenly stopped walking, tilted her head back toward the massive skyscraper, and let out a zombie wail. "Awoo! What now?" Qi Xing, walking behind her, sighed. Awoo awoo awoo. Jiang Zhaoshu flailed her arms helplessly, looking to the sky for help. Help me. I craned my neck too long, it stuck. A typical zombie's body wasn't much different from a long dead corpse. Rotting flesh, stiff joints, and prone to falling apart with the slightest wrong move. Qi Xing walked over, stared at her for a few seconds, then smacked the back of her head. He might look lean and elegant, but his strength was terrifying. It was no wonder he could snap a mutant's wrist in one go. Yook, the slap left Jiang Zhaoshu dizzy, and while it did fix her neck, she nearly barfed her brains out. She dry heaved for a while, then finally coughed up a huge mess of black sludge. The sight disgusted even her, and she started retching all over again. Richie, you twisted your neck just from looking at the sky. You really are dumb, Qi Xing said with a smirk, arms crossed. You're just a little zombie. Any regular person with a stick could bash your brains in. Getting picked up by a kind, virtuous gentleman like me. You should be counting your blessings. Kind, virtuous gentleman. What was in that bulging backpack of his then? One freshly killed guy, one cute little zombie. One was a kind, virtuous gentleman, and the other a sweet, law-abiding zombie. How poetic. Jiang Zhaoshu was too busy puking to argue with Qi Xing's shameless self-praise, so she could only glare at him in protest. The man was unbelievably thick-skinned. The more she glared, the more amused Qi Xing became. His foxy eyes even curved into a smile. When she finally finished retching, Qi Xing took 2 chunks of meat out of his bag and offered them to her with mock concern. You just puked everything up. Better eat something to make up for it. Jiang Zhaoshu angrily slapped him away. Awoo. I'm not hungry anymore. I refuse. Qi Xing didn't get mad. In fact, he found her more intriguing by the second. This little zombie really did act almost human. She could feel fear, had a temper, and even threw up after eating raw meat. Could she still retain fragments of human consciousness? Interesting. The more time he spent with her, the more fascinated Qi Xing became. Honestly, he'd been on the fence about whether to bring her along. Zombies, no matter how human they acted, still needed to eat people. Who knew when she might suddenly lose control and take a bite out of him? But then, an idea struck him. Why not just pull out her claws and teeth? A zombie without fangs or talons had less combat power than an average human. She'd be no different from a pet. He could keep her with him all the time. Perfect solution. Jiang Zhaoshu hesitated after slapping away the meat. Regret settled in. What a waste. She stared longingly at the meat on the dusty ground and swallowed hard. Then she looked up, and nearly jumped out of her skin at the look Qi Xing was giving her. FK, he was objectively good-looking, but something about him always gave her the creeps. Scarier than the freakiest zombies in horror films. Qi Xing met her gaze and smiled again. His voice was soft, almost tender, as if whispering sweet nothings to a lover. Little zombie, if you bare your teeth at me again, I'll pull him out one by one and press them into your eye sockets. Jiang Zhaoshu, she didn't dare act out again. She could tell this pretty-faced man was fully capable of carrying out that horrifying threat. Terrified, she immediately shrank back. Seeing her cower, Qi Xing patted her head like he was tapping a watermelon, tone as gentle as ever. It's okay, it's okay. As long as Richie listens, I won't pull your teeth or claws. I'll even feed you meat every day, how about that? Jiang Zhaoshu's legs went weak. If she still had bodily functions, she probably would have peed herself. This guy is seriously scarier than any zombie. Qi Xing had mastered the art of the sweet threat. Slap with one hand, feed with the other. After finishing his soft-spoken threat, he pulled out more meat and offered it to her again. Jiang Zhaoshu began to suspect that he just wanted to lighten his backpack. Qi Xing didn't say where they were headed next, and Jiang Zhaoshu didn't know where else to go, so the two just strolled aimlessly down the street. It wasn't until they passed a storefront that Qi Xing suddenly called out, "Richie." Jiang Zhaoshu was staring blankly at a crow perched under the eaves nearby. She stiffly turned her head to see Qi Xing standing in front of a pet supply store, waving at her. "Come here." Let's see if there's anything useful inside. Chapter 8. A man's mouth is a lie. Pet stores were obviously meant for pet supplies. So what were a man and a zombie doing in a pet store? Jiang Zhaosu's little zombie brain was full of big confusion. She thought Qi Xing was acting strange, but didn't dare disobey him, so she followed him inside anyway. This pet store had clearly been looted too. Shelves were overturned, the floor was stained with dried blood, and torn packaging featuring cats and dogs was scattered everywhere. Jiang Zhaoshu stared blankly at the bags. From the writing, she could tell they were packages for cat food and dog food. Suddenly, a memory flashed across her mind. Back in elementary school, because of her top grades, the teacher paired her with a classmate who wasn't doing so well, an overweight boy, to help him catch up. At that time, Jiang Zhaoshu was still living in the orphanage. She was skinny and always hungry. That deskmate, though, came from a well-off family and often brought snacks in his backpack. Those snacks, things like spicy squid and beef jerky, smelled so good and tempting that Jiang Zhaoshu would swap homework help for just a few bites. Then one day, the fat kid brought a big bag of snacks she had never seen before. The package had a cute Samoyed dog on it, labeled with some foreign language she couldn't understand. It looked fancy and expensive. For once, the usually stingy boy handed her the bag himself and said it was a gift to thank her for doing his homework lately. Jiang Zhaoshu didn't think much of it and started eating. The contents looked like chocolate-covered candies. They were crunchy with a rich meaty flavor. She actually quite liked them. The moment she started eating, the fat kid burst into laughter and yelled to the whole class, "Everyone look! Jiang Zhaosu's eating dog food. Turns out she's a dog." That was when Jiang Zhaoshu found out she'd been tricked into eating dog food. Even so, that dog food had more meat and nutrition than what she normally ate. Faced with the boy's mockery, Jiang Zhaoshu didn't say a word. She just silently stuffed the bag into her desk. After school, she put it in her backpack and finished eating it on the walk back to the orphanage. That day, for once, she wasn't starving. Her stomach was full and warm. Jiang Zhaoshu had felt genuinely happy, but she was getting off track. Anyway, the biggest takeaway from that experience was, DMN, being rich is awesome. Even the dogs eat better than she did. Now that the world had ended and food was scarce, anything edible, cat food, dog food, was fair game. Thinking of that, Jiang Zhaoshu felt like she'd just made a major discovery. She quickly pointed at one of the dog food packages on the ground and howled excitedly at Qi Xing, who was still rummaging around. A woo, a woo, a woo, a woo. Qi Xing looked up at the sound and saw her gesturing wildly at something. He glanced at the bag on the floor, thought for a second, then asked, "Fu Gui, do you want to raise a dog?" "Jiang Zhaoshu, what the HLL do you think is between my ears?" She stiffly bent down, picked up the bag, and tipped it toward her mouth to demonstrate. Qi Xing finally caught on. "Oh, you mean this stuff is edible?" Jiang Zhaoshu nodded like a pecking chick, hands on her hips, looking mighty pleased with her own brilliance. Qi Xing looked at her smug expression and sighed helplessly. "Fu Gui, you're a zombie now. Can you not set your sights a little higher than dog food?" Jiang Zhaoshu jabbed a finger at the bag, then at Qi Xing, and howled indignantly, "A woo, a woo, a woo. I meant for you to eat it." Qi Xing was the first person she'd met in the apocalypse, and he seemed strong. Until she had the strength to survive on her own and fight back against superpowered people, she planned to cling to him for dear life. "Oh, you want me to eat it?" Qi Xing said, finally understanding. "This store's dog and cat food was raided a long time ago. There's nothing edible left." "A woo, a woo, a woo, a woo, a woo. Then what are you going to eat?" "I'm fine. I'm not hungry yet." After replying, Qi Xing suddenly turned and gave her a radiant smile. Clutching his chest, he said emotionally, "Ah, Fu Gui is starting to care about me. I'm touched." "Yue," Jiang Zhaoshu gagged on the spot, unable to hold back. "Fu Gui, seems like your digestion isn't great." Qi Xing frowned slightly. He walked over from the shelf, pulled out a piece of meat from his bag, and said, "Look at you. You've gagged yourself skinny. Come on, eat more." At this rate, Jiang Zhaoshu felt like he was going to feed her into a fat zombie. While she gnawed on meat at the door, Qi Xing went back to digging through trash. Jiang Zhaoshu realized that despite his princely looks, like some pampered young master, Qi Xing was seriously into dumpster diving. He especially liked digging around ruins like this, as if searching for treasure. By the time she finished eating, Qi Xing had found what he wanted. Jiang Zhaoshu stared in silence at the muzzle glinting with metallic shine in his hand. She wasn't the real animal here, he was. Qi Xing could clearly read the resistance in her eyes and patiently explained, "This is just a safety precaution. It's not meant to humiliate you. I have to think about my own safety, right? Either we pull out your teeth, or you wear this." Qi Xing very democratically gave her two choices. "Fu Gui, you decide." Jiang Zhaoshu. When they left the pet store, Jiang Zhaoshu had a black muzzle on her face and thick gloves on her hands. Her two most deadly zombie weapons were now locked up. She felt deeply uncomfortable, her rotting little face clearly showing her gloomy mood. Qi Xing reached out, slung an arm around her shoulder in a chummy way, and comforted her. "It's okay, Fu Gui. You might not be able to bite people right now, but I'll protect you. We've been through life and death together, haven't we? Can't you trust your big brother?" Hey, men's mouths, all lies. If she really trusted him, she'd be digging her own grave. Jiang Zhaoshu clamped her mouth shut, silently swearing that from now on she'd be a cold, emotionless, mute zombie and never react to Qi Xing's teasing again. "Fu Gui, if you get hungry, just let me know. I'll take off the muzzle and feed you some meat." TCH. No appetite. Jiang Zhaoshu drooped her head and dragged her feet along behind Qi Xing, completely unaware that behind them, a tiny green vine sprout silently poked out from a moss-covered crack in the ground. The wind blew, and the little green shoot swayed gently, looking oddly full of life compared to the bleak, grey city around it. Up ahead, the same crow Jiang Zhaoshu had noticed earlier circled a few times in the smoky grey sky before landing on a shop sign. Its blood-red eyes were still locked on the one man and one zombie walking below, just as unaware of the vine sprout now creeping up right beneath it. In the blink of an eye, the delicate sprout morphed into a thick, tough vine that shot up from the ground and pierced clean through the crow's chest. The poor bird didn't even have time to scream before it was yanked into the crack in the earth. Its feathers and limbs scattered across the ground, reduced to a mangled, withered corpse. Chapter 9. Whatever Fugui says is what. Back then, Jiang Zhaoshu had no one to rely on. Even if someone deliberately messed with her, there was nothing she could do about it. After taking too many hits, she'd developed a habit of just rolling with the punches. If someone pissed her off, she'd puff up like a little furball. Compared to that, Qi Xing's little quirks weren't even close to bullying. This guy could have just killed her outright, but he didn't. He even fed her meat. So by apocalypse standards, he wasn't all that bad. To get used to the idea of living with Qi Xing from now on, Jiang Zhaoshu began gaslighting herself like a pro. When he wasn't acting like a jerk, Qi Xing actually looked kind of handsome. After noticing she was in a bad mood, Qi Xing slung an arm around her shoulders and led her to a parking area. With a dramatic wave toward a row of luxury cars, he said, "Fugui, pick one. Anyone. Big bro will take you for a spin." This was one of the perks of the apocalypse. Now that everyone was struggling to survive, food, once taken for granted, had become the most precious resource. Meanwhile, luxury cars and mansions, which used to scream status and were chased after like crazy, had become junk people ditched without a second thought. Qi Xing's words lit up Jiang Zhaoshu's eyes. Right. It's the end of the world. She didn't have to worry about affording a house anymore or ending up homeless on the streets. She could loot whatever tour she wanted, drive any car from any garage, and live in 5-star hotels if she felt like it. Wasn't this the dream life she always wanted? That thought instantly lifted her spirits. Awoo. Energized, Jiang Zhaoshu wobbled her stiff little head around, scanning for her ideal ride. Then she spotted a bright red convertible. With an excited howl, she trotted over on her stubby little legs, pressed herself against it, and took a deep breath, completely intoxicated. Ah, the smell of money. Gag, it was all dust. Choked on it. She'd eaten too much meat earlier, and that cough nearly made her puke. Meanwhile, Chi Xing was going from car to car, checking for gas. Gas was a hot commodity in the apocalypse too. But unlike food, most people never thought to stockpile it. When they needed some, they just went to a gas station. Now that zombies were everywhere, searching a parking lot car by car was risky, exhausting, and barely worth it. Still, there were always bold and meticulous folks who did it. Like Chi Xing right now. He was thorough, and lucky. He actually struck gold, finding 2 full jugs of gas in the trunk of a car hidden in a corner. When he came back with the fuel, he saw Jiang Zhaoshu already sitting inside a red convertible Benz. Since the car sat so low, Jiang Zhaoshu had to grip the window edge with her cotton-gloved hands, poking her little head up with her round black eyes staring at him expectantly, growling with excitement. R-A-W-W-W-R-R. Oh ho ho, I want this one. Fugui, Chi Xing sighed helplessly, you really don't care if I live or die, huh? He told her to pick a car, sure, but he didn't expect her to go for something this flashy. Driving a convertible in the apocalypse. Might as well put up a sign saying free zombie delivery if you're that eager to die. Of course Jiang Zhaoshu knew the car she picked looked great but was totally unsafe. But so what? She was a zombie. Zombies didn't bite her. Even if one climbed in through the window, they'd go for Chi Xing. Chi Xing wasn't exactly a great person anyway. If a zombie bit him to death, who cared? Maybe he'd even turn into one and keep her company. A-W-O-O-A-W-O-O. This one. I want this one. Jiang Zhaoshu howled at Chi Xing, her little gloved hands clinging tightly to the window like a kid begging for a toy. Seeing how obedient she'd been earlier, even letting him put on the bite guard without a fight, Chi Xing gave in. All right then. He fueled up the flashy convertible that Jiang Zhaoshu had picked out with such care, then hopped into the driver's seat. She watched as he fiddled with something for a bit and, without a key, actually got the engine running. Jiang Zhaoshu was dumbfounded. This guy looked like a pampered rich kid who wouldn't lift a finger, but his shady street skills were top-notch. Real criminal energy, this one. The tires screeched against the pavement as the car roared to life under Chi Xing's hands like a beast awakening, letting out a low, rumbling growl. Chi Xing raised an eyebrow. Huh, it still works. Not bad. Seeing the smile curl on the man's face for some reason sent chills down Jiang Zhaoshu's back. She tilted her stiff little head and thought for a moment, then nervously reached out with her mittened hands, fumbling to buckle her seatbelt. Sure enough, as soon as Chi Xing made a sharp one-handed turn and floored it out of the parking lot, that seatbelt saved her from smashing straight into the windshield. Once they hit the road, only one thought echoed through Jiang Zhaoshu's mind. Ah, so much for shelter and safety. Who the HLL speeds like this through a city? Even in the apocalypse, with no red lights, Chi Xing's driving style was insane. The guy didn't follow a single traffic rule. Relying on the convertible's top-tier performance, he just gunned it like a maniac. Moments ago, he was pretending to be all weak and scared of running into zombies. But when they actually did, Chi Xing didn't dodge. He accelerated straight through them. One after another, Jiang Zhaoshu watched her fellow zombies lunge at their car, only to get slammed several meters away by the force. Before they could even crawl back up, that beautiful devil behind the wheel would run them over again, brains and blood splattering everywhere. It was like a zombie slaughterhouse out here. The horror made Jiang Zhaoshu's scalp tingle, her whole body go cold, and her lips start to tremble. In her head, she chanted over and over. There are thousands of roads. Safety is number one. Drive recklessly, and your loved ones will cry. She didn't have any loved ones, so she shed 2 tears for herself. But before those tears could fall, they were whipped away by the blasting wind. If they were in a regular car, they probably couldn't even reach this speed. And even if they could, Jiang Zhaoshu could have just rolled up the window to make herself more comfortable. Too bad. This was the bright red convertible she had handpicked. Like a fired arrow, The car tore down the empty street. The buildings on either side blurred past like film reels in a movie. At this speed, Jiang Zhaoshu couldn't even keep her eyes open in the passenger seat. The wind roared in her ears as she screamed and covered her face in panic, terrified that the flesh on her face might peel right off and leave her looking like some skeleton demon. And that DMN Chi Xing, seeing her like this, he just laughed harder. He yelled at her, "Fugui. Having fun in the sports car. Awoo awoo. Stop the car. My face is falling off in chunks. I'm about to turn into a bony gremlin." "Oh." Chi Xing tilted his head. "Fugui says not fast enough. You want it faster?" "Got it." He nodded, his foxy eyes narrowing in amusement. Whatever Fugui says, Fugui gets. He floored the gas pedal, and the engine roared even louder. Jiang Zhaoshu let out a scream in zombie speak. "Awoo. You fucking animal." Chapter 10. Why are there still ghosts in the end times? By the time night fell and it got too dark to see the road clearly, Chi Xing finally eased off the gas pedal. Feeling the wind outside grow gentler, Jiang Zhaoshu lifted her head from her arms and looked around in confusion. They had already driven out of the bustling city and were now cruising down a wide road. The air in the outskirts was much fresher than in the city, and the surroundings were filled with vast stretches of farmland. About 10 minutes later, a small town came into view. Chi Xing brought the car to a stop. "Hop out, precious. We'll rest here tonight." He got out from the driver's seat and walked around to help open her door. But before his hand could even touch the handle, Jiang Zhaoshu had already unbuckled her seatbelt. With a powerful push from both legs, she launched herself straight out of the passenger seat. Hands raised, she landed perfectly on her feet. And as a finishing touch, she shot Chi Xing a side eye with her pitch-black eyes. TCH. He'd scared the hell out of her earlier, and now he wanted to play the gentleman. Who needed his help? But Chi Xing, being the unpredictable weirdo he was, didn't take offense at all. Sometimes he'd suddenly get angry and say terrifying things, other times he'd be super chill, letting you mess with him however you wanted. Instead of getting mad at her attitude, he actually pressed his palms together and gave her a round of applause. DMN, precious, with moves like that, you could be a gymnast, so cool. His reaction left Jiang Zhaoshu feeling like she'd punched cotton. Ugh, infuriating. Like the city, this small town was deserted, no signs of life. A few zombies were drawn over by the roar of their sports car, but Chi Xing swiftly decapitated them with his vines. Though small, the town had everything it needed. Besides residential houses, there were also a few shops and a hotel. Chi Xing picked a hotel and motioned for Jiang Zhaoshu to follow him inside. The first floor was a dining hall, and the second floor held the guest rooms. Once inside, Chi Xing headed straight for the kitchen, rummaging for anything edible. Jiang Zhaoshu hadn't seen him eat all afternoon. She'd actually started to think maybe he was some fairy boy who survived on dew and moonlight. But watching him now, tearing through cabinets looking for food, finally made him feel a bit more human. Unfortunately, his luck wasn't great today. The food storage had long been looted. After all his searching, he only found a few moldy cabbages. The stench from the mold was so bad, it made Jiang Zhaoshu's own rotting scent seem almost pleasant. After peeling for a while, Chi Xing finally gave up and regretfully tossed him aside. Seeing that, Jiang Zhaoshu actually felt kind of lucky about being a zombie. At least she didn't have to feel guilty about eating people anymore. If it came down to it, maybe Chi Xing could eat some too. I mean, he didn't really seem that interested in staying human anyway. She genuinely thought so. Reaching out her little round hand, she pointed at the backpack on Chi Xing's back. Awoo. Hungry again? Chi Xing pulled out some meat for her, but Jiang Zhaoshu didn't lean over to let him remove the muzzle from her mouth. Instead, she cupped his arm with her round hands and pushed the meat toward his face. Awoo. She wanted him to eat it. Huh? Chi Xing finally caught on. You want me to eat it? Awoo. Jiang Zhaoshu nodded. I'm not eating that. She was a bit shocked. She didn't expect Chi Xing, who seemed to have no bottom line, to actually have standards. But then Qi Xing added, "It's sour. Tastes gross, Jiang Zhaoshu. Bro, you were just about to eat moldy cabbage. You really have no right to judge my food." In the end, Qi Xing pulled out 2 compressed biscuits from his magic backpack and, with a bottle of clean water, managed to get through dinner looking like it physically pained him. The two headed upstairs. Zombies were nocturnal, far more active at night than in the daytime. Even though they'd been on the move all day, Jiang Zhaoshu didn't feel tired. If anything, she was more energized now. Qi Xing seemed aware of that too. He tied her securely to the big bed in one of the rooms, then went to rest in another. As night deepened, Jiang Zhaoshu only grew more awake, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Just when she started thinking she might have insomnia and was getting increasingly annoyed, she suddenly heard crying in the hallway. Yu, the window in Jiang Zhaoshu's room wasn't closed. Cold wind blew in through the opening, whistling eerily as it mixed with the faint, genderless sobbing outside. In the pitch-dark night, the sound was bone-chilling. At first, she thought she was just hearing things. But then the crying grew clearer and closer. That's when Jiang Zhaoshu's whole body broke out in goosebumps. What the HLL? Wasn't this the apocalypse? Why were there ghosts now? Totally spooked, she started writhing, trying to break free from the ropes tying her down. At night, zombies became more aggressive, and much more agile. Holding her breath, Jiang Zhaoshu tugged with all her strength. The bed creaked loudly under the strain. Finally, the ropes gave out with a snap and fell away completely. But at that exact moment, the eerie crying had reached her door. Jiang Zhaoshu sensed something weird in the air. It felt human, but also like one of her own kind. Yu, mommy. A sharp scratching sound came from the door. It was using its nails to claw at the wood. Jiang Zhaoshu was on edge, nerves stretched to the limit. Just as she was about to jump off the bed and face whatever was out there, a vine suddenly shot out from underneath the bed and wrapped around her ankle. AWOO. The vine was cold and slick. Already jumpy, Jiang Zhaoshu shrieked in terror as it yanked her down. Then, a warm hand replaced the vine, gripping her ankle and pulling her into a tight embrace. Qi Xing, who had somehow snuck into her room unnoticed, was crouched on one knee behind the bed. One arm around her shoulders, he pressed a finger to his lips and whispered in a breathy voice. "Precious, we've got trouble. Chapter 11 The Best Nutrients for Mutant Evolution." That hair-raising crying and the sharp scratching at the door still hadn't stopped, but the moment Jiang Zhaoshu got close to Qi Xing, her head started feeling woozy. She couldn't help it. Qi Xing just smelled too good. No matter how much flesh and blood she'd already eaten, the moment she got close to him, her mouth would start drooling uncontrollably and stomach acid would churn. That insatiable hunger unique to zombies flared up again, making her whole zombie self restless and irritable, itching to move. Thinking about it now, Qi Xing putting that muzzle on her was probably the right move. Otherwise, she might really not have been able to hold herself back. But, did this guy really think that just because he slapped a muzzle on her, everything was fine and dandy? Qi Xing had zero awareness of the whole humans and zombies shouldn't get too close thing. He had one arm around her shoulders, and when he spoke, his lips were practically brushing her ear. It's a mutant out there. Probably smelled us and came looking for food. Mutant? Jiang Zhaoshu fought the urge to take a bite out of his neck and stiffly dug through her very limited zombie knowledge for the term mutant. Based on what she remembered from novels, mutants were usually evolved zombies. They only attacked humans and weren't a threat to their own kind. So what's the big deal? It was just a threat to Qi Xing. If that mutant got in here and gnawed on Qi Xing, maybe it'd even leave her some bones to chew on. That thought instantly relaxed her. With a loud smack, she shoved Qi Xing's arm off. Judging by how nervous Qi Xing looked, he probably couldn't beat that mutant. He's about to become a corpse himself. What was there for her to worry about? Roar! Jiang Zhaoshu got up from the ground and let out a gleeful growl at Qi Xing. Too bad her face had been zombie feed for so long it couldn't even form a mocking expression anymore. Then she turned and walked to the door, pressing down the handle with her round little hand. "Come on in, Mr. Mutant. Chi Xing's right inside, just leave her a bit of meat if you can." Ugh! Chi Xing was still standing behind the bed, watching her, but he didn't try to stop her. Jiang Zhaosu had seen a lot of zombies today and felt she was mentally prepared for whatever came next. But the moment she saw what was outside that door, she couldn't help but swallow hard. She had to admit, she was not prepared enough. The stench of blood and rot hit her in the face. She didn't even spot the mutant at first glance. It wasn't until she looked down that she saw it crawling on the floor. It was a blood-soaked, rotting baby. No, calling it a baby was too generous. It was more like a deformed lump of flesh. Only the head still vaguely resembled a child's. Its limbs and torso were all mashed and fused together, like a grotesque tumor. Its body was covered in bumpy, festering boils. Wherever it crawled, it left behind thick, black blood and oozing pus. Because it was so small, it couldn't reach the doorknob, so it just kept scratching furiously at the door. Its fingernails were as sharp as blades, and it had already carved deep grooves into the 50 mm thick door. It wouldn't be long before it broke through. The sudden sight of such a shocking creature nearly made Jiang Zhaoshu puke. "Wah, mommy, mommy," that weak, pitiful cry was actually coming from this grotesque little mutant's throat. When it saw her open the door, it tilted its tiny, twisted face up to look at her. That face could barely be called human. No eyebrows, one eye bloodshot and cloudy, the other half hanging from its socket, a collapsed black hole where the nose should have been. Its tiny mouth twitched and moved. "Mommy," it whimpered again in a miserable sob, then suddenly opened its mouth. Its crimson lips stretched all the way to its ears. Inside that tiny baby's mouth were rows of sharp, jagged white teeth. In a flash, it bit down hard on Jiang Zhaosu's calf. "Raw!" she screamed, not out of pain, but from sheer disgust. OFK. There had to be some virus in that monster's mouth. She lifted her leg, ready to kick the mutant off when a voice called out behind her. "Fugui!" A dark green vine shot past her like a snake and wrapped around her waist. Before Jiang Zhaoshu could react, her body was lifted high into the air. Crash! The world spun. Chi Xing had flung her with full force. She shattered through a glass window and flew outside. Crack! Her back slammed into the ground, and she could clearly hear her spine snapping. Compared to the bite, she felt like Chi Xing had done way more damage to her. Right after, Chi Xing jumped down from the second floor too, landing in a smooth roll, light as a feather. That disgusting mutant followed, but it didn't go for Chi Xing. Instead, it scrambled on all fours, crawling toward her like a twisted spider. Roar! Jiang Zhaoshu let out a shriek and tried to get up, only to realize that her bitten calf had gone stiff and numb. She gave a hard push off the ground, but that leg just cleanly snapped off her body like it was made of jelly. She stared in shock at her own severed leg, her eyes almost popping out of her head. If she weren't already a zombie, she'd probably have passed out from fear. The mutant was right in front of her now, mouth wide open, ready to chomp down on her face. She could already smell the foul stench of its saliva. Her hands were bound in cotton gloves, her zombie fangs trapped in a muzzle. She had no way to fight back. In that split second, a few leaves glowing faint green flew in from the left. With Chi Xing's powers, those delicate little leaves turned into razor-sharp blades that sliced straight through the mutant's deformed head, cutting off half of it in one go. The mutant's thin throat let out a piercing shriek. Wah, mommy, mommy. Zombie's weak point was always the head. Losing half its brain, the terrifying little creature let out one last scream and instantly went limp. A spray of putrid, milky white goo burst from its skull, splattering all over Jiang Zhaosu's face. She couldn't take it anymore. She bent over and started throwing up violently. Chi Xing walked over, kicked the little mutant off her body, and then stomped hard on its skull until it was completely crushed. Jiang Zhaoshu was still dry heaving as she watched Chi Xing, face blank, grinding the baby-shaped mutant's head into mush. Once she'd calmed down a little, Qi Xing squatted beside her and took off her muzzle. Jiang Zhaoshu sat there stunned, blankly staring at him. Fugui. Qi Xing pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket, helping her wipe the goo off her face while chuckling. You rushed up so boldly, I thought you had something up your sleeve. Turns out you just went in like a sacrificial lamb, huh? You know that a conscious little zombie like you is prime nutrition for a mutant to evolve, right? Chapter 12 Evolution. Qi Crossing was a smart guy. And smart people had a tendency to overthink and complicate things when they were deep in thought. So when he saw Jiang Zhaoshu wobbling her way to open the door, he honestly believed she had a plan to deal with the mutant outside. After all, he was essentially her protector now, and Jiang Zhaoshu had been acting so human in front of him. It didn't seem likely she'd miss something so obvious. For someone as clever as Qi Xing, it was unthinkable that a zombie like Jiang Zhaoshu, who had fear and awareness and a cowardly streak as wide as a canyon, wouldn't know that mutants evolved by devouring the crystal cores of both zombies and humans. In fact, some zombie crystal cores were even more attractive to them than human ones. So he came to a conclusion. Jiang Zhaoshu was probably risking herself on purpose, luring the mutant to buy him time to observe and defeat it. That was the first moment he actually started to trust her, just a little. After gently wiping her little face with a handkerchief, Qi Xing gave her a friendly smile and patted her on the shoulder. Fugui, you did good this time. I'll find something tasty for you later, make up for it. Jiang Zhaoshu, who had unknowingly earned Qi Xing's favor. It wasn't until Qi Xing said that Jiang Zhaoshu realized, turns out, cannibalism wasn't just a human thing. Zombies devoured each other too. Because of her ignorance and recklessness, she had lost her right leg. Even if she couldn't feel pain, the experience had been terrifying enough to shake her to the core. Only now did she truly grasp how brutal and dangerous the post-apocalyptic world really was. She was already a zombie, and she was still facing this many threats. She could die at any moment. The only relief was that, for once, Qi Xing, usually petty and sharp-tongued, didn't seem mad about her going to open the door. Jiang Zhaoshu let out a quiet sigh. She couldn't form full words, only let out garbled groans, pointing anxiously at her severed leg, asking Qi Xing for help. What was she supposed to do about her leg? She was already so weak, she couldn't afford to be a crippled zombie too. Yeah, this situation was definitely going to be a problem for their journey ahead. Qi Xing rubbed his chin, staring at her leg in thought. A few seconds later, he clapped his hands, an idea hitting him. Jiang Zhaoshu stared wide-eyed as Qi Xing turned around and crouched down, using his pale, pretty hand to rummage inside the crushed skull of the mutant baby on the ground, a gross mess of brain matter and pus. She could actually hear the sticky, sloshing sounds as his long, slender fingers stirred around in the goo. Her stomach turned violently, she almost threw up again. Not long after, Qi Xing pulled out what he'd been looking for. Colored stone about the size of a coin, pinched between two well-defined fingers. He wiped both the stone and his hand clean with a handkerchief, then held it up to her lips. Eat it, he said. Jiang Zhaoshu, how was this any different from eating literal s****? Seeing her hesitating, lips pursed in clear reluctance, Qi Xing patiently explained, it's a mutant crystal core. If you eat it, there's a chance you'll evolve. Your leg might regenerate. That caught her attention. Jiang Zhaoshu's expression shifted, eyes flicking to the softly glowing crystal between Qi Xing's fingers. Evolve? If she evolved, she'd become stronger. Maybe she wouldn't be so useless next time. If Qi Xing hadn't stepped in earlier, she might have ended up like her past self again, fading away like a brittle weed. Steeling herself, Jiang Zhaoshu leaned forward, parted her lips, and took the crystal core from his fingers with her mouth. She chewed a couple times, then swallowed it whole. As she did, her cold, damp zombie lips and sharp teeth brushed against Qi Xing's fingertips. That chilly, slick sensation made Qi Xing's pupils constrict slightly. A complex look flashed through his eyes. Even after he put his hand in her mouth, Jiang Zhaoshu didn't show any signs of attacking him. Maybe they really could live together, as long as she survived the wave of mutation energy. Under the dark night sky, Qi Xing looked at Jiang Zhaoshu, his gaze unreadable. There was something he hadn't told her. Swallowing a mutant's crystal core might help her evolve, but it might also overload her body with energy and blow her up from the inside. As the core slid down her throat, Jiang Zhaoshu felt a sudden warmth spread through her stomach. It was similar to the warmth she felt when eating flesh, but this time, it was different. The warmth grew hotter and hotter, like a fire igniting inside her belly. The heat scorched through her entire body, and Jiang Zhaoshu felt like her blood had turned into molten lava. For a zombie accustomed to low temperatures, this kind of heat was far more unbearable than losing a limb. Jiang Zhaoshu felt pain again. Her mind went blank from the burning, her black pupils rolling back as Shush wreathed on the floor, letting out raspy growls. If Qi Xing could understand zombie speak, he would have heard all the curses she was throwing his way. F***KU and your whole family, damn you, Qi Xing. Why didn't you warn me this was gonna hurt? At least give me a heads up next time. Sweat from fever and cold sweat from pain poured down her face in big droplets. She trembled uncontrollably, her teeth chattering. A vine slithered in and wrapped around her mouth, stopping her from biting off her tongue. Amidst the overwhelming pain, she heard Qi Xing cheering her on. Fugui, hang in there. You're almost through it. DMN it, DMN it, DMN it. Jiang Zhaoshu was hanging on purely out of hatred for Qi Xing. If she made it through this and got stronger, she wouldn't have to be afraid of him anymore. She could beat the crap out of that jerk herself. As the invisible waves of heat scorched her from the inside, her decaying body began to repair itself. Her pale zombie skin took on a faint pink hue, and even her severed legs started to regrow fresh flesh. Qi Xing reached over and pressed her broken leg back into place. The red, raw muscle seemed to come alive, clinging to the stiff limb. The heat spread further, and her dark purple leg turned hot and red, gradually becoming soft and healthy again. Jiang Zhaoshu let out hoarse sounds. Qi Xing thought she was still in pain and tried to comfort her, but when he saw her rubbing her stomach, realization dawned. Hungry? He asked. Hungry, so hungry. Her howl was barely more than a breath. Qi Xing lifted his arm, and a vine shot up to the window. A moment later, it dragged in the backpack filled with meat. As soon as he unzipped it, Jiang Zhaoshu, eyes glowing red, snatched it away. She was starving. She didn't care how she looked anymore. With both hands, she grabbed the meat and stuffed it into her mouth, devouring everything in seconds. But the unbearable hunger still scorched her insides like fire. Blood. Meat. She needed more. Jiang Zhaoshu's eyes glowed crimson in the dim night as she stared at Qi Xing, whose whole body reeked of sweet, delicious scent. Chapter 13 Fugui, do you think she will regret it? Jiang Zhaoshu's eyes were blood red as a threatening growl rumbled from her throat. She leapt forward and tackled Qi Xing to the ground. A wave of heat burst forth. Her palms were burning hot, and she was way stronger than before. Pinned beneath her, Qi Xing's arms were restrained beside his head. He was completely immobilized, his most vulnerable spots laid bare before her. It was a dangerous position, yet Qi Xing didn't seem alarmed at all. He even smiled gently and asked, Fugui, do you want to eat me? Yes, she really did. Jiang Zhaoshu was practically drooling, but when she looked at Qi Xing's dazzlingly handsome face, she forcibly shoved the desire down. No, she couldn't eat him. From a human perspective, Qi Xing had just saved her. If she ate him, she'd be completely abandoning her humanity. Even from a zombie's point of view, she couldn't beat him right now. Sure, it looked like she had the upper hand, but Qi Xing could summon vines at any moment and slice her up instantly like he did that mutant earlier. Whether human or zombie, she couldn't eat Qi Xing. Arg! The delicious meal was right in front of her, but Jiang Zhaoshu couldn't take a bite. Frustrated and in agony, she let out a howl, released Qi Xing, and settled for second best, lunging at the mutant nearby. Tears streamed down her face as she wailed in misery, feeling like the unluckiest soul in the world. The meat tasted so sour and bitter, even worse than the spoiled leftovers she used to eat as a kid. But her stomach was painfully empty. If she didn't eat something soon, she really wouldn't be able to stop herself from attacking Qi. And if that happened, she'd be dead. She might as well eat sh*t instead. Qi sat up and looked at Jiang Zhaoshu, who was kneeling on the ground, sobbing her heart out while still gnawing at the mutant. His expression twitched. The whole scene was horrifying. But because Jiang Zhaoshu was crying so pitifully, tears as wide as noodles streaming down her face, as she did something so grotesque, it had this weird, creepy kind of dark humor to it. "I'll go look around and find you something else," Qi said and headed toward the residential area. Without thinking, Jiang Zhaoshu grabbed the mutant and trotted after him. Yeah, right. What if another mutant showed up after Qi left? What the hell was she gonna do then? That last mutant smelled human because it was soaked in human blood. There had to be someone nearby. They searched 2 homes and found 2 corpses in the storage room of a self-built house. The bodies hadn't been dead long, but they looked like they'd starved to death, skin and bones. Later, Qi brought back another corpse, this one incomplete. It was a pregnant woman. There was a gaping hole in her stomach, like something had burst out from inside. Jiang Zhaoshu immediately thought of the small, low-powered mutant blob they fought earlier. That was probably its mom. Qi said the same thing. Her internal organs are all gone, probably eaten by the mutant. Qi looked down at the terrified expression frozen on the woman's face and, for once, let a bit of genuine emotion slip through. "I saw syringes in her room. She was feeding zombies with her blood. Doing dumb sh*t like that. No surprise she ended up being eaten by the thing she raised. Fugui, do you think she regretted it before she died? That's just how the apocalypse is, cruel, brutal, messy, love and hate tangled up together. You'd fight side by side with someone, only to be stabbed in the back at any moment. Or a mother might still refuse to give up on her child, even after it's turned into a zombie. Jiang Zhaoshu was an orphan. She never knew what parental love felt like. She scraped by on her own in society just trying to survive. She never cared much for all those emotions, and becoming a zombie didn't change that. But still, Qi was human. Seeing things like this must have hit a nerve. She thought he was getting emotional, and just as she was about to howl a few comforting sounds at him, Qi said, "Well, since things turned out this way, Fugui, why don't you do one more good deed? Help them reunite. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone." Jiang Zhaoshu, fair enough, discharged from the hospital. Once the burning sensation in her gut eased up, Jiang Zhaoshu felt something weird happening inside her body. An indescribable energy slid down from her throat and merged with the heat flowing through her veins, spreading through every corner of her body. The warm current kept circling and flushing through her bloodstream. At some point, the decaying flesh on her face and body had fully healed, her skin restored to its original softness and pale complexion. Aside from the dirt on her face and the fangs in her mouth, Jiang Zhaoshu now looked almost human again. While all that was happening, Qi, who couldn't sit still, had gone treasure hunting through the house. When he came back and saw the new Jiang Zhaoshu, he jumped. "Who are you? Where's my Fugui? Jiang Zhaoshu." Rah! Jiang Zhaoshu couldn't see herself and had no idea what she looked like now, so she let out a confused snarl at Qi. "I am Fugui." Qi peeked into her mouth. "Kid, you've got cavities." "Bullshit, you've got cavities." Jiang Zhaoshu's little face turned red with rage. She barked at him again, "Rah!" Seeing her flustered and furious, Qi burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, I'm just messing with you. Fugui, big bro's teasing you." He cupped her chin in one hand and wiped the dried blood from her face with a handkerchief in the other. "So this is what you looked like when you were alive, huh?" Since she'd taken a while to eat, the blood had dried on her face. Qi was scrubbing a bit hard. Jiang Zhaoshu squinted from the rough wipe, shook her head, and tilted it in confusion at Qi. He said, "Didn't expect you to be kinda cute. Not bad. That was actually a compliment." Back when she was alive, Jiang Zhaoshu had always been malnourished, thin and small, not what anyone would call sexy or beautiful. She had single eyelids, big round eyes, a tiny nose, and a small mouth. The best you could say was she looked neat. Her only nice feature was her pale skin. But because she was anemic, her lips were pale too. It made her look like a ghost. In school, some annoying boys used to call her ghost and run around howling like idiots. She was always too busy with school and part-time jobs to care about those childish pranks. Come to think of it, Qi Xing was her first close contact with a guy. And this was the first time she'd ever been called cute by one. Not that it made her happy, she just thought Qi Xing was acting nuts again. She knew what she looked like and what he looked like, wasn't she self-aware? Was mocking her that fun? But actually, Qi Xing wasn't teasing her this time. His own little sister had been way too rebellious. He'd always wanted a sister like Jiang Zhaoshu, timid, silly, and adorable. Looks like you evolved successfully. Qi Xing scanned Jiang Zhaoshu's refreshed appearance and asked, Fugui, do you feel any changes in your body? Like maybe you awakened some kind of storage space ability or something. As a hoarder at heart, Qi Xing dreamed of spatial powers. That way, he could toss all his junk in there instead of lugging it around in his bag every day like it was killing him. Jiang Zhaoshu looked totally lost. Rao. Aside from having her leg reattached and not being so hungry anymore, she didn't feel anything different. Chapter 14. Fire Elementalist. After finding out that Jiang Zhaoshu hadn't awakened any superpowers, Qi Xing looked visibly disappointed. Later, while out scavenging for supplies, Qi Xing kept muttering like a cranky old man, that's not right. If there's a crystal core, there should be powers. No powers awakened, then what kind of ability did that little mutant have? How's that even possible? He nagged so much that Jiang Zhaoshu's ears were about to grow calluses. At first, she did feel a little ashamed for absorbing a crystal core, but not getting any stronger. She really started thinking she was kind of useless. But that tiny bit of guilt evaporated completely under Qi Xing's endless late-night rambling. So what if she was useless? It wasn't like this was the first day she'd been useless. She was a zombie now anyway. If she didn't make it, she'd die. Big deal. Of course, if she could survive, she didn't exactly want to die either. After realizing that even zombies could be in danger in the post-apocalyptic world, Jiang Zhaoshu decisively ditched the flashy convertible and picked out a modest grey and white wooling minivan instead, determined to cling to life in this perilous world. Qi Xing didn't really care either way, but he was pretty pleased that the van could carry way more junk than the convertible. Once they packed up, the next day the human and the zombie hit the road again. Truthfully, Jiang Zhaoshu had no idea where Qi Xing was planning to take her. He hadn't told her anything about it. But after what happened with the mutant last night, Qi Xing's attitude toward her was oddly better. While driving, he started chatting with her and even brought up his little sister. Mentioning his family, Qi Xing, who was usually ruthless to both survivors and zombies alike, suddenly showed a rare hint of human softness. My sister was only 14 when we got separated. About your age now. I wonder how she's doing. Jiang Zhaoshu, who told this guy she was 14. She was an adult, okay. Just short. Since when did short equal 14? Qi Xing kept his eyes on the road, completely missing Jiang Zhaoshu's weird expression, and went on, we're in Zone C now. I've already searched every survivor base here, and I haven't seen a trace of my sister. I heard there's another base in Zone A, down south. They're taking in more survivors. I'm planning to check it out. Jiang Zhaoshu couldn't care less about where they were going. She was more worried about whether she'd have lunch or not. After becoming a zombie, eating had become her top priority. The meat Qi Xing stocked for her last night was already gone. She hadn't eaten all morning, and now her throat was dry and her stomach was churning with acid. Qi Xing hadn't put the muzzle on her today. She was starting to worry that if she didn't eat something soon, she might lose control and go after Qi Xing. She really didn't want to do that. Going after Qi Xing would only end one way, death. She didn't want to die. Gruan Jiang Zhaoshu held her stomach with both hands and let out a weak moan. Fugi's hungry again. Gruan raising a zombie was no easy task. She ate more than a pig and was more work than a younger sister. Qi Xing sighed and slowed the car, scanning the area for any signs of life. They were in the countryside, wide open and sparsely populated. Not just people, zombies were rare too. After another 30 minutes, Qi Xing suddenly spotted a truck by the roadside. 2 men were standing next to it, waving their arms high in the air. Jiang Zhaoshu and Qi Xing's eyes lit up at the same time. Food and gear, just like that, it had come to them. The shabby van rolled to a stop on the right side of the road. Life in the post-apocalypse was tough, and most people kept to themselves. So when they saw the van actually stop for them, the 2 men were overjoyed and rushed over. Unaware that Jiang Zhaoshu and Qi Xing inside the car were just as excited. Ahum ahum. Qi Xing cleared his throat loudly and quickly adjusted his expression before turning to Jiang Zhaoshu. Wipe your drool, act normal. Raw Jiang Zhaoshu, who could already smell meat, quickly coughed too, swallowing both her drool and the growl of excitement bubbling in her throat. The car windows had protective film, so the outside couldn't see in. When Qi Xing rolled the window down, he instantly switched from his usual self to the timid version from when they first met. With a soft, gentle voice, he said to the 2 men outside, "Hi, is something wrong?" The transformation was so dramatic that Jiang Zhaoshu's jaw nearly hit the floor. The 2 men were in their 30s or 40s, in their prime, and their muscular builds made Jiang Zhaoshu subconsciously swallow her saliva. Seeing only a pretty, frail-looking man and a small girl inside the van, the 2 men exchanged a look. The buzz-cut man spoke first. "Hey little bro, our truck got a flat. Can you give us a lift? We just need to grab a spare tire from home." The square-jawed man chimed in, "Our village isn't far from here. If you help us out, I've got some bread at home, happy to share with you too." Bread, in the post-apocalypse, was practically a delicacy. Qi Xing's eyes widened with delight. "Really? My sister and I haven't eaten in ages." Groral Jiang Zhaoshu, her face hidden under a hoodie, added in a perfectly timed stomach growl. Seeing them both go wide-eyed at the mention of bread, the man laughed heartily. "Of course. I'm Zhu Long. When I say something, I mean it." "That's really generous of you, big bro. We really appreciate it." Qi Xing smiled and waved him on. "Hop in." The 2 men climbed into the back of the van. But the rear space was crammed with all sorts of junk Qi Xing had collected, so they had to squeeze in tightly. "Looks like you guys are moving house," Squarejaw said, eyeing the messy pile of stuff. "Can't believe you're carrying this much junk in the apocalypse." "Yeah." Qi Xing, driving one-handed, gave Jiang Zhaoshu's hand a squeeze to tell her to stay calm, then casually answered. "The city we lived in got overrun by zombies. It took everything we had to escape. We're just looking for a safer place now." The buzz-cut man said, "Our village is real safe. No zombies at all. You could move there." "No zombies?" Qi Xing feigned surprise. "No way. These DYS even the bases aren't safe." "Li Hu's a superpowered ability user. He wiped out all the zombies in our village," Squarejaw replied. Hearing it was a superpowered guy, Jiang Zhaoshu, who'd just been sulking about Qi Xing not letting her attack, immediately shrank back and behaved. Qi Xing narrowed his fox-like eyes, stealing a glance at the buzz-cut guy through the rearview mirror. "Whoa, your big bro's amazing." Buzz-cut puffed up proudly. "No big deal." Qi Xing casually asked, "What kind of power does Li Hu have?" Confident in his strength and clearly enjoying the attention, Buzz-cut lifted a finger, and a small flame flared at the tip as he said, "Fire." Qi Xing, Jiang Zhaoshu, well, **T. Even someone like her, who knew nothing about powers, knew that fire is born from wood, and wood gets wrecked by fire. Chapter 15. A tough guy for money and murder tried to kill and rob the wrong guy this time. Once she realized the buzz-cut guy had fire-type powers and that Qi Xing might not be able to take on the 2 men, Jiang Zhaoshu immediately chickened out. Missing lunch wasn't a big deal. She didn't want Qi Xing throwing his life away. She was still counting on him to find her a proper feast. The two of them couldn't die here. Jiang Zhaoshu tilted her little face up to look at Qi Xing and secretly tugged on his sleeve with a terrified expression. Qi Xing glanced back at her, his fox-like eyes curling slightly as he mouthed, "It's okay." After that, the atmosphere inside the car turned stiff. The square-jawed guy was the more talkative of the two. He started the conversation again, looking at Jiang Zhaoshu, whose head was tucked under her hoodie. "Little bro, is this your real sister?" "Ha ha," Qi Xing chuckled and replied, "Yeah." The square-jawed man stared at Jiang Zhaoshu and licked his lips. "She looks pretty young. How old is your sister?" Qi Xing answered, "She's 14. So fresh, huh?" Since the two men got in the car, their previously honest demeanor had taken a sleazy turn. Whatever they were thinking now made them chuckle creepily. That weird, malicious laughter made Jiang Zhaoshu extremely uncomfortable. Even without looking, she knew those two men were staring at her. Qi Xing obviously noticed too. Buzzcut guy spoke again. "Why do you keep answering for her? Why doesn't she talk?" Qi Xing's voice turned much colder. "My sister had a serious illness when she was little. She hasn't been able to talk since." "That's so sad." The buzzcut guy clicked his tongue, but his face showed no trace of sympathy. His triangular eyes darted back and forth between Jiang Zhaoshu and Qi Xing. As they chatted, they arrived at the village. Qi Xing drove the car into the village under the buzzcut man's direction. Just like the two guys said, the place was eerily quiet. Not even the growl of a zombie could be heard. As they passed a self-built house, buzzcut guy said, "Here we are. This is my place." Though it was a village home, the building was surprisingly grand. A 3-story mini-mansion with a wide courtyard and luxurious decor. It clearly belonged to someone loaded. Everyone else got out of the car, and Jiang Zhaoshu unbuckled her seatbelt to follow. But Qi Xing gestured for her to stay put. "Hey bros, I'll go in and grab the bread with you. My sister's shy, so it's better she waits in the car. Let her come too. If a mute like her runs into a zombie, she won't even be able to scream." The square-jawed guy and buzzcut dude exchanged a knowing look and laughed. "Come to think of it, I've never heard a mute scream before, ha ha ha." Qi Xing's face turned icy. He snapped, "Watch your mouth." At this point, Jiang Zhaoshu didn't need Qi Xing to point it out. These two were clearly up to no good. Just a couple of scumbags lying in wait on the road. Now that they were at the door, the two men dropped the act and started shoving Qi Xing. "Cut the crap. Make your sister get out." Seeing Qi Xing get pushed around like some powerless pushover, Jiang Zhaoshu bit her lip, jumped out from the passenger side, and ran over to him like a little bird before leaping into his arms. Qi Xing immediately bent down and hugged her tightly, covering her ears with both hands as he whispered, "Fugui, don't be scared." Being wrapped in his warm embrace, Jiang Zhaoshu felt briefly touched, though she would have appreciated it more if he didn't keep calling her Fugui. The two of them clinging to each other in panic really did look like a pair of weak siblings. Buzzcut guy opened the house door, and he and square-jawed man shoved him inside. Jiang Zhaoshu clung to Qi Xing's hand, pressing herself against him. As soon as they stepped into the courtyard, a strong scent of blood hit her nose. This pretty little house, they'd definitely killed a lot of people inside. She tugged Qi Xing's hand and shot him a glance. "These guys are trouble. We should get out of here." Qi Xing turned his head and winked at her with those fox-like eyes. "Relax, let's see if they really have bread." Jiang Zhaoshu was speechless. What a greedy brat. Even now, Qi Xing was still thinking about bread. He was even greedier than her, a zombie. Once inside, the smell of blood got even stronger, making Jiang Zhaoshu's eyes turn red as she swallowed her saliva non-stop. Just how many people did they kill to fill the place with this much blood scent? The hunger she'd already been feeling became almost unbearable. Her eyes were red, face pale, nose twitching as she sniffed the air, drool practically dripping from her mouth, her zombie nature in full display. Noticing something was off, Qi Xing quickly pulled her into his arms before the two men noticed. Her face suddenly got buried in Qi Xing's chest, and the overpowering bloody stench was drowned out by his scent. She'd tasted a lot of people before, but Jiang Zhaoshu had a strong feeling Qi Xing's flesh probably tasted better than any of them. Once she got stronger and could beat him, she had to try his meat. Which meant they couldn't die here today. Jiang Zhaoshu wrapped her arms around Qi Xing's narrow waist and shook her head slightly. Then she wriggled out from his arms just enough to peek at the buzz-cut guy walking ahead. She silently estimated their chances of winning if she and Qi Xing teamed up. Qi Xing looked down and saw her hugging him tightly, but baring her teeth at buzz-cut guy with red eyes, he couldn't help but press his lips together. Did she really think they couldn't win against those two? She even signaled him to run earlier. So dumb. Kinda cute. He found this little zombie more and more entertaining. What to do? Buzz-cut guy and square-jawed man forced them into the basement. Most places had lost power in the post-apocalyptic world, and the basement was pitch black except for a single candle providing dim light. The narrow hallway was cold, dark, and reeked of a fermented sewer stench that stung their eyes. Even Qi Xing, who could watch her eat people without flinching, couldn't help but gag. Seeing the scene, Jiang Zhaoshu's heart sank. Were there plants down here? Could Qi Xing use his vine powers? The basement door was chained shut with thick, sturdy iron links. Weak moaning leaked from within. Buzz-cut guy pulled out a key and unlocked the chains. Clang, the chains scraped the concrete floor with a cold, grating sound. With the barrier gone, the moaning grew louder. A hellish scene unfolded before their eyes. Dozens of naked men and women were chained in the corners on dried hay, their eyes blank, faces pale and emaciated. The space had no privacy at all. Everything could be seen. The floor and walls were smeared with blood and feces, the stench chokingly foul. Some of their chests and thighs had been cut so deep that the bones were exposed. That overwhelming bloody scent Jiang Zhaoshu had picked up earlier. This was the source. When the iron door opened, some looked at them with terror, others expressionless, their eyes drifting back to the corpses lying on the hay, bodies flayed beyond recognition. It was as if they were seeing their own future. Even Jiang Zhaoshu couldn't take it anymore. She held her throat and threw up. Chapter 16. The good man Qi Xing gently patted her back, his expression cold as he looked at the buzz-cut guy. This is the bread you talked about. Buzzcut and the square-faced man trailing behind him exchanged glances, then burst out laughing. This dumb SS is still dreaming about bread. Buzzcut swaggered over to Qi Xing, slapping his face with a mocking hand. Pretty boy, this is the F*King post-apocalyptic world, not the peaceful old days. Even I don't have any damn bread. Where do you think I'd find it for you? You look decent though. Stick with me, and while there's no bread, I'll make sure you get all the meat you can eat. Ha ha ha. Qi Xing narrowed his eyes slightly, a flash of cold killing intent flitting through his pitch-black pupils. At this point, he felt that letting these two die quickly would be letting him off too easy. Squareface had been eyeing Jiang Zhaoshu in Qi Xing's arms the whole time. He suddenly reached for her shoulder and said, I ain't into dudes. I want this little girl. Almost touched by his disgusting hand, Jiang Zhaoshu couldn't take it anymore. She opened her mouth and bit down on Squareface's wrist. Her complexion could no longer pass for human. The pale skin turned ghastly and stiff, her eyes shifting to blood red, and a terrifying growl came from her throat. Squareface reacted fast, jerking his hand back immediately. The moment he saw the sharp fangs in Jiang Zhaoshu's mouth, he jumped back in fright and shouted at Buzzcut, Li Hu. This kid is a zombie. A zombie? Buzzcut's face instantly changed. He raised his hand and flung a fireball at Jiang Zhaoshu. Probably because Qi Xing had always looked weak and frail, Buzzcut didn't guard against him. But Qi Xing moved swiftly. He scooped up Jiang Zhaoshu with one arm, dodged the fireball with a quick sidestep, then lifted his leg and sent Buzzcut flying 3 meters into the wall. Qi Xing's physique was enhanced, and he could snap wrist bones in a blink. Buzzcut wasn't enhanced at all. His head and back slammed into the wall with a sickening crunch. His spine snapped. His eyes rolled back, and he spat out a massive mouthful of blood. The 10 or so men and women huddled in the corner screamed in terror. Chi Xing hooked his finger, and the withered grass in the corner suddenly sprang to life. It shot through the air, smacking Buzzcut's face and body relentlessly. That grass hadn't been changed in who knows how long. It was soaked in filth and bodily fluids. The stinking straw plastered itself over Buzzcut's nose and mouth, suffocating him. Panicked and gasping, he fumbled to ignite the grass clinging to him. The moment the fire touched the straw, it went up in flames. Buzzcut became a human torch, rolling on the floor screaming in agony. The air filled with the mouth-watering aroma of grilled meat. Li Hu, to his credit, Squareface didn't run when he saw his buddy go down like that. He grabbed a metal rod from outside the door and charged at Chi Xing, veins bulging on his neck. "I'll King kill you." Jiang Zhaoshu, still held in Chi Xing's arms, was facing his direction. Seeing Squareface charging, she immediately wrapped her arms around Chi Xing's neck and turned his face toward the danger, warning him. Chi Xing spun around smoothly and, with no rush, pulled a handgun from his pocket, the one he'd taken from a now-dead teammate. His slender finger didn't hesitate as he pulled the trigger. Bang! Squareface's hand, holding the rod, was instantly pierced by a bullet. The rod dropped to the ground, and his entire arm trembled uncontrollably. He clutched his arm, howling in agony, "Ah!" Bang bang, 2 more shots. Both of Squareface's knees were blown out. Screaming, he collapsed to the floor. 2F** King maggots. Chi Xing had dropped all pretense now. His face was icy, and he looked at the writhing Squareface like he was staring at a bug. His lips parted, and he spat out those 4 cold words. Jiang Zhaoshu, still in his arms, also let out a feral growl at the now crippled Squareface. Or Wu. Maggot. Scumbag. The captives cowering in the corner stared wide-eyed. This beautiful and delicate-looking man had just wiped the floor with the 2 bullies who had tormented them. Their eyes filled with hope as they knelt and begged, "Kind sir, please save us, please." Chi Xing looked down at Jiang Zhaoshu in his arms. "Want them as food storage?" Jiang Zhaoshu. These people begged the wrong guy. Jiang Zhaoshu shook her head. Forget it. They were already pitiful enough. Giving them hope only to crush it wasn't her thing. Besides, they were all scrawny. No meat. Not worth the effort or the dental wear. What really piqued her interest were Buzzcut and Squareface. She let out 2 excited howls, signaling Chi Xing to let her down. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she ran toward the unconscious Squareface. She was about to sink her teeth into his neck when Chi Xing called out, "Fugui." They were just about to dig in. Why interrupt now? Jiang Zhaoshu turned her head. Chi Xing tossed her his dagger. "Slice it off and eat it. That way he won't die and the meat stays fresh longer." Jiang Zhaoshu. Holy *T, genius. While Jiang Zhaoshu happily carved meat on her end, Chi Xing picked up the iron rod and walked over to the corner. He first swung the rod like a golf club, knocking Buzzcut's charred corpse aside. Then he wrapped the chain around the rod and yanked hard. The sturdy iron chain holding the prisoners snapped instantly. The prisoners thought they'd met their savior. They wept and poured out their thanks. Then they heard Chi Xing speak slowly and calmly. "Go up to the village and gather food and gas for me. If you don't come back." He raised the hand holding the gun and aimed at someone lying nearby. A mangled body with an emptied-out gut and missing limbs, still whimpering in pain. Bang! The groans stopped instantly. The deafening gunshot and acrid smell of gunpowder filled the air. Everyone present froze in fear, trembling uncontrollably. This is what'll happen to you. Chapter 17 Cannibalism. These people had been starving in the basement for who knows how long. Most were barely clinging to life, just skin and bones. Some didn't even have the strength to lift themselves off the floor. Chi Xing wasn't the kind of guy who'd make the ox plow the field, but not let it eat grass. He wasn't completely heartless. So, he kicked Buzzcut over to them. With a cold, sharp gaze, Chi Xing swept over the group of emaciated survivors. His tone was icy and flat. "If you've got strength, start working." The men and women kneeling on the ground had originally thought he was some savior sent from the heavens. They never expected this was just one predator devouring another. These people were either villagers or passers-by like Qi Xing and Jiang Zhaoshu, who had once tried to help Buzzcut and Square Jaw. In return, they were knocked out, tied up, and kept here like walking food reserves. Even the kindest souls would change after enduring the physical and mental torment of that basement. Now, watching the man who used to abuse his power and humiliate them, Buzzcut, reduced to this charred mess, they all felt a satisfying wave of vindication. Buzzcut lay sprawled on the ground, completely scorched by fire. His blackened skin and flesh were giving off a mouth-watering roasted meat smell. At first, Qi Xing's cold words left the crowd in stunned silence, but then, they started glancing at each other. Each person could see the other's Adam's apple bob. Over on the side, Jiang Zhaoshu had already started eating. The sound of her chewing echoed clearly. A few seconds passed in silence, then someone took a tentative step toward Buzzcut. Another reached out a bony hand, fingers like claws, and grabbed his muscular thigh. Once one person made a move, the rest swarmed like beasts, eyes gleaming gren as they descended on him and pinned his limbs down. Ah! The pain shocked Buzzcut awake. He opened his eyes and saw what was happening to him, his guts twisted in horror. He writhed helplessly on the ground, screaming in agony. "No, don't touch me. Get away, you animals, you king monsters." But his body was broken, bones shattered, limbs paralyzed. He was finished. No matter how hard he struggled, to the others it looked no different than a maggot writhing before death. No one responded to his pleas. And so, in that nightmare of terror and pain, Buzzcut died with bulging, bloodshot eyes, staring wide in rage and fear. Jiang Zhaoshu heard his screams and turned to see his state. Her eyes flew wide open, like the sky had collapsed. Grand DMN, it wasn't Buzzcut hers. Qi Xing had people collecting food for him, and now he was offering her food to others. He stood there completely calm, watching the scene unfold like it was some grand performance. Jiang Zhaoshu, squatting on the ground, scrambled up and ran over, tugging at his sleeve. When Qi Xing looked down at her, she pointed her dagger at Buzzcut and bounced anxiously on her feet, growling, "Rah-ah-ah-ah-ah." "That's mine. Mine." After a couple days with her, Qi Xing had picked up some basic zombie speak. "You already have one. You want this one too? Rah." "Yes. He's too dirty." Qi Xing patted her back in a coaxing tone, like talking to a child. "Let them have him, Fugui. Let it go." Ah. Only reason the guy was so disgusting was because Qi Xing had insisted on using dried grass smeared with poop to slap him in the face when his powers wouldn't work right. Not only high damage, max humiliation too. Just imagining how his face and mouth were probably covered in filth, Jiang Zhaoshu had to admit. Yeah, okay. Maybe not. One square jaw was enough. She'd just been worried about going hungry again and losing control. Stocking up a little extra made sense. Once the group regained a bit of strength, they went upstairs into the village to look for food and fuel for Qi Xing. With their stash now halved, Jiang Zhaoshu immediately felt she had to start saving. She stopped eating once she was only half full. Square Jaw's pants had been shredded by her dagger. All he had left was a pair of tight briefs. Qi Xing caught a glimpse and frowned slightly. He had a little sister too. Thinking about the way those two guys had looked at Jiang Zhaoshu earlier made his stomach churn with disgust. After she stood up, Qi Xing suddenly scooped her into his arms. He was much taller than her. With his hands tucked under her arms, he lifted her like a doll, grinning. "Fugui, did you ever go to an amusement park when you were little?" Jiang Zhaoshu, unable to guess what weird thing he was up to this time. Qi Xing said, "Big bro will take you for a ride." He gave a slight lift of his arms, effortlessly tossing her into the air. Her body left the ground like she'd been launched off a trampoline. She soared up, then came crashing back down, right onto Square Jaw's stomach. Even though she was small, she still weighed 70 or 80 pounds. Add gravity and the drop. Square Jaw, who'd already screamed himself hoarse, took the full blow to his softest spot. He looked like a beached fish, eyes bulging, mouth gaping, features contorting. No sound came out. A spray of yellow-green bile shot from his mouth, with foam leaking from the corners. See, trampoline. Qi Xing smiled. Was that fun? Jiang Zhaosu, being treated like a damn beach ball. Excuse me, sir. If you want to relive your childhood, jump on your own. Don't use her as a toy, okay? Thanks. Qi Xing bounced her a few more times, but seeing that she didn't look the least bit excited and instead gave him a blank, deadpan stare, he clicked his tongue in annoyance. Fugui, you're so young. Why are you acting like a grumpy little zombie? No fun at all. Jiang Zhaoshu rolled her eyes at him and didn't even bother responding. She was an adult. It's not her fault he was blind and couldn't tell. TSK. When you're hungry, you're all over me yelling for food. But once you're full, you ignore me. The moment they were alone, Qi Xing dropped the cold, distant persona and went right back to his usual shameless self. His voice got all sticky sweet, with an upward lilt at the end as he teased her. So heartless, Fugui. You broke Geji's heart. Rah. Drop dead. Since he couldn't understand her anyway, Jiang Zhaoshu cursed him out without hesitation. But this sneaky, cunning man, who seemed to have 800 backup brain cells, blinked his long lashes like he could read minds and said innocently, Fugui, did you just curse at Gege? Little kids shouldn't say bad words. Jiang Zhaoshu. When she guiltily glanced away, Qi Xing knew he'd nailed it. Fugui's being naughty. Like petting a cat, he scooped her up tight, planted a hand on her head, and ruffled her already bird's nest hair into an even worse mess. Jiang Zhaoshu struggled a bit, but when it was clear she couldn't break free, she just let him have his way. The basement air was stale and foul. After a couple more jokes, Qi Xing carried her up the stairs. Jiang Zhaoshu lay against his chest, her wide eyes peeking over his sharply defined shoulder, watching as they slowly left the cold, damp basement behind. Her body was icy cold, but Qi Xing's arms were warm. With a full belly, warmth spread through her stomach. If things could keep going like this, maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Chapter 18. No time for sentimentality. Having someone to order around was such a blessing. In just 2 hours, the people in the basement had already gathered nearly all the food from every household in the village. Qi Xing ended up with 2 big bags of food and 4 boxes of gasoline. Aside from the bread he had been craving, he even found a few packs of vegetable seeds, an unexpected bonus. This stash was enough to feed him alone for over half a month. With supplies suddenly abundant, Qi Xing was in a great mood. He dropped the cold act and turned on the charm, smiling pleasantly at everyone. He pulled out a wallet from his pocket, opened it to reveal a photo inside, and asked the group if anyone had seen the girl in the picture. It was a group photo. As Qi Xing took it out, Jiang Zhaoshu, who was standing beside him, quietly tiptoed to sneak a glance at the image. It showed a young man and a little girl. The guy was clearly Qi Xing. He looked younger in the photo, barely an adult, dressed in a blue and white school uniform, with a slightly youthful and inexperienced vibe. In his arms was a little girl. She looked about 7 or 8 years old, with long curly hair, a puffy dress, and the look of a porcelain doll. Her features were delicate, her skin fair, and her beautiful, radiant fox-like eyes looked almost identical to Qi Xing's. They were clearly siblings. Both were looking at the camera. Qi Xing wore a bright, gentle smile, but the little girl was expressionless, her small hand clinging to his shirt, eyes filled with confusion. So Qi Xing's sister was this pretty and adorable. No wonder someone as cold, ruthless, and seemingly emotionless as Qi Xing would always soften when talking about his sister. His eyes and tone would naturally turn gentle. Watching Qi Xing walk up to people one by one with the photo, Jiang Zhaoshu, whose belly was finally full, suddenly felt hungry again, her stomach churning with soreness. She was kind of jealous. Even though she'd long grown used to being alone and didn't think it was necessarily a bad thing, whenever she saw others with family or friends, Jiang Zhaoshu, who had always been by herself, couldn't help but feel a tiny pang of envy. Such a cute, beautiful little sister, and Qi Xing still managed to lose her. What a careless brother. Though it did seem like he hadn't given up on finding her, even in the post-apocalyptic world, he was still searching. Did he think that would make her feel sorry for him? Nope. The thought that Qi Xing might be suffering because of it actually made Jiang Zhaoshu feel a little more at peace. If you never had something to begin with, you'd never know how terrifying it is to lose it. Thank goodness her parents ditched her early. She didn't even remember what they looked like, so there was nothing to feel sad about. Now, whenever she thought of her deadbeat parents, all Jiang Zhaoshu felt was resentment. She hoped their lives would suck forever. Qi Xing asked around but didn't get any useful answers. When he turned back, he saw Jiang Zhaoshu squatting by the courtyard pond, poking at the ground with a twig. The little zombie's frail body was curled up like a malnourished kitten. She was way too skinny. Every time Qi Xing picked her up, it felt like lifting an empty plastic bag. Who knew what kind of life this girl had before? What kind of parents let their kid grow up like this? Even if you don't force a kid to eat, they shouldn't end up this thin. Qi Xing closed his wallet, stuffed the photo back into his pocket, and waved the others away. Then he walked over to Jiang Zhaoshu with his long legs. Fugui, what are you up to? He bent down to look at what she was drawing on the ground. After turning into a zombie, Jiang Zhaoshu's fingers weren't very nimble. She could barely hold the twig, and her drawings were all crooked and shaky. Still, you could tell she'd drawn two twisted-looking people. After finishing the sketch, she angrily drew two big X's over their faces. Biestids who give birth, but don't raise their kids. Irresponsible SCM bag couple. Death penalty. Seeing the sketch Jiang Zhaoshu had etched out with the twig, Qi Xing looked surprised. Fugui, you know how to draw. He was standing right behind her, bent down close enough to almost touch. Jiang Zhaoshu was still deeply immersed in her imaginary courtroom trial against her scummy parents and hadn't noticed his approach. Then his cool, magnetic voice suddenly echoed by her ear. Startled out of her thoughts, Jiang Zhaoshu jerked up. But her legs had gone numb from squatting too long. Off balance, she plopped right onto the ground. Qi Xing, who was only casually asking, almost got knocked over by her. He felt something brush across his lips, and his fox-like eyes widened a little. He instinctively touched his mouth. Staring in a daze for a couple of seconds, Qi Xing looked down at Jiang Zhaoshu sitting on the ground. She was still holding the twig, looking totally dazed. Qi Xing didn't hold back and laughed at her. A zombie that gets scared this easily? You're so dumb, Fugui. TCH. Who said zombies couldn't be timid? And it was his fault for sneaking up on her like that, causing her to fall. Aru. Fuming, Jiang Zhaoshu chucked the twig at Qi Xing and let out a furious growl. She didn't bare her teeth though. She was mad, but didn't dare show it fully. She still remembered Qi Xing's threat. If she ever bared her teeth at him again, he'd yank him out and shove them into her eye sockets. She wasn't about to bet her teeth on it. Angry now. Qi Xing grinned and crouched down to pick her up, patting the dirt off her clothes. Then he picked up the twig she dropped, swiftly cleaned off the splinters with his dagger, and handed the smooth stick back to her. He slung an arm around her shoulders and tilted his head to look at the drawings. Are these your parents? He asked. You could tell even from that mess. Jiang Zhaoshu was shocked. Back in school, she ranked near the top in every subject, except art. Her abstract masterpieces had always given her art teacher headaches. No one ever understood her artistic genius. And now, in this messed up world, she'd actually found someone who got it. Jiang Zhaoshu nodded, and her irritation with Qi Xing disappeared. Why the excess on their faces? Qi Xing asked, unusually sensitive to emotions. Did they treat you badly? Jiang Zhaoshu thought for a moment, then shook her head. They dumped her at the orphanage right after she was born. She didn't even remember what they looked like, so what was the point of judging if they were good or bad? Qi Xing met Jiang Zhaoshu's clear, jet-black eyes. She was a zombie, but her eyes weren't like those low-level ones that only knew how to hunt. Her gaze was bright, alive, always full of emotion. But now, all he saw was confusion and emptiness. That familiar look made his heart jolt. He gently stroked her pale, skinny little face and said softly, "It's okay. I'll treat you well from now on." Jiang Zhaoshu looked back at him. This time, Qi Xing wasn't wearing his usual careless smirk. His charming, fox-like eyes were gentle and serious as they met hers. But the person he was seeing through her wasn't her. Who was Qi Xing looking at in that moment? Whatever, it didn't matter. Jiang Zhaoshu hooked her arms around his neck, pretending to cuddle close as she buried her face in his chest, greedily soaking up the warmth of his body. As long as Qi Xing was willing to protect her and feed her meat, that was all she needed. In this world, survival was everything. Every extra day you lived was a win. There was no room left to get all sentimental. Chapter 19. Ice Elementalist Qi Xing didn't stay long in the village. After gathering enough supplies, he tossed Jiang Zhaoshu's rations and that square-jawed guy onto the backseat along with his other goods, then hit the road again with her. He was in such a rush that Jiang Zhaoshu couldn't help but feel like something was chasing him, something ghostly. When he learned she could draw, Qi Xing found her some paper and a pen, telling her she could draw or write down anything on her mind. That's when it finally hit Jiang Zhaoshu. She could actually communicate with Qi Xing through writing. But when she held the gel pen and looked at the blank sheet of paper, she hesitated for a long time. In the end, she didn't write anything. If she'd thought of this earlier, maybe she would have told him right away that she was actually human. But after everything that had happened over the past couple of days, her worldview had completely collapsed and rebuilt itself. Now, she honestly didn't think she counted as human anymore. She couldn't control her craving for blood as a zombie. She had to consume humans to survive. That alone meant she had already betrayed humanity. Besides, Qi Xing wasn't exactly your typical good guy either. He was sharp and decisive when it came to killing, and never hesitated. The reason he let her live clearly wasn't out of kindness. It was because he thought she was interesting. Qi Xing didn't treat her like an equal companion at all. He looked at her like she was some kind of pet. When he was in a good mood, he'd spoil her and feed her meat. When he wasn't, he could slaughter her without a second thought. From observing him these past 2 days, Jiang Zhaoshu noticed Qi Xing didn't talk much around strangers. But when it came to her, he babbled constantly. She figured it was probably because she was a zombie and could only growl, so he didn't have to worry about her repeating his words to anyone else. While driving, he'd often ramble to her out of boredom. Jiang Zhaoshu had always treated his chatter like background noise, not paying attention at all. What if he'd revealed some dark secrets in those rambles? And if he found out she could write, would he get paranoid and kill her to keep her quiet? They might look like they were close, one man, one zombie, but in truth, they were just using each other. At most, they were travel companions who didn't know each other well, so there wasn't much point in deep conversation. After mulling it over, Jiang Zhaoshu decided to play dumb. She scribbled a few random lines on the paper, acted like she'd lost interest, and tossed the pen and paper aside. Qi Xing caught a glimpse of her half-hearted drawing and sighed. "Oh, my dumb little Fugui. Turned into a zombie and got even dumber. Don't tell me you were illiterate when you were alive." Jiang Zhaoshu, who used to be the top student in her school, resisted the UGE to bare her teeth at him. Fuming, she turned to stare out the window. Not that there was much to look at out there. The sky hadn't cleared in days. Dark clouds pressed down overhead, and the mountains and farmlands had been eroded by sporadic bouts of acid rain. Most of the plants were long dead. All she could see was a stretch of gray sky blending into a dull, yellow-brown field. Once full of life, the land was now barren and desolate. Just looking at it made her feel suffocated. Thankfully, she was a zombie now, not a human, so the bleak scenery didn't affect her emotionally. But the more she stared, the more she felt like the road they were on was a little off. Didn't Qi Xing say this morning they were heading south to Zone A? Jiang Zhaoshu glanced in the direction they were currently driving. This definitely wasn't south. She turned her head to look at Qi Xing. He had one hand on the wheel and the other holding a piece of paper, the map he'd gotten from a survivor in the village, showing the route to Shishui City's Zone A. Why does this map seem wrong? It says we should have turned right here, but there's no road. Chi Xing hit the brakes and looked up at the mountain blocking the road ahead. Then he glanced down at the map again, shaking it in confusion. Did we not reach the turn yet? Jiang Zhaoshu leaned over to look at the map in his hand, then leaned back out the window to check behind them. She vaguely remembered that they passed a fork in the road about 20 minutes ago. But Chi Xing had confidently taken the left path, the exact opposite of what the map indicated, saying, "The map points this way. No mistake." And now, she suspected she might have just found one of his weaknesses. Could Chi Xing be directionally challenged? That would explain why a guy this capable, fully equipped to survive solo, still risked betrayal to join an ability user squad. Maybe it was because, on his own, he couldn't even find the way to a survivor base. Jiang Zhaoshu fell silent, debating whether or not to tell him they might have taken the wrong road. But before she could open her mouth, the master navigator Chi Xing suddenly had a eureka moment. He casually tossed the map between them and exclaimed, "I get it now. The little road on the left goes up the mountain." With that, he floored the gas and turned onto a narrow mountain path heading east. Jiang Zhaoshu, how the hell did he even spot that barely visible path? So not only is he a road idiot, he's also a stubborn mule. At this rate, who knew when they'd ever reach Zone A? Not that Jiang Zhaoshu really cared whether he made it there or not. The more survivors in one place, the more ability users. And for a zombie like her, that was a big disadvantage. Who knew when some random power user might jump out and smack her to pieces? Honestly, it'd be best if Chi Xing never made it there in this lifetime. Just as she had that thought, a new scent tickled her nose. A human scent. The smell coming from Chi Xing and the square-jawed guy in the back had been so strong, one like perfume, the other bloody, that Jiang Zhaoshu hadn't even noticed this other presence until they were already dangerously close. Swish! A 3-meter-tall ice spike suddenly appeared right in front of their vehicle. Chi Xing slammed the brakes. Just as Jiang Zhaoshu was about to warn him, the sudden stop flung her forward and thunk. Her head smashed into the car window. The weak glass shattered on impact. Several shards jabbed into her skull. Thankfully, they didn't hit anything vital. When she touched her head, her hand came away covered in thick, black blood. Sticky droplets slid down her pale, cold skin. Jiang Zhaoshu was livid. Her hands trembled with fury. Didn't they know the zombie brain was the most important part? What if that hit killed her? Who the HLL was that? With Chi Xing by her side as her human shield, Jiang Zhaoshu let out a furious roar and flung the car door open, ready to tear this mysterious attacker to shreds and eat them for nutrients. But just as she stepped out, a crisp, elegant female voice called out in surprise, "A zombie!" Next second, several gleaming ice spears dropped from the sky, all aimed straight at Jiang Zhaoshu's head. This chick was on a whole different level compared to that fire user they'd run into earlier, the one who could barely toss fireballs and ended up setting himself on fire. Holy SHT, Jiang Zhaoshu was so terrified she scrambled right back into the car like her life depended on it. Just in time, a few tender sprouts burst from the ground and instantly grew into thick vines, wrapping tightly around their van and blocking the incoming ice spears. Seeing the familiar green vines from the window, Jiang Zhaoshu finally relaxed and patted her thin chest with relief. Good thing Chi Xing was here. He'd taken down a fire user, whose powers should have been stronger against him. An ice user shouldn't be a problem for him, right? That's what Jiang Zhaoshu thought, until she turned and saw Chi Xing still sitting in the driver's seat, staring dead ahead with a grim expression. He looked more serious than she had ever seen him before. Chapter 20. Just kill him. Jiang Zhaoshu's guess was spot on. Chi Xing had been rushing these past couple of days because someone was indeed after them. The ability user team Chi Xing had previously belonged to was part of an upper-tier organization, unlike the informal, grassroots teams out there. Their team had strict rules and structure. As the leader of one of the sub-teams, Chi Xing had broken multiple regulations. He'd killed a teammate, abandoned his post, and damaged a surveillance drone. These were all serious offenses according to the survivor base's charter. Of course someone was going to come after him for that. But this was the post-apocalyptic world. Human nature was complicated, and emotions ran high. Even within the survivor bases, it wasn't uncommon for people to turn on each other, swords drawn over internal disputes. As long as they could stay ahead and outlast the investigation period, the base wouldn't have the resources to keep chasing them. Unfortunately, Qi Xing's luck had run dry. He'd run right into Xiao Yi, who was in the area on a mission. Dozens of neatly shaped icicles slammed into the vines, shattering instantly into a massive cloud of white mist that engulfed their van. The surrounding temperature plummeted. Even the tightly interwoven green vines that had been shielding the vehicle started frosting over with a thin layer of ice. Jiang Zhaoshu shivered in fear, her heart pounding, partly because she'd gotten out of the car so recklessly earlier, and partly because she was grateful she'd dashed back in time. If she'd been hit by those terrifying icicles, it would have been game over. A moment later, the cold fog dispersed. A tall woman dressed in sleek black tactical gear appeared in front of their vehicle. Her voice was flat and icy as she made her announcement. Team B, Unit 4108, Qi Xing. Abuse and murder of teammates. Desertion. Sabotage of a surveillance drone. You violated Articles 21, 63, and 65 of the Zhuoyue base regulations. You are to return with me to the base and accept punishment. Jiang Zhaoshu, both scared and curious, peeked out through the gaps in the vines to sneak a look at the cold, robotic woman. She looked to be about 30. Though lean, she carried an air of sharp authority. The 3-meter-tall icicles behind her glinted menacingly, casting a pressure-heavy presence that made your hair stand on end. Perched on the woman's shoulder was a large black crow. The crow was pitch black, but its blood-red eyes, like rubies, gleamed with eerie intelligence. It stared through every barrier, pinning its chilling gaze directly into the van. Qi Xing's eyes paused on the crow for a few seconds before he said, "Still got caught, huh?" "What?" Jiang Zhaoshu, who had been completely clueless about the situation, froze for a couple of seconds before it clicked. So Qi Xing had been in such a hurry to GE out of the city because someone really was chasing them. But this woman didn't look friendly at all. Could Qi Xing actually take her in a fight? Nervous and unsure, Jiang Zhaoshu instinctively scooted closer to Qi Xing. A low, frightened whimper bubbled from her throat. Hearing her soft, beast-like sound, Qi Xing glanced over. "Aya, Fugi's hurt." His stern expression disappeared in a flash as he turned to her. Reaching out, he started plucking the shards of glass one by one from her head. His tone softened to its usual lazy gentleness, and he smiled as he spoke. "It's okay. No need to worry. Going up against someone of the same level, your big bro's got it handled." Even though she didn't feel pain, Jiang Zhaoshu could sense her blood and brain matter leaking from the wound with each shard he pulled out. She pressed a hand over the hole in her head, feeling a pang of distress. Maybe it was just her imagination, but she could swear her thinking was slowing down with all that brain matter dripping out. Tilting her head in thought, Jiang Zhaoshu felt that the name Xiao Yi sounded strangely familiar. She was pretty sure she'd seen or heard it somewhere before. Qi Xing finished removing the glass from her head and pulled her hoodie up over her head, gently instructing, "Stay in the van and be quiet, okay?" Then, he retracted the protective vines from around the van and stepped outside. Even Qi Xing had said this Xiao Yi woman had powerful superpowers, the kind that could crush someone with just a flick of her wrist. Jiang Zhaoshu curled up into a ball on the seat, hugging her knees tightly and barely daring to breathe. "Captain Xiao, long time no see." Qi Xing greeted her with a smile as he stepped out. Though they hadn't worked together before, they'd met during ability user meetings at the survivor base. Qi Xing had a pretty decent representative back at the base. His powers were strong, and among a bunch of temperamental or cold-blooded captains, he was unusually easygoing and supportive toward his teammates. That made him pretty popular with the younger crew. Xiao Yi had heard of his name too, so she didn't harbor any personal grudges against him. The only reason she'd stopped him today was because of a direct order. She was the by-the-book type, rigid to a fault, always obeying commands from above. "Captain Qi, please come back with me." "Captain Xiao, I think there might have been a misunderstanding." Qi Xing's voice was calm and warm. I didn't abuse or kill Ma Fei and Shen Qiang. They fired at me first, and I only retaliated in self-defense. As for leaving my post, I'd already submitted a resignation request before I left. I only joined the base's ability user squad in the first place to make it easier to find my little sister. And now that I've found her, as you've just seen, she's seriously ill. She's not fit to live in the survivor base anymore, so I had no choice but to leave. Qi Xing played the emotional card, laying it on thick. You have a younger sister too, right, Captain Xiao? I think you can understand where I'm coming from. The survivor base isn't well managed yet. It's a mixed bag of people. My sister's just a teenager, still underage. She has no way to protect herself. If we go back and I can't keep her by my side, she's going to get bullied. Please, let us go. Inside the van, Jiang Zhaoshu sneakily watched through the front windshield. When she saw Qi Xing blink those beautiful fox-like eyes, his gaze soft and full of feeling, she almost lost it. She seriously admired his ability to lie through his teeth without even flinching. She needed to level up in that department. And from the look of it, Xiao Yi was actually falling for it. The moment Qi Xing mentioned little sister, a flicker of emotion crossed Xiao Yi's usually cold face. But she quickly regained her composure and replied sternly, Captain Qi, if what you're saying is true, then come back with me. I believe the base will consider your case with leniency. All right. Realizing that emotional appeals weren't working, Qi Xing gave in with a sigh, though his tone remained casual. Meanwhile, his hand subtly reached behind his back. Captain Xiao, before I go with you, I just want to ask one thing. What is it? Are you here on this mission alone? Before she could react, Qi Xing whipped out the handgun hidden at his lower back and fired the last 2 rounds, straight at Xiao Yi's head and chest. Her face changed instantly, eyes sharp as arrows. With a flick of her wrist, she summoned a thick wall of ice that blocked both bullets. As an A-rank superpowered human, Qi Xing knew a regular gun wasn't going to seriously injure someone like Xiao Yi. So at the same time he pulled the trigger, his other hand discreetly pointed to the ground. The earth trembled like an oncoming quake. Several vines, thick as a child's arm, bulged up from beneath the surface and burst upward near Xiao Yi, lashing toward her with deadly force. Xiao Yi reacted fast. One hand shot up in a defensive stance, the other gripping her wrist. Both arms turned translucent with ice, and a massive frozen shield surrounded her in an instant, blocking Qi Xing's vicious assault. Bam! 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 Qi Xing's steel-hard vines slammed into her icy barrier from all sides, each impact thundering like a drum. The contact points between vine and ice dented into bowl-sized craters, spraying shards in all directions, the sheer force enough to make your heart skip. One of the vines slithered like a venomous snake, stalking silently nearby, waiting for a crack to appear in the ice, ready to snap around her throat for the kill. Qi Xing. Xiao Yi's voice rang out, laced with fury. Everything you're doing right now is being recorded by the surveillance drone. Don't make things worse. Surveillance drone. Qi Xing glanced up at the crow, now flapping its wings and trying to flee. His lips curled into a cold smirk, voice relaxed and dismissive. Then I'll just kill it. The moment he finished, that coiled vine, which had been waiting patiently, shot into the sky and pierced straight through the crow's chest. Pinned down by several vines, Xiao Yi stared at him like he was insane. You're going to regret this. Ah! Behind him, Jiang Zhaosu's panicked roar broke through. Xiao Yi's eyes shifted past Qi Xing to the girl being choked behind him. Her voice dropped low with heavy intensity. Too bad, I didn't come here alone. Chapter 21. Fugui is a useless little waste. Seeing the young girl suddenly appear inside the car like a ghost, Jiang Zhaosu's entire zombie body froze. How was that even possible? Ever since Xiao Yi showed up, she had been on high alert, carefully monitoring any changes in the surrounding sense. But aside from Qi Xing, Xiao Yi, and the square-jawed guy in the back, she hadn't caught wind of any other humans. So where did this girl pop out from? You're Captain Qi's little sister? The girl asked. Even though Jiang Zhaosu's skull was still bleeding, She'd just replenished her nutrients, and her once rotting skin now looked almost normal. The back of her head and half her face were hidden under a black hoodie. As long as she didn't open her mouth, she just looked like a pale, frail little girl. The moment this girl spoke, Jiang Zhaoshu knew she had to be in cahoots with Xiao Yi. This time, Jiang Zhaoshu had learned her lesson. Without knowing this girl's true strength, she didn't rush to attack. She cautiously nodded her head. "Hi, I'm Xiao Yi's sister, Xiao Chushi." Xiao Chushi looked about freshly adult, dressed in a denim jacket and overalls, with a high ponytail. Her skin was flawless, her face cute and lively, and her big, clear eyes gave off an outgoing vibe. She spoke in a relatively friendly tone, asking for permission in a polite way. "Little sister, your brother made a mistake. Can you help persuade him to go back with my sister and me? I promise, once we're back at the base, my sister and I will definitely plead for mercy and help your brother get out of trouble." Balshed. Jiang Zhaoshu instantly knew this chick was full of crap. Xiao Yi had just learned she was a zombie and immediately went for the kill. And she was treating Qi Xing pretty rudely too. Qi Xing could still fight back for now, but if they really went back with these two, she and Qi Xing were as good as dead. From the conversation earlier between Qi Xing and Xiao Yi, Jiang Zhaoshu figured this little girl had been very well protected by her sister. Looking at Xiao Chushi's innocent, cheerful face, Jiang Zhaoshu's eyes shifted slightly, and she nodded, pretending to agree. After getting out of the car with Xiao Chushi, Jiang Zhaoshu slipped behind her from the front seat. Moving at top speed, she bared her sharp fangs and lunged straight for Xiao Chushi's neck. DMN it, she hated this kind of holier-than-thou fake justice the most. Bite her. Turn her into a zombie too. Let's see if that rules-obsessed Xiao Yi could still keep her cool and put down her own sister by the book. To be fair, Jiang Zhaoshu had timed it perfectly. If Xiao Chushi were just a regular human, she would have been bitten for sure. But her brain had been leaking too much goo, and her reflexes had dulled. To sneak past Jiang Zhaoshu's nose and Qi Xing's line of sight without making a sound, Xiao Chushi clearly had powers too. And her power just happened to be teleportation. Sensing something behind her, Xiao Chushi instantly activated her power and vanished into thin air. Jiang Zhaoshu bit nothing but air. Not only did she miss, she nearly face-planted. In the next second, Xiao Chushi reappeared like a ghost behind her and kicked her straight to the ground. Jiang Zhaoshu ate dirt, her hoodie flying off and exposing the gaping hole at the back of her skull. Thick black hair soaked in sticky dark blood and yellow-white brain matter kept oozing from the hole. A normal person with that kind of head injury would be long dead. Even someone like Xiao Chushi, who had seen plenty of zombies, couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock. "You're not human. You're a zombie." Jiang Zhaoshu spat out a mouthful of dirt, her eyes glowing red. She took advantage of Xiao Chushi's stunned moment and lunged again, pinning her to the ground, snarling as she went in to rip her flesh. But something freaky happened. Even though she had clearly pinned Xiao Chushi down, just as she was about to bite, Xiao Chushi vanished again. In the blink of an eye, she was gone. Jiang Zhaoshu didn't just fail to bite her, her sharp fangs almost tore off her own lower lip. Then Xiao Chushi reappeared next to her and stomped down hard on the back of her neck. This time, Xiao Chushi wasn't playing. Grahh! Jiang Zhaoshu let out a guttural growl, just about to struggle, when she felt the pressure on her neck increase. The delicate vertebrae in her slender neck began to crack under the weight, close to snapping. Jiang Zhaoshu immediately froze and didn't dare move again. "Qi Xing!" Xiao Chushi yelled at Qi Xing, who was still locked in a standoff with her sister. "Let go of my sister, or I'll crush this zombie's neck." "Ow!" Jiang Zhaoshu also howled for help, a bit of bitterness in her heart. "Qi Xing, I really gave it my all this time." Qi Xing, while suppressing the ready-to-fight Xiao Yi, glanced sideways at Jiang Zhaoshu. Seeing this conscious high-level mutant zombie beaten to a pulp by a lowly B-rank ability user, lying pathetically on the ground, he couldn't help but sigh inside. Not afraid of godlike enemies, just dumbass teammates. He thought he'd found a valuable, aware high-level zombie, but it turned out to be a meat-chomping rookie. As teammates go, why was his Fugui so hopeless? The surveillance drone was already destroyed, and Seo Yi's protective shield looked like it was about to collapse. His best option now: forget the dumb zombie, kill the stronger Seo Yi first, then deal with Seo Chushi. After that, he'd have 3 crystal cores in hand and could drive off in their fully stocked minivan, heading south to find his sister. But then he looked into Jiang Zhaosu's big, round eyes, full of tears, practically screaming, "I don't want to die. Fugui, oh Fugui, you really are a useless little failure, huh? Even after eating a crystal core, you couldn't awaken a power. Completely useless. You should have just died a few days ago when he had the chance. Instead, you begged him to spare your life, only to keep making trouble. Sigh. Fine. Might as well play the good brother in front of Seo Yi. Otherwise, if he killed 2 ability users from the base, he'd be relentlessly hunted down. Too much of a pain, exerting himself in a fight or having to constantly hide." "Don't," Qi Xing shouted dramatically, pretending to protest. "If you have a problem, take it out on me. Don't hurt my sister." Seeing Seo Yi starting to sweat and falter from exhaustion, Seo Chushi barked again, "Let go of my sister." "All right," Qi Xing replied. "I'll count to 3, and we both let go at the same time. 1, 2, but just as he said 2, he secretly sent a vine slithering underground towards Seo Chushi. 3. Before the word finished leaving his mouth, his vine shot up from beneath Seo Chushi's feet and pulled the barely breathing Jiang Zhaoshu away. At the same time, several more vines whooshed through the air, slicing towards Seo Yi, whose shield finally gave out. "Sis." Seo Chushi, standing beside their van, vanished again and reappeared beside Seo Yi, summoning an energy barrier to block the deadly plants. Taking advantage of their distraction, Qi Xing caught Jiang Zhaoshu with one hand, grabbed a vine with the other, and swiftly leapt down the mountainside. Chapter 22. Why does Qi Xing look so fragrant? The mountain wind howled past their ears. The two of them plunged down rapidly. Jiang Zhaosu's waist was tightly wrapped in Qi Xing's arm. She panicked and used her hands to hold her nearly broken neck, swaying violently in the wind, trying to stop it from snapping off her shoulders. Thanks to the vines cushioning their fall, they landed safely. Even Qi Xing, usually calm and composed, couldn't help but tumble a few times after jumping from such a high slope. His all-black outfit was now smeared with dirt and grass. Jiang Zhaoshu. She looked even worse. Her face and body were covered in grime, as if she had just crawled out of a mud pit. A girl and a zombie lay sprawled on the ground, coughing and spitting out dirt for a while. Qi Xing looked up at the van still parked halfway up the mountainside, his expression dark. "I worked so hard to gather all that stuff." Jiang Zhaoshu howled in response, "Awoo! Her head, her meat." If she'd known this would happen, she would have finished off that square-jawed guy at lunch. There was no time to complain. Qi Xing got up from the ground, grabbed Jiang Zhaoshu by the arm, and yanked her up. "Run, those two might still be chasing us." His ability was the same rank as Seo Yi's. He had gotten the drop on her earlier, and she hadn't gone all out, so it seemed like he had the upper hand. But if they fought for real, and she teamed up with Seo Chushi, he might not win. Especially with a little zombie like Jiang Zhaoshu holding him back. Qi Xing scooped her into his arms, stretched his long legs, and quickly darted into the nearby forest. Anywhere with more plants was his territory. That way, even if Seo Yi wanted to chase them, she'd worry about her sister's safety and hold back for now. Most of the forest was dead, but the withered branches and leaves were still thick. Thin yellow branches tangled together and occasionally snagged Qi Xing as he dashed through. Dry, brittle twigs tore his clothes, leaving faint red scratches across his pale, jade-like skin. A faint bloody scent drifted from the wounds, making Jiang Zhaoshu, head buried in his arms, growl unconsciously. It also attracted some beasts lurking deep in the woods. A swarm of mutated giant rats, dozens of them, came charging their way. Each one was bigger than a regular goose. Their black, fist-sized eyes glowed with eerie green light. Their black-gray fur stood on end like steel needles, tough and rigid. Sharp tusks jutted from their mouths, drooling foul-smelling slime. Their puffed-up cheeks creaked with a nauseating grinding sound. Some had missing noses or eyes, flesh mangled and bloody. Others were full of holes crawling with maggots, stinking to high heaven. Now Qi Xing understood why Xiao Yi had come to this godforsaken place. She was here to wipe these things out. Ha, surrounded by mutant rats before he even realized it. Qi Xing didn't know how to describe his mood. He could only laugh bitterly. They were easy to kill, sure, but they always came in swarms. Huge numbers, nasty looks, could swim, climb trees, just pure trouble. Every time he ran into these things, it felt like rolling around in a septic tank. Even if he won, it still left him feeling dirty and drained. Qi Xing looked down to check on Jiang Zhaoshu. She had passed out, her head and neck badly injured. The mutant rats were omnivores. They ate people, and zombies too. He couldn't just toss this little zombie aside. Left with no choice, Qi Xing held Jiang Zhaoshu and braced himself to fight the mutant rats. In her unconscious state, Jiang Zhaoshu felt like she was back in the rented basement she lived in before she died. After graduation, she couldn't stay in the school dorm anymore, and her job didn't provide housing. So she spent a whole 300 yuan renting a tiny basement room to live in while she waited for university to start. Because the rent was so cheap, the basement had no furniture. She was only staying for a couple of months, so she didn't bother buying a bed. She laid down a stack of old newspapers on the floor and spread her blanket over it. That became her bed. There was only one tiny window. Small, narrow, cold, and damp, with a weird smell too. But Jiang Zhaoshu worked multiple jobs, NPC at a haunted amusement park, private tutor, anything she could find. She came back late every night, totally exhausted. After washing up, she'd collapse on her makeshift bed, scroll through her phone for a bit, then fall asleep. When she first started working at the haunted house, she kept getting scolded for not being scary enough. Her boss told her to read more zombie novels to get into character. That's when she read a bunch of post-apocalyptic stories. Some main characters made her envious and full of admiration, others filled her with disgust. She especially disliked the protagonists who were born with maxed-out stats, like Heaven's chosen ones. Why did they get to have it all from the start? Like the whole world was built just to serve them. All those poor souls barely surviving the apocalypse got reduced to nothing but cannon fodder under their main character halos. Every time she read those overpowered, cliché novels after a long day of hard work, it felt like she was a stray dog by the roadside, just standing there, minding her business, then suddenly getting kicked by some smug male or female lead. That's when she remembered where she'd seen the names Xiao Yi and Xiao Chushi before. It was in one of those post-apocalyptic zombie novels. They weren't even the main leads, just part of the protagonist's support crew, so Jiang Zhaoshu hadn't paid much attention to them. She vaguely remembered the two sisters were well liked as good guys. During one mission, they were severely injured by a villain. Xiao Yi lost an arm. Xiao Chushi ended up brain dead and unconscious. Readers were furious. One even commented, "Don't worry, girls. Chushi wakes up later. That guy gets all 4 limbs broken, skinned alive, and tossed into a zombie horde. So satisfying." Jiang Zhaoshu mostly enjoyed the zombie parts of the story, so she skimmed through that drama without much emotion. Later, the protagonist's cheat powers got way too ridiculous, slapping cannon fodder left and right. The plot got so dumb she dropped the book without finishing it. Thinking back, that guy who got skinned alive by Xiao Chushi was probably Qi Xing. WTF. She'd thought Qi Xing acted kinda like a villain from the moment she got here. Turns out he really was one. Qi Xing didn't even have a name in that book. He wasn't even a side character, yet still went toe-to-toe with 2 major players from the protagonist squad. That was insane. Wait a minute. If she was sticking with Qi Xing, didn't that mean she was following a villain? Wasn't she doomed to be wiped out by the good guys? That's not okay. Could she still jump ship now and switch sides before it was too late? Panicking, Jiang Zhaosu's eyes flew open. All she saw were broken limbs and carcasses of unidentifiable creatures, blood everywhere, reeking of rotten death. Qi Xing was lying nearby, eyes closed. He was covered in dust and blood. His beautiful face, usually so striking, looked like a dimmed pearl, filthy and pale as if he'd been dead for 3 days. What the hell happened? Jiang Zhaoshu scrambled to her feet and ran to Qi Xing. Trembling, she held a finger under his nose. A faint warmth brushed against her fingertip. Thank God, he was still breathing. She hurriedly grabbed his shoulders, just about to shake him awake, when her stomach let out a loud, untimely growl. The sun had long since set, and darkness blanketed the forest. The cold wind howled through the twisted branches that looked like skeletal limbs stretching in the eerie night. Jiang Zhaosu's pupils glowed faint red. Her still healing neck bones creaked with every movement. She was clearly worried about Qi Xing, but her gaze involuntarily slid toward his neck. So hungry, she really wanted to take a bite. Why did Qi Xing smell so good? Just one bite, please. Chapter 23 Grasshopper on a String. Jiang Zhaosu's sharp teeth were just about to touch Qi Xing's neck when she suddenly clamped her mouth shut and turned her head away. No, she couldn't eat Qi Xing right now. She did want to defect to the good guys, but right now, she was a zombie. Plus, both Xiao Yi and Xiao Chushi already saw her as Qi Xing's little sister. There was no way they'd ever trust her. She and Qi Xing were in the same boat now. If he died and those two came after her, there was no way she'd survive alone. Although Qi Xing's breathing was faint, it was steady. Jiang Zhaoshu reached out to pat his face a few times, wiped off the dirt with her sleeve, and did a quick once-over of his body. No visible injuries. Whatever had just happened, it looked like he was okay. She finally felt a little more at ease. But while Qi Xing was unconscious, Jiang Zhaoshu wasn't in great shape either. She was starving. If she stayed near him much longer, she couldn't guarantee she'd be able to control her craving to devour this man. She glanced around, and suddenly had an idea. Wrapping her arms around Qi Xing's waist and thighs, she picked him up and carried him a bit farther, stashing him in a thick patch of dry grass. Qi Xing looked skinny as a sheet of paper, but he was surprisingly heavy. Thankfully she was a zombie now and had gained some strength. Otherwise, lifting this 6-foot-tall, all-muscle guy would have been impossible. She even gathered some dried twigs and leaves nearby and carefully scattered them over Qi Xing's body and face to help conceal him. When she was done, she looked at the perfectly camouflaged Qi Xing lying among the patchy grass and clapped her hands in satisfaction. Mission accomplished. Now she could go find food without worrying. Shortly after Jiang Zhaoshu left, Qi Xing, who had a big yellow leaf slapped over his face like some zombie being sealed by a talisman, suddenly curled his abs and sat straight up. Pear, pear, pear. He spat out a bunch of grass bits, brushing the mess off his face. Looking down at the dusty dry grass all over him, Qi Xing gave a helpless laugh. Fugui, did you seriously bury me like a corpse? He was just exhausted. The fight with those mutated giant rats had drained him. After killing most of them, the dumb things finally learned fear and ran off with their tails between their legs. Only then did Qi Xing lie down to rest for a bit. He hadn't expected Jiang Zhaoshu to wake up the moment he closed his eyes. That sneaky little zombie had pawed at him forever, probably debating whether or not to eat him. In the end, she had a sliver of conscience and didn't bite. Otherwise, the moment her teeth touched his skin, he would have twisted her neck without hesitation. This weak little zombie, who couldn't even protect herself, sneaking off into the night, where the hell did she think she was going? Qi Xing stood up, patted the dirt off himself, and walked to a massive tree nearby. He placed a hand on its rough bark. Trees like this had deep roots, sometimes spreading for dozens of meters and entangling with the roots of other trees. Under the influence of his wood-type superpower, these tangled root networks acted like an intricate information system, obediently feeding him intel about the forest that no one else could sense. He quickly picked up Jiang Zhaosu's location and hurried off in that direction. She hadn't gone far. Jiang Zhaoshu had followed the scent of blood back to where Qi Xing fought the mutant rats. She originally wanted to snack on some mutant rat meat, but after picking up a few pieces, she couldn't stomach it. The nasty fur was crawling with maggots. Whether human or zombie, eating rat meat just felt wrong. After a long moment of hesitation, she finally wrapped 2 pieces in a broad leaf and shoved them into the pocket of her hoodie. If she got desperate, she'd eat them then. She walked further ahead and unexpectedly came upon a small stream. Maybe because of the surrounding trees, the water hadn't been hit by acid rain. It was crystal clear. Zombies had great night vision. Jiang Zhaoshu could see fish swimming inside, and their eyes looked totally normal. No signs of zombification. Which meant Qi Xing could eat him too. For the past couple of days, it was always Qi Xing gathering supplies and hunting. She couldn't do anything to help. When Qi Xing called her a useless little waste, Jiang Zhaoshu couldn't even argue. But now that Qi Xing was unconscious, the food supply duty naturally fell to her. HMPH. Just wait till she brought back a huge stash of fish. She'd love to see Qi Xing's face when he realized how capable she actually was. Just imagining his shocked expression lit her up with excitement. She rolled up her sleeves and headed to the water. She kicked off her shoes and dipped 1 foot into the stream. The skin was fine, no damage, so she stepped in fully and started trying to catch fish. But her neck had just taken a major blow, her spine was half broken, and her head still hung loosely to one side, barely attached to her shoulder. As a result, even her vision was tilted. No matter how well she aimed, every lunge missed. Half an hour passed, and she still hadn't caught a single fish. Frustrated beyond reason, Jiang Zhaoshu howled and splashed wildly in the water. PFFT. Qi Xing, who had been hiding behind a tree and watching her struggle for the past 30 minutes, couldn't hold back his laughter. Awoo! Startled by the sound, Jiang Zhaoshu jumped straight up. She thought it was a person or a mutated beast and instinctively took up a defensive stance. Fugui, it's me. Qi Xing stepped out from behind the tree. Seeing that familiar handsome face, Jiang Zhaoshu relaxed and dropped her arms. Awoo! So it was Qi Xing, that Diad man. Almost scared her to Diad. Fugui wants to eat fish. Qi Xing picked up a grass leaf from the ground and held it between his fingers. With a swift flick of his wrist, the dried leaf shimmered with a faint green glow, turning razor sharp, and shot out like a blade, cleanly slicing a fish near Jiang Zhaoshu. A trail of bright red blood bloomed in the water. The fish's body twitched violently a few times before flipping belly up, drifting slowly toward her. Jiang Zhaoshu didn't end up impressing Qi Xing. She got completely shown up by his flashy move. Her jaw dropped in disbelief. She scooped up the fish, thought for a second, then waded to the shore and held it out to him. For me? Qi Xing looked at the bloodied fish in her hand, surprised. Awoo! Qi Xing should eat first. If he was hungry and weak, and an enemy showed up, they wouldn't be able to fight back. Hearing her answer, Qi Xing's eyes widened slightly, then curved upward with his long lashes. When he wasn't smiling, Qi Xing had a cold, elegant vibe, fine features, pale skin. But once he smiled, those narrow, fox-like eyes would naturally curve up at the ends, giving him a sly, devilish charm, like a fox spirit in human form. If Jiang Zhaoshu didn't know him, she'd definitely think this guy was up to no good, probably about to pick her pocket. But even knowing him, she still thought he wasn't exactly proper. Still, she had to admit, Qi Xing was ridiculously attractive. If she were a rich lady, she might have actually fallen for this guy and thrown money at him like it was nothing. But reality was cruel. Back when she was alive, she was so poor she had to live in a basement. Now that she was dead, she was a weak little zombie who couldn't even protect herself and had to rely on Qi Xing for safety. Jiang Zhaoshu lifted Qi Xing's hand, placed the fish in his palm, and gave him a bright smile. Under the dim night sky, Qi Xing's dark eyes reflected both her and the stream, glistening like they held a shimmer of emotion. Like a kid sealing a pinky promise, Qi Xing hooked her finger with his and smiled softly. Then thank you, Fugui. Chapter 24 Another evolution. Thankfully, Qi Xing had a habit of carrying important items with him. Jiang Zhaoshu watched as he gathered some dried twigs and leaves into a pile, skewered the fish on a slender branch, set it across the top, and then pulled out a lighter from who knows which pocket to ignite the bundle. Just like that, a makeshift grill was set up, and he began grilling the fish with a relaxed air. Wow, you really know how to eat. Starting a forest fire and going straight to jail. Jiang Zhaoshu couldn't help but silently roast him in her heart. The more time she spent with Qi Xing, the more suspicious she became of his identity. At the very least, judging by how expertly he hot-wired cars and gutted fish, Qi Xing clearly wasn't the kind of pampered rich kid who'd never lifted a finger in his life. Jiang Zhaoshu could only regret not reading that novel more carefully. She had read it at night, flipped through it casually, and forgot most of it right after. She barely remembered any of the plot. All she knew now was that she and Qi Xing were the villainous cannon fodder in that book, fodder meant to feed XP to the main characters, not even proper mini-bosses. Who the hell wants to know something like that? Jiang Zhaoshu screamed angrily in her heart, but only in her heart. Ever since turning into a zombie, her facial muscles were stiff, and she could no longer make complex expressions like being pissed off. All she could do was open and close her mouth soundlessly in frustration. Because of her tiny fit of rage, a stream of bubbles rose up from the water's surface. Water had buoyancy, and Jiang Zhaoshu found that soaking in it helped ease the discomfort in her neck. Since she wasn't afraid of the cold anymore, she decided to just dunk half her head into the stream, leaving only her round, dark eyes peeking out, watching Qi Xing on the shore. Hearing the gurgling sound of her bubbles, Qi Xing, busy grilling fish, glanced over, thinking she might be drowning. He caught her sneaky little gaze peering at him from under the water. Seeing she was still hiding in the stream, Qi Xing grinned and called out with interest, having fun in the water, Fugui. After the apocalypse, most water sources had been tainted by acid rain. Clean water was rare. This stream being clear was a novelty, and it piqued Qi Xing's interest. He walked over to the water's edge, scooped up a handful, and splashed it at Jiang Zhaoshu. A row. The wire hit her in the eyes, and Jiang Zhaoshu let out an annoyed howl, kicking her little short legs as she scrambled further away from him. Qi Xing chuckled, took off his jacket and shirt, and stepped into the water too. He was much more agile than Jiang Zhaoshu, quickly catching more fish. He tossed a few onto the shore for grilling, and the rest he gave to Jiang Zhaoshu to fill her belly. Jiang Zhaoshu didn't care if food was raw or cooked, nor did she need to prep it like humans. She gulped down each fish in a few bites. After ravenously devouring the bloody meat, the gnawing hunger in her stomach finally subsided. Her body started to warm up, and the injuries on her head and neck began to faintly heal. But fish didn't pack nearly as much nutrition for zombies as human flesh did. Her wounds healed slowly. Only the worst one on her neck had finally stopped making her head feel like it was dangling off a cliff. With her belly full and nothing else to do, Jiang Zhaoshu soaked in the water, watching Qi Xing on the shore prepare his grilled fish for dinner. Just now, while catching fish, Qi Xing had also taken off his bandages and rinsed off in the stream. The forest was dim, and Qi Xing's pale skin stood out starkly. Under the glow of the firelight, his bare upper body looked like smooth, radiant jade. Any blemish was starkly visible. So Jiang Zhaoshu could clearly see that in just 2 days, the gunshot wound on Qi Xing's shoulder had mostly healed. What had once been a bleeding mess was now reduced to a pinkish scar the size of a fingernail. Chances were, even that scar would soon disappear. No doubt about it, ability users had way stronger bodies than unevolved humans. So jealous, so envious. Jiang Zhaoshu wanted that kind of god-tier recovery too. Even though she had just eaten, looking at that prime cut of beautiful meat in front of her, Jiang Zhaoshu found herself drooling again. Qi Xing was facing her, seated on the ground. Noticing Jiang Zhaoshu still tilting her head like a crooked little tree, staring at him, Qi Xing thought for a moment and waved her over. Fugui, come here for a sec. What for? Jiang Zhaoshu's eyes shifted. She didn't really want to go over. She was afraid if she got too close, she wouldn't be able to resist baring her fangs and taking a bite out of him. "I've got something good for you." Seeing she didn't move, Chi Xing reached into the pocket of his jacket and rummaged around. Not long after, he opened his palm toward her. "Look what I've got." Lying in his broad, fair palm were over a dozen tiny pebbles, each about the size of a grain of rice. They were crystal clear and gave off a soft yellow glow. Crystal cores. After her leg regenerated from eating that mutant's crystal core, Jiang Zhaoshu deeply understood how valuable these things were. Chi Xing, that stingy bastard who'd skin a flea for its hide, was actually giving her crystal cores. Jiang Zhaoshu's eyes lit up with delight. She scrambled up the bank and dashed toward Chi Xing. Turns out, Chi Xing actually kept his word. When she got to him, Chi Xing pulled her down beside him, then dumped all the crystal cores from his hand into hers. "Eat these, and your wounds should heal." Though each core was small, there were many of them. Combined, they were probably even more potent than the core from the mutant she had eaten. Suddenly holding a small fortune in her hands, Jiang Zhaoshu cupped them carefully, beaming at Chi Xing with a huge grin, practically writing "whoever feeds me is my parent" across her face. Chi Xing just loved seeing her look so dumb and greedy, naive and a little cruel. It was entertaining. Who in this world wasn't greedy? He didn't mind at all that Jiang Zhaoshu was both dumb and mean. As long as he kept giving her what she wanted, she'd stay exactly the way he liked her. Wasn't that perfect? Looking at Jiang Zhaoshu, who had completely perked up and was now staring at him with bright eyes, Chi Xing figured if this little zombie had a tail, it'd be spinning like a helicopter blade right now. If you want enjoyment, you've got to pay something for it. Simple as that. With a smile in his voice, Chi Xing said to her, "Eat up." Given the green light, Jiang Zhaoshu immediately picked up a crystal core and tossed it into her mouth. It slid down her throat, turning into a warm surge of energy that spread through her body. After eating 4 or 5, the wounds on her head and neck were completely healed. Crystal cores worked fast, but they had side effects. By the 5th core, Jiang Zhaoshu's stomach suddenly cramped, and a burning sensation surged up her throat. She'd felt the same thing after eating the mutant's core last time. Maybe because these cores were smaller, the pain passed quickly this time, but what followed was an even more intense wave of hunger. The 7 or 8 fish she'd just eaten seemed to vanish from her belly. Jiang Zhaoshu felt absolutely starving, so hungry her ribs might collapse onto each other. When she looked at Chi Xing now, he resembled a fat, juicy roast goose. Hungry, she clutched her empty stomach, her eyes glowing red, and stared directly at Chi Xing. In a raspy voice, she forced out, "Want to eat." Chapter 25 Fugui wants to eat, Fugui fights. As expected, crystal cores were a real power-up in the post-apocalyptic world. She could speak. Jiang Zhaoshu was stunned by her sudden ability to communicate, and Chi Xing's expression turned oddly complicated. Although he was always the one talking to Jiang Zhaoshu, in truth, he never really saw her as human. Now, hearing her suddenly speak like a person, Chi Xing felt this bizarre sensation, like the pet cat or dog he raised had suddenly become sentient. And of all things, the first word out of her mouth wasn't daddy or big brother, it was hungry. Figures. A zombie brain was just that simple. The only thing in there was the primal need to feed. Jiang Zhaoshu only froze for a second before her shock was completely replaced by an overwhelming urge to eat. Her eerie red eyes gleamed as she stared up at him like a baby who had just learned to speak, whining non-stop, hungry. Her stomach was growling. She wanted meat. Clearly one was a zombie and the other a human, a predator and its prey. Yet because of the power imbalance, the roles were totally reversed. There was a juicy piece of meat right in front of her, but Jiang Zhaoshu didn't dare pounce. All she could do was pitifully mutter hungry, silently begging for food. Chi Xing showed no fear, even as Jiang Zhaoshu's red eyes practically glowed from hunger. He calmly pulled a fish from a tree branch and handed it to her. "Here, eat." Jiang Zhaoshu took the fish and devoured it in just a few bites. After absorbing the crystal core of a mutant giant rat, her teeth had become sharper. Even the tough fish bones cracked in her mouth like chewing solid gum, crunching loudly. "Hungry?" she called out again after finishing. Qi Xing said nothing, only watched her quietly as he handed her another fish from the branch. Jiang Zhaoshu ate like pigs gorging on ginseng fruit. Each fish disappeared in just a few chomps. In no time, she'd polished off all of Qi Xing's fish. When she spotted the last fish still sitting on the grill and reached toward Qi Xing for more, a dark vein popped on his forehead. For once, he showed a hint of temper and coldly said, "You hungry? Try eating a punch." Woo-woo-woo, Jiang Zhaosu's stomach was still painfully empty. But since Qi Xing had said that, she didn't dare ask for more. She pouted, wrapped her arms around her knees, and curled up by the fire looking totally dejected. Qi Xing plucked the last scorched fish from the branch and began eating it slowly. That fish was the one Jiang Zhaoshu had voluntarily handed over to him earlier. Back then, Qi Xing had genuinely been a little touched, like a parent feeling proud that their child was finally learning how to show gratitude. But then, this unreliable little thing gave him the fish and still wanted to take it back. Earlier that day, they'd still been a healthy household sitting on half a van's worth of food. Qi Xing had eaten a lot back then and still wasn't that hungry now. He leisurely ate half the fish, but in the end, he couldn't resist Jiang Zhaosu's pitiful puppy dog eyes as she stared at him with drool practically dripping from her mouth. He sighed and handed over the remaining half. Jiang Zhaoshu didn't mind that it was his leftovers. She immediately scarfed it down. Qi Xing stood up, put his shirt back on, and stamped out the fire with dirt, leaving only a single burning stick for light. He said to her, "We can't stay here. We need to find a place to rest." After all, Qi Xing was still human. He needed rest and sleep to regain energy. The nighttime forest was pitch dark and full of danger. Where they were now had no cover. Staying here and letting their guard down would be suicide. He couldn't expect this little zombie, who kept thinking about eating him, to stand watch. They had to find a safer place to sleep. Jiang Zhaoshu followed close behind him, her mind a battleground between reason and hunger. The few fish hadn't been enough to fill her stomach. She was starving, on the verge of going berserk. But her willpower kept telling her, don't do something stupid like attacking Qi Xing. After walking for a while, Jiang Zhaoshu suddenly sniffed the air and caught a strange, gamey scent. She tugged on Qi Xing's sleeve. "What is it?" he asked, turning to her. Jiang Zhaoshu could speak now, but her pronunciation was still clumsy, one word at a time. She pointed toward the source of the scent, struggling to get her meaning across. Qi Xing quickly understood. Something's up ahead. There in the darkness, Jiang Zhaosu's vision was better than Qi Xing's. Not long after catching the strange scent, she spotted a blurry figure swaying toward them, waving as if trying to get their attention. Her eyes widened in surprise as she looked at the bulky silhouette. A person? Is it Xiao Yi and them? No, the figure was over 2 meters tall, far more massive than the Xiao sisters. Qi Xing lifted the torch to light the way. He squinted but still couldn't see the figure Jiang Zhaoshu was talking about. He reached out and touched the trunk of a nearby tree, closing his eyes to sense. The tree roots extended rapidly through the soil, spreading several kilometers outward. When he sensed the being Jiang Zhaoshu had pointed at, Qi Xing's expression changed. His dark eyes snapped open, looking conflicted. "Fugui, that's not a person. It's a bear." In some northern forests, wild bears did exist. They were naturally aggressive, cunning, and some could even stand on their hind legs, mimicking human gestures like waving to lure people close, then kill and eat them. Qi Xing wasn't afraid of bears, but he was already exhausted and didn't want to waste energy on another unnecessary fight. He took Jiang Zhaosu's hand and said, "Fugui, let's go the other way." No, Jiang Zhaoshu clung to his hand, refusing to move. She stammered, "I hungry eat." She was starving. If she didn't eat soon, she might lose control and attack Qi Xing. "You want to eat that?" Wu, seeing her urgent expression, Qi Xing deliberately said, "But your big brother is tired and hungry. I don't think I have the strength to beat a bear." Right now, Jiang Zhaoshu had 2 options. 1. keep following Qi Xing and lose her mind halfway, end up attacking him, and die. 2. Fight the bear. Either kill it or be killed. Option 1 was a guaranteed death. Option 2 still had a sliver of hope. Jiang Zhaoshu made up her mind. She pointed at Qi Xing, then at herself, and raised her other hand in a punching gesture. AWOO. The two of them together, there's no way they can't beat this dumb bear. Qi Xing chuckled. Fugi's gotten cocky after evolving, already daring to fight bears. After eating so many crystal cores and still surviving, even a regular human would have awakened some powers. Qi Xing didn't believe Jiang Zhaoshu hadn't changed at all. He let go of her hand and snapped his fingers. A vine shot up from the ground, wrapped around his waist, and lifted him to the thick branches of a tall tree nearby. Perched on a sturdy limb, Qi Xing swung his legs leisurely and looked down at the suddenly abandoned and confused Jiang Zhaoshu. He called out, "Fugui wants to eat it. Then Fugui can go fight it. Big brother's all out of juice. I'll cheer for you from up here." Chapter 26 successfully killed a black bear. Qi Xing said he wouldn't help her, and he really meant it. The man just leaned back against the tree branches, eyes closed, looking completely relaxed, while Jiang Zhaoshu stood frozen on the ground, staring blankly. That bear had clearly caught the scent of both her and Qi Xing. It was roaring and speeding straight toward them. Jiang Zhaoshu had originally felt somewhat reassured having Qi Xing around, but now that he'd tossed aside the burden, she was left to fend for herself. Her limbs were stiff, she couldn't climb the tree, and her running speed, nowhere near that of the bear. She panicked, spinning in circles under the tree. Help, help, Jiang Zhaoshu hugged the tree trunk, pitifully calling up to Qi Xing for help. Fugui, handle it yourself. Qi Xing's lazy voice drifted down from above, totally at ease. Jiang Zhaoshu, furious, pounded the tree trunk a few times. But she'd hit it too hard. Her flesh tore against the rough bark, exposing the stark white of her bones. Startled, she quickly stroked the wound, distressed and fussing over her mangled flesh. In just a few minutes, the black bear had come into clear view. Even Qi Xing could see it from the tree. As the massive beast approached, its musky, foul odor grew stronger. Jiang Zhaoshu got a good look at it now. It was an enormous mutated black bear. She'd estimated it to be around 2 meters tall, clearly an understatement. This beast was even bigger than a polar bear. Easily over 3 meters tall, weighing a literal ton, its every step made the ground tremble. Whenever its paws hit the earth, the leaves and pebbles around Jiang Zhaoshu shook with it. Its thick flesh rippled as it ran, and its bare paws were larger than Jiang Zhaoshu's entire head. Its claws, extending between the toes, were curved and sharp like sickles. Against such a terrifying predator, her zombie teeth and claws were basically water pistols going up against a military-grade sniper rifle, utterly ridiculous. If she weren't a zombie, she would have peed herself by now. The bear stopped about 5 or 6 meters away, its eyes scanning both the small, frail Jiang Zhaoshu on the ground and Qi Xing perched in the tree. Fortunately, it seemed much more interested in Qi Xing than her. That's probably why it didn't attack her right away. Still, Jiang Zhaoshu had completely lost her appetite. Her legs trembled uncontrollably. She bitterly regretted not listening to Qi Xing and leaving with him earlier. Just then, Qi Xing finally moved. Jiang Zhaoshu's eyes lit up with hope. He was going to help her. But he merely stretched lazily, shifted into a more comfortable position against the tree, and said, voice husky with sleep, "Hurry up, Fugui. I'm really tired." What the HLL? This beast starred. Not only was he not helping, he was even teasing her at a time like this. Furious, Jiang Zhaoshu's rage flared. She steeled herself and pulled out the remaining crystal cores from her pocket, and swallowed them all. Whatever, it was either the bear dies or she does. Either way, she only had one life, might as well go all in. The crystal cores slid down her throat and instantly ignited a burning heat in her lower abdomen. Trying to psych herself up, Jiang Zhaoshu squeezed her eyes shut. And in that instant of darkness, a strange sensation surged in her mind. In a vast, endless black void, countless little gray dots squeaked out a call, reaching for her. She responded instinctively. The moment she called out, the dots came swarming toward her. In the blink of an eye, a horde of mutated giant rats, each the size of a goose, scurried out from all directions, gathering around her like ghosts. Normally, Jiang Zhaoshu would have screamed in horror at the disgusting creatures. But this time, she didn't flinch. When she opened her eyes again, her once dark pupils had turned a chilling, demonic blood red, now cold and venomous as they locked onto the black bear. A strange creaking sound rasped in her throat. She had somehow, without anyone teaching her, learned how to speak in the tongue of the mutated rats. She was communicating with them. The searing pain from the crystal cores and her overwhelming hunger flooded her senses, leaving no room for hesitation. Kill it. Kill this black bear, and everyone gets to eat. Just like humans, mutated species often fought amongst themselves. Perhaps because she had devoured so many of their crystal cores, the mutated giant rats now regarded Jiang Zhaoshu as one of their own, maybe even their leader. At her command, their glowing green eyes flashed with hunger as they squealed and launched themselves toward the massive black bear. The bear let out a roar that shook the soul. It was massive, yes, but surprisingly nimble. It swiped with its paw like it was swatting flies, smashing one of the charging rats into pulp instantly. But there were just too many rats. One died, another filled its place. Their long gray tails flicked in the air as wave after wave of them dove at the bear. Once they latched on, they dug their claws into its thick hide and refused to let go, ripping into it with their razor-sharp fangs. Their teeth were over 20 centimeters long, hard as steel. With one bite, they embedded themselves deep into the bear's flesh. Though the wounds weren't fatal, they were maddeningly painful. The bear reared up, slapping and smashing any rats it could catch, either tearing them apart or squashing them under its weight. In seconds, the entire forest had turned into a slaughterhouse. The rats' screeches echoed through the dead woods. Blood splattered everywhere. Limbs flew. Jiang Zhaoshu stood not far from the carnage, coldly analyzing the bear's movements. She noticed it moved wildly, but it kept guarding its neck. Zombies only stop moving when their heads are severed. Maybe the same applied to mutated beasts. But this bear wasn't guarding its head. It was guarding its neck. Could it be injured? She focused the rat swarm's assault on its throat. Sure enough, the bear grew even more agitated. Smart thing. Within moments, the bear seemed to realize she was the one controlling the rats. With a furious roar, it dropped to all fours and charged at her. Jiang Zhaoshu looked like a helpless baby chick before this monster. As it lunged, she turned and bolted. But how could her two legs outrun its four? Even while fleeing, she continued directing the rats to attack, trying to stall it, but it didn't take long before the bear caught up. Its paw, large as a wash basin, was about to come crashing down. The shadow of the paw engulfed her. If that hit her, she'd be a splattered mess. Despair flooded her heart, but her legs still pushed forward, refusing to give up any chance of survival. Just as the paw was about to crush her, snap! A vine shot out, wrapped around her ankle, and yanked her out of the way at lightning speed. Crack! The bear's paw slammed into the ground, leaving a deep crater. But Jiang Zhaoshu, now dangling from the vine like a gourd hanging from a rack, was safe, suspended high above the ground, out of the bear's reach. Qi Xing. He came to save her after all. Moments ago, she had thought it was the end. But now, she looked toward Qi Xing standing on a tree nearby, smiling at her, and hope returned to her eyes. That was, until she realized, she was upside down. From this angle, Qi Xing's smirk looked downright sinister. And just as she feared, the vine suddenly loosened and swung her straight into the bear's face. She was now nose to nose with the beast, its hot, rank breath puffing all over her. She screamed in terror. The bear roared back, raising a claw to shred her. Another vine snapped taut, yanking her back into the air, just high enough that the bear couldn't reach her. Over and over, the vines tossed her in and out of reach, completely enraging the bear. It turned to attack the vines instead. The vines, under assault, suddenly flung her away again. Dizzy from being tossed around, Jiang Zhaoshu felt the world spin, until she fell into a warm, fragrant embrace. Qi Xing caught her from behind, arms wrapping around her as he placed a sharp dagger into her palm. "You did great just now." Jiang Zhaoshu heard his smiling voice, just before he gave her a gentle push on the back. Another vine shot up from the ground, wrapping around her waist and lifting her effortlessly into the air. She felt like she had grown wings, soaring lightly above the battlefield. The vine carried her directly onto the black bear's back, right in the middle of its fight with the rats and vines. The bear snarled and tried to swipe her off, but after those earlier encounters, Jiang Zhaoshu had spotted the wound on the right side of its neck. She planted her feet on its back, raised the dagger high, and plunged it into the tear with all her strength, then sliced sideways. Slash! The bear's thick neck split open wider. She'd sliced halfway through its throat. Hot blood gushed out like a geyser, drenching Jiang Zhaoshu from head to toe. Thud! With a massive crash, the black bear collapsed. Jiang Zhaoshu, soaked in blood, was gently lowered to the ground by the vine. Her chest heaved as she gasped for air, gripping the bloodied dagger tightly. She stared at the mountain-sized corpse in front of her, completely stunned. She'd done it. She had actually slain the beast. Chapter 27 I Am Awesome. After successfully taking down the black bear, Jiang Zhaoshu immediately began to happily feast on the fruits of her victory. Evolving had really drained her energy, so she ended up eating nearly half of the bear meat all by herself. By the end, even Qi Xing jumped down from the tree, pinched her cheek, then touched her belly, curious about how such a small girl managed to fit so much meat inside. After eating her fill, Jiang Zhaoshu's cheeks were puffed up. Qi Xing watched her with interest for a while, then reached out and poked at her cheek, saying, "Open your mouth." Jiang Zhaoshu, by now, her blood-red eyes had already turned back to black, and along with it, her temper had disappeared. Reluctantly, Jiang Zhaoshu opened her mouth. Qi Xing cupped her chin with one hand, lifted her little face and examined her for a long time, then, surprisingly, stuck his finger into her mouth. His warm, smooth fingertip ran along her teeth, carefully probing. The weird sensation made Jiang Zhaoshu's scalp tingle. She almost bit down. Her eyes widened in horror as she stared at Qi Xing, silently asking him what the H*L he was trying to do. Qi Xing gently hooked his finger inside her mouth, and Jiang Zhaoshu nearly gagged. She couldn't take it anymore and shoved him away, coughing violently. While coughing, she spat everything out. All the meat she had stuffed into her cheeks tumbled out. Qi Xing finally said, "You're not a hamster, why are you hiding meat in your cheeks like you're trying to be cute?" Jiang Zhaoshu glared at him through watery eyes, both embarrassed and annoyed. How was she supposed to know? She'd seen so much food and just couldn't help herself. Next thing she knew, she was stuffing her cheeks full. Hamist, Jiang Zhaoshu coughed a few more times, then stammered, Listen to me. Probably because the crystal core you just ate contained the one from their leader, Qi Xing replied. Now they think you're their new boss. Jiang Zhaoshu suddenly understood and nodded proudly. She wiped her nose with her finger and declared, "I'm awesome." Boss Fugui. Qi Xing turned to glance at the bloody remains on the ground, then at the few surviving mutant giant rats still gnawing on the black bear, and mercilessly added, "But looks like your minions almost all died in that one fight." During the fight, Jiang Zhaoshu hadn't really thought that far. She was just praying she didn't die. Before leaving, she didn't forget to dig out the crystal cores from the black bear and the mutant giant rats. The core from the black bear was pretty big, almost the size of a quail egg. Qi Xing had once told her that eating too many crystal cores at once wasn't a good idea. The pain from evolving would only intensify and might even become unbearable. So Jiang Zhaoshu decided not to eat this one just yet. She tucked the crystal core into her pocket like a treasure, planning to eat it when they had plenty of food. The two walked for most of the night and only made it out of the forest at dawn. Honestly, the forest wasn't even that big. It was all Qi Xing's fault they took so long. She really shouldn't have trusted this DMN directionally challenged guy. Jiang Zhaoshu, being a zombie, was fine without rest, but Qi Xing was completely wiped out. He hadn't slept the night before, and now after another all-nighter, dark circles hung under his pale skin, and his fox-like eyes were turning into panda eyes. By the end, the usually chatty Qi Xing had gone completely quiet. It wasn't until the sun came up, warming him slightly, that he regained a bit of energy. Surprisingly, today was a sunny day. The sunlight wasn't all that bright, but it still brought a touch of warmth to the barren world. They left the forest and entered a farmland area, where they found an old, beat-up bicycle by a small path. Whoever owned it was either on the run, had turned into a zombie, or was a zombie who had run away. Either way, the bike now had no owner. Not that it mattered. Jiang Zhaoshu and Qi Xing took the bike without hesitation. Jiang Zhaoshu pedaled while Qi Xing sat on the back seat. After 2 sleepless nights, Qi Xing was on the verge of collapsing. The zombie girl pedaled hard up front, while Qi Xing leaned against her back, arms wrapped around her waist, dozing off. At this point, he didn't care where she was taking him. A gentle breeze blew as Jiang Zhaoshu rode down the narrow cement road through the fields. Looking at the endless farmland around her, she suddenly felt like she was back in her middle school days. She had attended school in the town, and the orphanage that took her in was in a nearby village, about 2 kilometers away. Every morning, before sunrise, little Jiang Zhaoshu would strap on her backpack and run through fields just like this to get to class. Back then, she couldn't afford a bike and had to rely on her legs. Sometimes, classmates would pass her on bicycles, and she'd always stare longingly after them. Now that she had a bike, it was like a dream from the past finally came true. As she pedaled, a strange happiness bubbled up in her. If her speech wasn't still a mess, she probably would have broken into song. Though she couldn't sing, she still let out a couple joyful howls to express her excitement, which startled Qi Xing awake. He opened his eyes and the first thing he did was tighten his hold on her and pull out the dagger at his waist. He looked around warily, scanning in every direction, but didn't see any threat approaching. In front of him was just a little zombie girl pedaling excitedly, howling as she rode. Qi Xing sheathed the dagger, wrapped his arms around her waist again, and said helplessly, "Fugui, you scared the crap out of me." "Good. I meant to." Jiang Zhaoshu ignored his complaint and kept singing her off-key zombie song. She felt the warmth of Qi Xing's cheek pressed against her back, and his body shaking slightly, seemed like he was laughing. They continued for another half hour and reached a small village. It was remote and not very wealthy, mostly filled with single-story houses and not many zombies. Qi Xing took out a few and they managed to get inside one of the homes. He headed to the kitchen and found a stash of dried radishes. In the apocalypse, vegetables were a rare treasure, but Qi Xing didn't look thrilled. Because this stuff tasted awful. Pickled, they were fine as a salty side dish, but eaten alone, absolute torture. He chewed on a few strands like he was chewing on wax, and when he finally swallowed, he nearly choked. The salty bitterness made him want to gag. Watching his pained face, Jiang Zhaoshu remembered her own first time eating a mutant's flesh and felt a rare moment of empathy. These days, it was tough being a zombie or a human. After eating, Qi Xing, already severely sleep-deprived, got even sleepier and kept yawning. Seeing that Jiang Zhaoshu was still full of energy, peeking outside over and over again, he told her, "Fugui, I need to crash for a bit. If you're bored, go out and play, but don't go too far. Be back before dark, okay?" Jiang Zhaoshu nodded her little head. Qi Xing went to bed, and Jiang Zhaoshu excitedly ran outside. She didn't have to worry about zombies, so she leisurely rode her bike around the village. After spending so much time with Qi Xing, she'd picked up his scavenging habit. Every time she saw a door, she felt like checking inside. She went door to door looking for goodies and even found some food to bring back for Qi Xing. She left the food at the entrance of the house he was resting in, then happily pedaled off to play in the fields. As the sun began to set, Jiang Zhaoshu remembered what Qi Xing had said and rode back toward the village to check if he'd woken up. But just as she reached the edge of the village, she spotted a group of people approaching from the other side. They seemed to notice her too. One of them, a woman with a ponytail, tugged at her companion and pointed in her direction. The woman's hairstyle made Jiang Zhaoshu instantly think of the nightmare that was Xiao Chushi. She jumped in fright, afraid that there might be superpowered people like Xiao Yi or Xiao Chushi among them, and knowing she couldn't win, Jiang Zhaoshu quickly pedaled into the village to go get Qi Xing. Chapter 28. Don't be afraid of wealth. I'm here. The girl with the single ponytail rubbed her eyes in disbelief when she saw Jiang Zhaoshu riding a bicycle. Once she confirmed it wasn't a hallucination, she tugged on the sleeve of the person next to her in shock. Qin Feng, look, there's a kid over there. The man she pulled was named Qin Feng, a little over 30, with an average face but a tall, sturdy build. He was a lightning-type ability user and the leader of their group. Before Qin Feng could respond, another water-type ability user, Cao Yuan, spoke up first. Duan Yuan, are your eyes playing tricks on you? This godforsaken place, how could there be a kid? I'm serious, that kid's even riding a bike. Looks like a little girl. Hey, I think your brain's fried from all the drama. You're always jumping at shadows. What's that supposed to mean, Cao Yuan? Both of you, shut it. What's all the noise for? Qin Feng finally spoke. He'd always had a bad temper. With a gloomy expression, he barked, if you're not sure, why don't someone just go and check? The sky was getting dark. Once night fell, the zombie swarms would become more active, and staying outside would be a lot more dangerous. They needed a place to rest anyway, so they decided to head into the village Duan Yuan claimed the child had gone into. Jiang Zhaoshu sped up and rode straight back into the village. When she reached the house, she didn't even bother parking the bike properly. She jumped off and dashed inside, screaming as she ran. Ah, there's someone. She was scared out of her mind. Her little legs were practically pedaling the bike to death. By the time she got inside and saw that Qi Xing was still sleeping soundly, she nearly lost it. Pig! He'd been asleep all day and still wasn't awake. Jiang Zhaoshu threw herself at him, pushing his shoulders with both hands as she anxiously shouted, "Wake up!" Qi Xing was actually a light leaper. He'd already woken up when Jiang Zhaoshu came in, but his body still felt drained, and he didn't want to open his eyes. He pretended not to hear her yelling. Jiang Zhaoshu pushed him for a while but got no response. Her eyes widened in shock. Dead. Hearing that, Qi Xing almost broke character and laughed out loud. Hidden under the covers, he pinched his thigh hard to force himself not to smile. Then he felt a pair of cold little hands start fumbling around his face, just like when she checked his breathing in the forest. Her finger hovered in front of his nose. Qi Xing held his breath. This time, Jiang Zhaoshu didn't feel any warm air from his nose. She was stunned. WTF, Qi Xing was actually dead. Wasn't he full of life just this morning? Could it be the dried radish he ate before bed was poisoned? Did it kill him? Should she eat Qi Xing now? He was so powerful. His crystal core must be super nutritious. Staring at the man in front of her, who was practically glowing with mouth-watering fragrance, Jiang Zhaoshu couldn't help but gulp. Ever since she met Qi Xing, there hadn't been a moment where she didn't want to eat his meat. But now that he was really dead, there was this weird sour ache in her chest. If Qi Xing was gone, who would fight for her? Who would find her food? She wasn't even sure she could take on those people outside. Hey, couldn't he at least help her deal with those outsiders before dying? Wake up, still clinging to hope, Jiang Zhaoshu pushed him again, but the man lying in bed remained completely unresponsive. No, wake up, eat, you, she struggled to get the words out, trying to warn him. Qi Xing still didn't move. His cheeks felt warm and springy to the touch, but there was no breath from his mouth or nose. After trying everything, Jiang Zhaoshu was out of ideas. She plopped down on the floor, dumbfounded, staring at Qi Xing lying there like he'd died peacefully in his sleep. A villain like Qi Xing, dead not at the hands of the good guys, but from dried radish. That's way too lame a way to go. Jiang Zhaoshu desperately tried to recall the plot and settings of the novel she had read. In these kinds of stories, when someone got bitten by a zombie, they either got torn to pieces or turned into a zombie themselves. If she bit Qi Xing now, would that turn him into a zombie? If a person no longer had a heartbeat, could they still be turned? Thinking that far, Jiang Zhaoshu suddenly remembered something and jumped back to her feet. She climbed onto the bed, yanked off his blanket, and roughly tore open the buttons on his shirt. The shirt fell open, exposing Qi Xing's upper body to the air, his skin pale and smooth, with well-defined abs. But Jiang Zhaoshu wasn't in the mood to admire the eye candy. She pressed her hand urgently to his firm chest. DMN. He did have a heartbeat. Qi Xing couldn't keep up the act anymore. His chest trembled as he chuckled, then opened his eyes and said with a grin. Fugui, what kind of girl just strips a man like that? FKFKFKFKF*K. Sitting on Qi Xing's lap, with her hand still on his bare chest, Jiang Zhaoshu stared at him in stunned embarrassment. His sly, narrow fox-like eyes twinkled with mischief. She was in her 20s, why the hell was she falling for such childish tricks? If she wasn't sure she'd lose, she'd have slapped him by now. Jiang Zhaoshu's face turned pale with frustration. In the end, she awkwardly pulled her hand back and muttered angrily, "You jerk." Ha ha. Qi Xing really was a villain. Getting scolded made him laugh even harder. As the human and the zombie were goofing around, voices suddenly echoed from outside. Hey, look, isn't this a bike? There are tire marks on the ground. A young woman's voice said excitedly, I knew I saw a kid riding a bike just now. A man followed up, that's so weird. Other than us, who'd be alive in this dead zone? Don't tell me we're not the only ones who know about this place. Everyone shut up. Another male voice snapped at them. This voice sounded older than the first two, and even though it was just 3 words, it was deep and commanding, definitely a big, brawny middle-aged man. Jiang Zhaoshu, still shaken by the earlier scare from the ponytail girl, froze when she heard the voices outside. Her expression tightened. Afraid she might sound just like those outsiders, she nervously inched closer to Qi Xing, practically draping her whole zombie body on top of him. She whispered. People, scared, Xiao Chushi had really traumatized her. Now, every time she met ability users, she panicked. It's okay. Qi Xing sat up in bed, pulled her into his arms, and gently patted her back. His voice was soft and reassuring. Fugui, don't be afraid. I'm here. While the bond between them grew stronger, the trio outside was clearly at odds. After Qin Feng barked at him, Duan Yuanyuan immediately shut up. Cao Yuan turned his head to the side, pouting in defiance. What's he acting all tough for? Back then he was just a factory worker like the rest of us. Chapter 29 Healing Power. Duan Yuanyuan, Qin Feng, and Cao Yuan knew each other before the apocalypse. Qin Feng and Cao Yuan used to work together at an electronics factory. Duan Yuanyuan was an online friend Qin Feng had met through the internet. They used to game and chat together a lot, and their relationship was a bit ambiguous, though neither had made the first move. In fact, Qin Feng often brought it up, either directly or subtly, asking how she felt about him, or suggesting they meet in person. They'd exchanged photos too. Qin Feng was almost 1.9 meters tall and not bad looking. Definitely not ugly. Duan Yuanyuan had a decent impression of him, but when it came to actually dating, she always hesitated. She was only 23 at the time, while Qin Feng was already 34. The age gap was big. Duan Yuanyuan was still in her starry-eyed phase, dreaming about romance, while Qin Feng clearly saw dating as a step toward marriage. But the truth was, Qin Feng's circumstances weren't great. No house, no car, no ambition either. He was still working a factory assembly line job at his age, spending his free time gaming, with no plans to better himself. Duan Yuanyuan's background wasn't exactly rich either, but definitely better off than his. Before the apocalypse, she worked as a real estate sales agent. With some makeup and a bit of dressing up, she could pass as a minor beauty. She had several admirers both online and in real life. So even though Qin Feng pursued her passionately, Duan Yuanyuan remained on the fence. And before she could make up her mind, the zombie virus broke out, and the world ended. Duan Yuanyuan didn't awaken any powers. She was curled up alone in her rental, terrified and helpless, listening to the screams outside, when Qin Feng came to find her. When she saw him, covered in the scent of blood, calling her name and jumping in through the window, Duan Yuanyuan burst into tears and threw herself into his arms. That was the moment they officially became a couple. Later, Duan Yuanyuan saw that Qin Feng had brought someone else with him, Cao Yuan. She remembered him from when the three of them used to team up in games. Cao Yuan had always been sharp-tongued, constantly mocking and teasing her. Back when they gamed, he called her a noob. Now in the apocalypse, he mocked her as useless and said she could only survive by relying on men. Before, she'd acted all high and mighty in front of Qin Feng like some goddess. Now that he'd awakened superpowers, she opened her legs for him without a second thought. Cao Yuan's perspective. Because of that, Duan Yuanyuan really disliked Cao Yuan. But he had awakened powers too, water-based. He could purify water. In the apocalypse, clean water was insanely precious. So even though Qin Feng had heard Cao Yuan insult her more than once, he still kept him around. Duan Yuanyuan felt disappointed in Qin Feng for this, but what could she do? She really did need him to survive. Going solo meant becoming zombie food. And in a way, what Cao Yuan said wasn't completely wrong. That's exactly why it made her feel even worse. She desperately wanted to prove her worth. As the three entered the house, Duan Yuanyuan's sharp eyes immediately spotted the pile of food near the bedroom door. Her face lit up like she'd discovered treasure. Qin Feng, there's food over there. In remote mountain villages, transportation was inconvenient, so most people grew their own vegetables. When those vegetables ripened, they couldn't eat them all at once, so they'd dry them into vegetable chips for long-term storage. Jiang Zhaoshu had collected a bunch of those during the day and stacked them in front of Qi Xing's door so he'd have something to eat when he woke up. Hearing the people outside get all excited about those dried veggies, Jiang Zhaoshu got excited too. She had gathered them especially for Qi Xing. He hadn't even seen him yet. She quickly pointed outside and said to Qi Xing, "I got for you." Qi Xing understood her. "Fugui went out to find food for me during the day." Jiang Zhaoshu eagerly nodded her little head and proudly said, "MHM." Most of the rooms in these village houses didn't have real doors, just thin cloth curtains, so anything said outside was clearly audible inside. Qi Xing didn't lower his voice this time, so Qin Feng and the others heard everything. "Who's there?" Qin Feng raised his hand, crackling with blue sparks, and shouted angrily toward the room, "Quit pretending. Come out now." Duan Yuanyuan, who was just about to grab the food, jumped like a startled rabbit and quickly ran back behind Qin Feng, trembling as she asked, Is someone in there?" "Hold on," a calm, pleasant male voice came from inside. "Let me put on some clothes." Jiang Zhaoshu had torn Qi Xing's shirt, so he zipped up his jacket and walked out of the room. Qi Xing's appearance was no joke, he was really good looking. The moment he stepped out, all three outside froze. They had imagined plenty of possibilities. Maybe a survivor from the village, maybe a mutant luring people in with a human voice, maybe a terrifying high-level zombie. But never did they expect a man who looked like a damn movie star to walk out of this raggedy old house. "Hello." Qi Xing casually glanced at the sparks dancing on Qin Feng's fingertips, then took the initiative to greet them. He was always polite and soft-spoken with strangers. "My sister and I escaped from Yun City. It got dark, so we stayed here for the night." As he spoke, he gently patted Jiang Zhaoshu, who was hiding behind him. "This is my little sister." Jiang Zhaoshu wore a black hoodie that made her pale, palm-sized face look even smaller. She was skinny and clung to Qi Xing's jacket hem, sneaking glances at the newcomers with frightened eyes. She looked painfully shy and timid. Qi Xing himself looked like a gentle scholar, not someone who could fight. 0 threat level. The trio outside finally let out a breath, but Qin Feng wasn't ready to lower his guard. He asked sharply, "The zombies outside. Did you kill them? Are you an ability user?" "I did," Qi Xing replied honestly. "I'm a wood-type ability user." As he spoke, He raised his hand. A soft green glow lit up between his long fingers. He flicked his fingers, and the green light shot toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng panicked and immediately formed a ball of lightning to counter. But the gentle green glow suddenly shifted, bypassing him and landing on Duan Yuanyuan instead. She screamed in terror, "Why are you attacking me?" "Qin Feng, he attacked me." She had seen ability users fight before. Just a flick and invisible blades would wipe out zombies. She thought she was about to be cut down too and burst into tears. But when the glow faded, her hand was perfectly fine. Not only that, the old scar on the back of her hand was completely gone. Tears still in her eyes, Duan Yuanyuan stared in disbelief and held up her hand to Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, the scar on my hand, it's healed." Qin Feng looked at her hand, then at Qi Xing, a flicker of scheming excitement flashing in his dark eyes. Both the astonished Duan Yuanyuan and the silent, scowling Cao Yuan turned to look at Qi Xing. Qi Xing smiled and said, "But my ability isn't offensive. It's a healing type." Even though Jiang Zhaoshu knew full well that Qi Xing was a master of talking absolute bullshit with a straight face, hearing him say that without even blinking still made her heart skip a beat. DMN. That was smooth. Most wood-type abilities were either attack or healing, not both. This was her first time learning that Qi Xing's power could both slice and heal. "Little Qi, what other surprises are you hiding from your Empress?" Chapter 30. Eavesdropping. Healing-type superpowers were the rarest and most coveted ability in every team during the apocalypse. In a world where medical supplies were scarce, healing powers became immensely valuable. Not only could they treat injuries without medicine, but really, who wouldn't want a strong nanny-type teammate to watch their back while they fought without fear? As the team leader, Qin Feng was a bit clever, but only a bit. Once Qi Xing demonstrated his ability and revealed that he had a harmless wood-based healing power, Qin Feng's attitude toward him shifted immediately. Qi Xing, skilled at saying the right thing to the right person, introduced himself under the alias Li Ronghua. In no time, he had gotten cozy with the three of them and even shared the food that Jiang Zhaoshu had gathered earlier that day. In return, Qin Feng had Cao Yuan fetch some clean water for him. After the group had their fill in the small hut, Qin Feng told Duan Yuanyuan to tidy up the trash. Then, with a heartfelt tone, he said to Qi Xing, "Brother Li, we've been needing a healer in our team. You seem like a trustworthy guy. How about this, you join us?" Qin Feng's tone was firm. "I promise, as long as you pull your weight, you'll never be short on food or drink in this team." Qi Xing played his role flawlessly, a naive, honest guy who completely let his guard down around strangers. He grinned. "Of course, sounds great. I've been worrying about how my abilities got no offensive strength. I can't even protect my sister if danger strikes." And of course, he didn't forget to butter Qin Feng up. "Brother Qin, just looking at you, I can tell, you're definitely a lightning-type ability user. Must be crazy strong." Qi Xing's looks were seriously misleading. Anyone meeting him for the first time would assume he was some cold, aloof aristocratic heir with impeccable presence. Men all have pride. A guy like Qi Xing, rich, refined, and way out of their league back in the day, was now looking at them with admiration and respect. Qin Feng couldn't help feeling a little smug, though he tried to stay humble. "I'm all right. I'm an A-rank ability user." "Whoa, A-rank?" Qi Xing's eyes lit up like stars. He exaggeratedly gasped, "I've never even seen an A-rank user before. Brother Qin, you're amazing." Squatting in the corner playing with pebbles, Jiang Zhaoshu thought. That familiar, over-the-top tone the last guy Qi Xing praised like this. Already torn apart and eaten by their own kind. According to Qi Xing's backstory, Jiang Zhaoshu had fallen ill as a child, and ever since then, her brain had never worked quite right. She spoke unclearly, and even though she looked like a teenager, mentally she was still like a little kid. Knowing she was both mentally impaired and powerless, the newcomers didn't pay her much mind. Everyone except Duan Yuanyuan, that is, Duan Yuanyuan also didn't have powers. When the other two guys discussed things, she never got a say. If she talked too much, Qin Feng and Cao Yuan would get annoyed. With nothing else to do after cleaning up, Duan Yuanyuan wandered over to Jiang Zhaoshu and tried to strike up a chat. Jiang Zhaoshu was playing a pebble game, tossing them up and grabbing others off the floor before catching the one in the air, training her reflexes. She was having fun until Duan Yuanyuan suddenly said, "Your name's Fugui, right?" At first, Jiang Zhaoshu was scared of Duan Yuanyuan, worried she'd be another Xiao Chushi, sneaky and violent, ready to stomp her neck in without warning. But after seeing how Qi Xing used his powers on Duan Yuanyuan and how indifferent the others were, Jiang Zhaoshu relaxed. This woman probably had no powers and wasn't exactly popular in the group. When Qi Xing attacked her earlier, even the man she instinctively called out to for help didn't lift a finger. Once the danger passed, Jiang Zhaoshu stopped paying her any mind. The woman was skinny, hardly any meat on her, not even qualified as emergency food supply. Jiang Zhaoshu was more interested in Qin Feng. While they were eating, she kept stealing glances at him. Big guy, muscular, a powered user, definitely more delicious than skinny Duan Yuanyuan or Cao Yuan. Even though she could talk now, her pronunciation was strange. Anyone could tell something was off. So when Duan Yuanyuan tried to make small talk, Jiang Zhaoshu didn't bother replying. She just kept playing with her pebbles, completely uninterested. Duan Yuanyuan was used to being ignored and wasn't offended. She kept chatting like she was talking to herself. Worried Qin Feng might overhear, she lowered her voice and whispered to Jiang Zhaoshu. "Fugui, I'm so jealous of you. You don't have any powers, yet your brother still sticks with you and protects you. He's so gentle and handsome. I wish I had a brother like that." Jiang Zhaoshu stayed silent, still playing with her pebbles, but her thoughts were, you wouldn't say that if you saw his real face. She still remembered the look in Qi Xing's eyes that day in the basement, staring in fascination while a fire user screamed as he was torn apart and eaten alive. Even as a zombie, she had never felt that level of twisted glee when eating. Still, Duan Yuanyuan wasn't totally wrong. Qi Xing had stuck with her, protected her, and never made any inappropriate moves. Maybe he was the villain in this story, but to her, he was just someone with some minor moral flaws. In that sense, she was lucky. The woman in front of her, not so much. The bungalow had 3 bedrooms. At night, Jiang Zhaoshu naturally shared a room with Qi Xing. Qin Feng and Duan Yuanyuan took one room. Cao Yuan had a room to himself. Qin Feng and Duan Yuanyuan's room was in the middle. The house had no doors, and the thin walls didn't block sound. Not long after everyone went to their rooms, muffled grunts and moans started echoing through the flimsy walls, loud and crystal clear. Jiang Zhaoshu didn't need sleep. Qi Xing had slept enough during the day, so he wasn't tired either. The zombie girl and the man sat wide-eyed in the dark, listening to the sounds that made faces flush and hearts race. Jiang Zhaoshu was an adult, but she had 0 experience in that department. In her past life, it was all studying and working, no time for this stuff. Now she was a zombie, probably never going to find a partner or get to experience it. That made her curious. Might as well listen while I still can, she thought. She leaned forward on the bed, pressing her cheek and ear against the wall, trying to catch every detail like a total creep. Qi Xing was originally sitting by the wall closest to the noisy room. When Jiang Zhaoshu crawled over, he suddenly moved. A strange look flashed across his handsome face. He awkwardly avoided her and got out of bed. It wasn't that he had some perverse urge toward Jiang Zhaoshu's completely unappealing zombie child body, he just felt incredibly awkward. Qi Xing had no experience in that area either. He was 26, but had never had romantic feelings for any woman, and always had 0 interest in this kind of thing. Before the apocalypse, he was a project manager at a big company, always busy. After his sister went missing, he spent all his time searching for her. Good looks and a great job brought him plenty of admirers, but Qi Xing always gave off a soft, calming aura. He never accepted any of them. Eventually, people started speculating that he had some unspeakable issue. Qi Xing had heard those rumors. But what could he do? Go around grabbing people by the collar, yelling "I'm not broken," I just don't give a crap about sex. Now, hearing those sounds through the wall, he found himself remembering those laughable old rumors. The apocalypse had changed a lot about him, but one thing stayed the same. He still found all this stuff boring, way less satisfying than killing zombies. What surprised him was that this little zombie girl, so young and small, was totally engrossed in listening in. She even stuck her little butt out while pressing her ear against the wall. Standing there, feeling annoyed and bored, Chi Xing looked at the sneaky little eavesdropper and thought. As her guardian, it was his duty to stop this zombie child from picking up bad habits. Chi Xing's eyes twitched as he got an idea, then he said loudly. Fugui, why aren't you sleeping? What are you doing on the wall? Chapter 31 They Will All Die WTF. Jiang Zhaoshu, who was eavesdropping intently with her ear pressed against the wall, was so startled by Chi Xing's sudden shout that she nearly jumped up. She quickly pulled away from the wall, eyes wide, and glared at Chi Xing, both embarrassed and angry. This guy could watch someone get torn to pieces with stars in his eyes, and now he wanted to pretend to be some noble gentleman. Fine, don't listen if you don't want her, but why ruin it for her too? Chi Xing smiled at her, his eyes full of amusement as he looked at the sulky, puff-cheeked Jiang Zhaoshu. He thought watching a zombie make such lively expressions was far more entertaining than spying on the neighbors. After all, there was only one wall. If they could hear what was going on next door, then obviously the people next door could hear them too. The heated, breathless moans, which had paused momentarily, suddenly grew louder and more intense. Mixed in were fragments of conversation. Qin Feng, stop, there's a kid next door. What kid? She's just a dumb asterisk. She doesn't understand. No, stop, don't, quit pretending. Doesn't being heard make it more exciting for you? Honey, I'm tired. Let's stop for today, Duan Yuan pleaded softly, her voice timid and submissive. Qin Feng, clearly irritated by her lack of enthusiasm, snapped back harshly, you gold-digging BTCH, now you wanna call me hubby. Smack, smack, two loud slaps rang out, followed by the heart-wrenching sound of a woman crying. Jiang Zhaoshu couldn't listen anymore. She understood that these kinds of things between men and women were common, even in the post-apocalyptic world, let alone in the modern one. But that didn't mean she could just calmly accept it. She was just lucky. The moment she arrived in this world, she became a zombie, and didn't have to go through anything like that. She looked at Chi Xing. He was looking at her too. For some reason, seeing that the smile in Chi Xing's eyes had vanished, replaced by a trace of disgust, made her feel relieved. He mouthed the words, wanna go? She nodded. Chi Xing walked over and reached out, intending to pick her up from the bed. But Jiang Zhaoshu instinctively dodged his hand. They both froze. Chi Xing had carried her many times before. Jiang Zhaoshu could tell he just treated her like his possession, and there was never any lust in his movements. He held her like one would hold a child. But maybe because of what she'd just heard from the other room, she suddenly felt weird about it this time. She didn't want to be touched by him right now. Chi Xing's pretty fox-like eyes widened slightly. He looked at her quietly for a moment, then suddenly turned his head and raised his voice toward the next room. Brother Qin, my little sister's still young. She got scared. I'll take her to sleep in another room. Then he leaned down, reached out, and picked her up. They left the room and went into another house. Once they changed rooms, Qin Feng's shouting and Duan Yuan's sobbing were no longer audible. Chi Xing placed Jiang Zhaoshu down on the bed in this new room and asked, Fugui, were you scared just now? Jiang Zhaoshu didn't know how to respond. She'd seen so many bloody scenes without flinching, and now to say she was scared, it felt overly dramatic and kind of ridiculous. She hesitated for several seconds, then stammered, disgusting. Disgusted by that kind of thing. Qin Feng's humiliation of Duan Yuan reminded her of when she used to work a summer job as a phone customer service representative. Some callers would intentionally spew vulgar, filthy things at her to vent their frustrations. And for the sake of maintaining good ratings, she had to pretend she didn't hear those demeaning insults, continuing to flatter and accommodate them, asking if they had any complaints about her service. Compared to physical pain, that kind of mental degradation was far worse. Even when she was desperate for money, Jiang Zhaoshu couldn't endure it for long. She quit soon after. Qi Xing's pitch-black eyes briefly flashed with a hint of menace. He placed a hand on Jiang Zhaoshu's shoulder and said gently, "Don't worry, they'll all be dead soon." "Jiang Zhaoshu, please don't say terrifying things in such a gentle tone." She knew Qi Xing wasn't the type to befriend people like Qin Feng without some kind of ulterior motive. Qi Xing continued, "Qin Feng told me that in a couple of days, a man and a woman will pass through here. That woman has a space-type superpower, and her space is filled with tons of supplies. If we kill her and extract her crystal core, we can turn it into a spatial ring and control it, accessing the storage freely. Once Qin Feng and his crew kill the pair, I'll kill them and take the ring. Then we'll never have to worry about food and water again." Qi Xing's plan was very well thought out. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. On paper, it sounded flawless, but Jiang Zhaoshu gasped sharply after hearing it. She remembered from the novel she'd read, there was only one person who had a space-type superpower, the female lead. And the man traveling with her, that had to be the male lead, right? This novel's leads were the typical overpowered couple, Phoenix heroine and dragon hero tropes. Before the apocalypse, the Florida was a disgraced heiress whose corrupt father got arrested, and the ML was the youngest son of a wealthy family who took advantage of her downfall. They were both born with silver spoons and had never suffered before, outside of their love life. After the apocalypse hit, they awakened their powers. The female lead had space-type powers, and the male lead had fire-type powers. Unlike that lame guy they'd seen before who could only throw weak fireballs, this male lead was a genuine S-class fire-type ability user. Aside from the final boss, almost no one in the whole novel could beat him. Even if Qi Xing teamed up with Qin Feng, as a wood-type ability user, he'd still have no chance against that man. If they tried to mess with that pair, they'd basically be offering themselves up as cannon fodder. No way, she couldn't let Qi Xing drag her into a death trap. Jiang Zhaoshu anxiously gestured and stammered, "Don't go." "Why not? Zombies are all about eating." Normally Jiang Zhaoshu was like a little glutton. Just the mention of food was enough to make her lose her mind. This sudden caution really puzzled Qi Xing. "This is space-type, Fugui. Do you know what that means? Time is frozen inside it. Nothing ever rots, not even your food." Jiang Zhaoshu wasn't not tempted. She was just too scared. She swallowed hard and forced herself to say, "See, can't win." She hadn't read to the end of the novel, but based on what she had read, main characters in post-apocalyptic novels always have plot armor. Even if you killed them, they'd come back through some rebirth gimmick to take revenge. For minor characters like them, staying far away was the only way to survive. "Oh," Qi Xing raised an eyebrow. "You seem to know a lot about them. Did you know them before?" "Ah," Jiang Zhaoshu froze. Under Qi Xing's sharp gaze, she stammered, "Seen them." Qi Xing suddenly became interested in her past. "You knew them before you turned into a zombie?" "Aha, she knew them from the book, technically still counts." "Were you good friends?" No, not friends." "Then how come a dumb little zombie like you didn't get killed by them?" Jerk. Jiang Zhaoshu had already become a bit slow-witted after turning into a zombie. The more Qi Xing questioned her, the more scrambled her thoughts got. Eventually she gave up, rolled over onto the bed, and yanked the blanket over her head in frustration. Seeing her sulking again, Qi Xing chuckled and lay down beside her. He lay flat on his back, staring at the thin cobweb on the ceiling of the shabby little house. He blinked, and the spiderweb in his vision overlapped with the one he remembered from the corner of a ruined room long ago, stirring memories he'd buried for years. That man had also yelled at him and his sister like that. "You gold-digging whore. You gave birth to 2 little bastards. Eating my food, drinking my booze, good for nothing." There were slaps, yes, but also belts, and even shattered glass bottles. He'd clutched his trembling little sister, curled up in a corner, staring at the cobweb in the corner as he endured the beatings and verbal abuse. Qi Xing slowly closed his eyes. The cobweb disappeared, and all that remained in his mind was the spreading stain of blood. He rolled over, gently placing his hand on the curled-up figure of Jiang Zhaoshu under the blanket, and said softly to her, and to himself, "It's okay. We may not be strong enough now, but we'll get there. They'll all die." Chapter 32, Newly Dressed Wealthy. Although Qi Xing often acted like he didn't take anything seriously, he was actually pretty cautious when it came down to business. The next day, Jiang Zhaoshu saw Qi Xing go look for Qin Feng. At first, Qin Feng didn't seem to care much, but as Qi Xing kept talking, his brows started to furrow. Eventually, he called over Cao Yuan. The three men went into the house and started murmuring about something. Jiang Zhaoshu was squatting in the yard, zoning out while staring at an ant hole in the dirt. The ant hole was deserted. No idea if the ants had moved out or died off. Could they have turned into zombie ants? Could ants even become zombies? And if they did, what would they eat? She was deep in these weird thoughts when a shadow fell over her. "Fugui, I noticed you didn't eat last night or this morning. Aren't you hungry?" It was a woman's voice. Jiang Zhaoshu looked up, and sure enough, it was Duan Yuanyuan. The moment she saw her, Jiang Zhaoshu couldn't help but remember the awful screaming she'd heard from Duan Yuanyuan last night. But after just one night, Duan Yuanyuan was acting like nothing had happened. Aside from a couple of handprint-shaped bruises on her face and some puffiness around her eyes, she looked perfectly normal and was gazing at Jiang Zhaoshu like nothing was off. Maybe it was because she'd eaten too much bear meat the night before, but Jiang Zhaoshu hadn't eaten for the past 2 days and still didn't feel hungry. They locked eyes for a few seconds. Looking into Duan Yuanyuan's concerned gaze, Jiang Zhaoshu figured she should probably say something to explain her odd behavior. She opened her mouth slowly, and not hungry Duan Yuanyuan looked at her pale, skinny face and the filthy black hoodie she was wearing. Pressing her lips together, she suddenly bent down and grabbed Jiang Zhaoshu's hand. "Come with me, sis." Totally confused, Jiang Zhaoshu followed her into the room where Duan Yuanyuan and Qin Feng had slept the night before. As they passed the three men still deep in conversation, Qi Xing turned his head and looked her way. Jiang Zhaoshu awkwardly opened her mouth at him, not saying a word. Qi Xing smiled at her before turning back to Qin Feng. "Man, I envy you. Still got your girl with you in the apocalypse." Qin Feng snorted, arms crossed. "Girl? She's just a cheap WH-re. Wouldn't even give me the time of day before the apocalypse. Now that her life's on the line, she's clinging to me like I'm her lifeline." It had been over half a year since the apocalypse started. During that time, Qin Feng had stuck with Duan Yuanyuan and Cao Yuan. After sleeping with her for that long, he was already getting bored. The goddess he had once chased so desperately had finally fallen into his hands, but now that he'd had a taste, he found she wasn't all that. With his current strength, women looking for protection were practically throwing themselves at him. But most of them weren't as young or pretty as Duan Yuanyuan. Sure, they were fine for a fling, but keep one around long enough, and they'd all turn into burdens just like her. So for now, she was still the only woman he kept by his side. "I heard that woman with the spatial ability is seriously gorgeous. We'll take out the guy with her first, see if she behaves. If she's obedient enough, we can spare her life and keep her with us." Qin Feng grinned maliciously as he spoke. Inside the room, Jiang Zhaoshu, who had been watching Duan Yuanyuan rummage through her clothes, couldn't help but sigh inwardly when she heard all that. Sigh. Classic cannon fodder villain lines. In novels, guys like this don't even get to steal anything before the female lead shows up. They don't live past 3 seconds. Qin Feng didn't even try to lower his voice. Everything he said was loud and clear. But Duan Yuanyuan acted like she hadn't heard a thing, like she was completely deaf. She rummaged around in her bag for a while, then suddenly pulled out a pale yellow dress, holding it up with excitement. "Fugui, what do you think of this dress?" Jiang Zhaoshu stared in silence at the dress with its intricate design and fluffy white trim on the sleeves and hem. Was that, for her? No way, she couldn't even remember a time in her life when she'd worn a dress. But under Duan Yuanyuan's relentless insistence, She ended up putting it on, even though it looked like it would totally get in the way if she had to fight or run. Her black hoodie was covered in blood. It didn't look too bad from the outside, but up close, it stank. Definitely not fitting for the innocent, naive, mentally challenged little girl image Qi Xing had made up for her. As her final act of resistance, Jiang Zhaoshu wore a pair of pants under the dress. It was cold anyway, so it looked normal. After she changed, Duan Yuanyuan started styling her like a doll, brushing and trimming her hair. Jiang Zhaoshu's hair wasn't long to begin with, just brushing her shoulders. It was easy to wash in winter and tie up in summer, which was why she liked it. Duan Yuanyuan trimmed it even shorter, so that it barely covered her cheeks and lined up with her earlobes, making her already small face look even softer. Once she finished, she handed Jiang Zhaoshu a mirror, praising her non-stop, so cute. Then she suddenly remembered something, dug around in her bag, and pulled out a delicate butterfly-shaped crystal hair clip. She clipped it to Jiang Zhaoshu's hair. Your brother joined our team. We all call him Big Bro Qin Lang, so that makes you my little sister too. Take this as a welcome gift from your big sis. Duan Yuanyuan was even more talkative than Qi Xing. She rambled on, this clip was expensive, you know. I spent a whole month's salary on it and never even wore it myself. So don't lose it, okay? Jiang Zhaoshu silently stared at her reflection in the mirror, freshly dressed and styled, then at the cheerful woman next to her, whose face still bore the marks of last night's violence. Her expression was blank, but her mind was full of sarcastic comments she didn't know where to begin voicing. It's the apocalypse, and you still have the energy to pack this much glittery crap. At that moment, the three men outside finally finished their discussion. Qi Xing came to the door and asked politely, "May I come in?" Jiang Zhaoshu. Oh, now you're pretending to be a gentleman. Who was the guy who didn't hesitate to strip her the moment they met? Come in, Duan Yuanyuan said excitedly. Qi Xing finally pulled back the curtain and stepped into the room. The moment he saw Jiang Zhaoshu sitting in the middle of the room in a pale yellow dress, he froze. Wow. Fugui got changed, he said with a grin, watching her turn her head awkwardly away. She looks great. Duan Yuanyuan couldn't wait to show off her handiwork. Your little sis has such fair skin. Once she's dressed up, she looks so radiant. Yeah, Qi Xing said, circling around Jiang Zhaoshu and playing along. She looks great. That dress suits her. I guess I'll have to find her more colorful clothes from now on. Jiang Zhaoshu normally didn't care about her appearance, but with the two of them hyping her up, she subconsciously reached up to touch the hair clip on her head. Honestly, it didn't feel that great. The thing was heavy and well crafted, and it constantly felt like it might fall off her head. They'd been staying in this house for a while now, and the zombies in the village had picked up on the scent of human flesh on them and were starting to gather. That morning, Qi Xing and Jiang Zhaoshu had seen a horde of zombies clustered at the doors of their two houses, so they used the rooftops to move over to this side. There were more and more zombies now, and the front door of their current house was just a wooden one, held shut by a wooden beam. After a night of clawing by zombies, the poor door was barely holding on, creaking under the strain. According to Qin Feng's intel, the two people with the spatial ability would be passing through tomorrow, so they still needed to stay here one more night. Qin Feng checked outside and said the front door was about to give in, the house wasn't safe anymore. They had to move to another house. He pointed at a nearby house that looked similar to this one. That would be their next stop. But there were too many zombies out there. Someone had to lure them away first. Qin Feng looked at Qi Xing. Qi Xing, meeting Qin Feng's sharp gaze, Qi Xing shrugged. I can go lure the zombies. But what about my sister? I need to make sure she's safe first. Let Yuanyuan take care of your sister. I'll go with you to lure the zombies. Cao Yuan will stay behind to protect Yuanyuan and your sister while they move to the next house. Qin Feng quickly laid out the plan. Qi Xing exchanged a glance with Jiang Zhaoshu. She didn't seem to have any objections. Even if Qin Feng was useless, these low-level zombies weren't a threat to Qi Xing. She blinked. Qi Xing understood the message in her eyes, then turned to ask Qin Feng, what rank is Cao Yuan? Cao Yuan hadn't spoken much since Qi Xing joined the group, but now he replied in a slightly annoyed tone. I may be rank ability user. My combat power is definitely higher than your healing type power. Protecting your sister will be no problem. B rank. The mutated black bear Jiang Zhaoshu had killed in the forest was probably around B rank too. Her little zombie self could handle that. Qi Xing finally nodded. All right. Chapter 33. Lure the zombies. After finalizing the evacuation plan, Qin Feng raised his hand, and a ball of lightning began to gather in his palm. He hurled it into the swarm of zombies, instantly frying several of them into scorched husks. Sensing danger, the zombies let out agitated, guttural growls, slamming even harder into the front door of the house. Seeing the door was about to give way, Qin Feng leapt down from the rooftop and threw several more lightning orbs into the horde, blasting open a path by brute force. Qi Xing, noticing the gap, jumped down right after him. Unlike Qin Feng's fierce, bulldozing style, Qi Xing moved like a feline, graceful and silent, landing softly one foot after the other. Since he had to eye the zombies at close range and couldn't use his wood-based power, Qi Xing didn't go with his usual dagger this time. Instead, he held a steel pipe over a meter long as a weapon, staying close behind Qin Feng and following the path cleared by the lightning. Watching from the rooftop, Jiang Zhaoshu saw Qi Xing swinging that steel pipe like a baseball bat, effortlessly bashing in the skulls of zombies that pounced at him. She was momentarily speechless. With moves like that, can he really keep pretending to be weak and helpless? Wow, Fugui, your brother is seriously hot. Now that Qin Feng had left, Duan Yuanyuan seemed much more at ease, finally daring to speak her mind. He can heal and fight like that. No wonder he's been able to protect you all this time. Jiang Zhaoshu kept up her perfect act as a mentally impaired girl, not reacting in the slightest. It was Cao Yuan, standing behind them, who sneered and snapped, "TCH, just a pretty boy. So what if he's a healer? When *T hits the fan, it's still us offensive types who have to charge into danger." Duan Yuanyuan glared at him. If healing powers are so useless, then why did Qin Feng keep him around? You're just jealous he's better looking than you. That hit Cao Yuan's sore spot. Though Qin Feng was older, his tall, broad-shouldered frame, nearly 1.9 meters, gave him a rugged appeal. Back at the electronics factory, he was pretty popular with the ladies. Cao Yuan, on the other hand, was short and skinny, with dark skin and a monkey-like appearance. He was pushing 30 and still had no girlfriend. Even after awakening powers post-apocalypse, women like Duan Yuanyuan, two-faced and manipulative, still threw themselves at macho types like Qin Feng who made him feel safe. What they didn't know was Qin Feng wasn't nearly as upright as he looked. He treated women like disposable clothes, use and toss, or kill if they got in the way. Whenever a woman tried to cozy up to Cao Yuan, Qin Feng would shut it down cold. Cao Yuan's powers weren't as strong, so he had no choice but to follow orders. Years of being overshadowed had warped Cao Yuan's already insecure heart into something darker. Even before the apocalypse, when the three of them played games together, he'd liked Duan Yuanyuan, but she only had eyes for Qin Feng, never giving Cao Yuan the time of day. Then Qin Feng became obsessed, constantly hinting they should be a couple. Duan Yuanyuan gave vague, evasive answers. Cao Yuan had seen it all. She was just a shallow woman chasing money, unwilling to settle for someone who didn't have a car, a house, or a dowry. He'd warned Qin Feng not to bother with her, but the guy had been so lovesick he wouldn't listen. After the zombie outbreak, Qin Feng awakened his powers and went straight to find Duan Yuanyuan, finally got his goddess, and then, like a switch flipped, started treating her like trash. Still, Cao Yuan's words must have left a mark. Every time Qin Feng looked at Duan Yuanyuan, he'd be reminded of those humiliating days when he groveled after her. That shame festered into rage. Now, Duan Yuanyuan didn't even dare leave him. He could humiliate or torment her however he liked. As for the sounds Jiang Zhaoshu and Qi Xing had heard last night, Cao Yuan had heard them countless times. He'd even watched it happen. To him, Duan Yuanyuan was pathetic and shameless, a woman with no dignity who would endure anything to survive. And yet, this lowly BTCH still had the audacity to look down on him. Fury welled up inside Cao Yuan. He lunged and grabbed Duan Yuanyuan by the throat. His already unattractive face twisted with rage and malice. Jealous of that pretty boy? You're kidding me, he hissed. You just wanna sleep with him, don't you? Helping him change his sister's dress, giving her hair clips. What, trying to get in good with him? You think he's ever even looked at you? He leaned in, voice full of venom. What if I told Qin Feng what you said? Think he'd believe you're cheating on him? Think he'll break your legs and throw you into the zombies? Power users gained physical enhancements alongside their abilities. Duan Yuanyuan, a regular human, was helpless. Cao Yuan's grip tightened. Her face turned red, her eyes rolled back, and she gasped, Cao Yuan, let go, I'm dying. She could say the nastiest things to Qin Feng, but still act like she was better than him. Cao Yuan changed tactics. Still choking her, he dragged her like a chicken to the edge of the rooftop and dangled her over the side. Most of the zombies had been lured away by Qin Feng and Qi Xing, but 5 or 6 remained, banging stubbornly against the door. The house wasn't tall. Duan Yuanyuan, only 1.65 meters, was barely pushed out when a drooling zombie jumped up, jaws wide open. Cao Yuan loosened his grip just enough. Terrified, Duan Yuanyuan screamed, eyes brimming with tears. No. Please, no. Wanna live? Cao Yuan's pitted, dark face twisted into a sadistic grin. Duan Yuanyuan nodded frantically, then stripped naked. Get on your knees and knock your head on the ground 3 times. Then I'll pull you back in. He squinted at her, eyes lecherous and cruel. Relax. I won't tell Qin Feng. Through sobs, she said, okay, I'll do it. What a filthy woman, he thought. She'll do anything to stay alive. Cao Yuan finally let go. She collapsed to the ground, clutching her throat, coughing and crying. Hands shaking, she reached up to unbutton her shirt. He got impatient and leaned forward, reaching straight for her chest. That's when Jiang Zhaoshu, who had been silently watching, suddenly charged forward. She grabbed the back of Cao Yuan's shirt and hurled him off the rooftop. Duan Yuanyuan, who had just braced herself for assault, let out another scream at the unexpected turn. Though Cao Yuan was tossed hard, he was still a power user. Before the zombies could reach him, he quickly summoned water jets and blasted him down. Bruised and battered, he scrambled up and looked back at the rooftop, eyes full of murderous rage. There, Jiang Zhaoshu stood like a little doll, wrapped in Duan Yuanyuan's tear-soaked arms, gazing down at him with pitch-black, emotionless eyes, like she was looking at a dead man. Cao Yuan hated that look. Those narrow, beady eyes of his locked onto her. He spat on the ground and cursed, "You little BTCH." Then he raised his hand. Water shimmered at his fingertips, forming into an arrow, ready to fire. But he didn't see a trace of fear on Jiang Zhaoshu's face. That made him even angrier. She was just some outsider's sister. That outsider was a healer, no threat to him or Qin Feng. It. He raised his hand to launch the water bolt. Whiz! Right before he could fire, a severely bent steel pipe came flying in from afar, grazing the side of his face. A searing pain tore through his head. He dropped to his knees, face twisted in agony, clutching his right ear. Or what was left of it. His ear was gone. All that remained was a bloody mess. He'd just had his ear cut clean off by a flying steel pipe. Then, from the direction the pipe came, a voice rang out, clear and gentle, yet chilling to the bone. Who were you calling a little BTCH? Chapter 34 Qi Crossing, Fragrant. The one who threw the steel pipe was, of course, Qi Xing. He and Qin Feng had lured the zombies to a house at the village entrance and locked the door from the outside. After that, Qi Xing rushed back just in time to see Cao Yuan about to attack Jiang Zhaoshu. He didn't know exactly what had happened, but seriously, what could a pure and adorable little zombie like his Fugui have done to deserve that? As long as she wasn't eating people, they should be thanking their lucky stars. And even if she was, those people probably had it coming. After all, for a zombie to survive, it had to eat human flesh. No matter how he looked at it, his Fugui wasn't in the wrong. Cao Yuan, that worthless piece of sh*t, actually dared to lay a hand on his girl. He deserved to die. Qi Xing's expression turned old. He kicked the still howling Cao Yuan to the ground and drew a dagger from his waist. He'd already wanted to kill him earlier. The only reason he restrained himself and just sliced off an ear was because killing him outright would have been too easy. Oh right, didn't Fugui have a few giant mutant rat buddies? Why not tie Cao Yuan's head and limbs to the rats and set them loose in different directions? He'd heard of death by 5 horses, never seen death by 5 rats. That'd be a hell of a show. But before that, he wanted to gouge out one of the bastard's eyes. Just as Qi Xing bent down to get started, a shaky voice called out from above him, "Be bro." Jiang Zhaoshu saw the look in Qi Xing's eyes and instantly knew he was getting that itch again, the one that made him want to torture someone. And yeah, she also felt that Cao Yuan totally had it coming, but now wasn't the best time to unleash that kind of rage. Worried that Qi Xing might act on impulse, she awkwardly called out again, "Bro." Then her gaze met Qi Xing's dark, suddenly alert eyes as he looked up. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was still sprinting toward them, looking shocked. He couldn't believe it. He was an A-rank ability user, and yet somehow, he couldn't run faster than a support type with a healing power. He was trailing hundreds of meters behind Qi Xing. By the time he got there, Qi Xing was already scaling the wall with ease and had leapt onto the roof, pulling Jiang Zhaoshu into his arms. Qin Feng stopped at the spot where Qi Xing had just been, staring in stunned silence at Cao Yuan, who was clutching his bleeding ear and howling in agony. He barked, "What the HLL happened here?" The moment Cao Yuan saw Qin Feng, it was like seeing a lifeline. He scrambled like a flipped turtle and grabbed at Qin Feng's pant leg with blood-covered hands. His eyes burned with hate as he glared up at the rooftop and wailed, "Brother Qin, that BTCH pushed me off the roof, and then Li Ronghua came over and sliced off my ear. He was gonna stab me. They're both F***ing monsters." Up on the rooftop, Qi Xing ignored every word of that whining. He was crouched next to Jiang Zhaoshu, one hand resting gently on her shoulder, the other wiping her eyes, his tone full of concern and brotherly care. "Fugui, are you okay? Did you get hurt anywhere?" The moment Jiang Zhaoshu smelled blood, her bloodthirsty instincts kicked in. Her eyes turned red, and her fangs peeked out. Luckily, Qi Xing reacted instantly. As soon as he noticed her condition, he jumped in front of her, pretending to wipe her tears. He lifted his large, warm palm to shield her eerie red eyes. Hopefully, the two below hadn't noticed anything. But Duan Yuanyuan was standing pretty close. Jiang Zhaoshu wasn't sure if she'd seen something. "Hubby, after you left, he started yelling at me. He hit me and tried to grope me." Duan Yuanyuan's tearful voice rang out as she complained to Qin Feng. "Look, he even left bruises on my neck." Jiang Zhaoshu let out a sigh of relief. Good. No one noticed anything off. If someone like Duan Yuanyuan, who was scared of her own shadow, had sensed something weird, she would have screamed the place down by now. Qi Xing scooped Jiang Zhaoshu up and gently stroked her short hair to comfort her. Jiang Zhaoshu quickly got into character, burying her face in his neck like she was frightened, muffling her cheeks, and letting out a few soft whimpers. "Brother Qin, my Fugi's so timid she wouldn't even squash an ant. How could she possibly do something like that?" Qi Xing chimed in righteously. "I told you before I left, my sister's safety comes first. I'd rather die than see her get hurt. And what do I find when I get back? This scumbag trying to attack her with his powers. Clearly trying to silence her after doing something shady. In the apocalypse, zombies aren't the scariest thing. It's people with evil hearts. If I have to choose between staying with this kind of person and wandering with my sister, I'd take wandering any day." Qin Feng looked between Cao Yuan, whose face twisted in hatred, and Duan Yuanyuan, sobbing with bruises on her neck. He already knew Cao Yuan had a thing for Duan Yuanyuan and often insulted her just to get a rise out of her. But he didn't care. In the apocalypse, survival meant clean water. And a man, well, Every guy's got some dirty thoughts, right? Duan Yuan was his woman. Cao Yuan talking smack was just talk, getting off on words alone. But now the guy was getting bold. If he dared to lay hands on her now, what would stop him from trying to take his place next? The more Qin Feng thought about it, the angrier he got, not because Duan Yuan was hurt, but because Cao Yuan dared challenge his authority in the team. He grabbed the skinny man like a kitten and slapped him hard across the face. You worthless piece of sh*t. What did I tell you before I left? I told you to protect Yuan and Brother Li's little sister. You can't even do that. Trash. You trying to ******ing steal my girl. You got a death wish. Qin Feng slapped him again and again. As a combat-type ability user, his strength far surpassed normal people's. Just one slap left Cao Yuan's face swollen and bloody. Before long, he passed out, eyes rolling back. Qin Feng tossed the now pig-faced Cao Yuan to the ground and looked up at Qi Xing, who was still holding Jiang Zhaoshu. Sorry, Brother Li. I didn't handle this well. I've punished him already. But the apocalypse is dangerous, and we need strength in numbers. We still need him for tomorrow's mission. Let's give him one more chance. If he screws up again, I'll kill him myself. Earlier, during the zombie diversion, Qin Feng had witnessed Qi Xing's powers firsthand. Under Qi Xing's boost, his own thunder light orbs were more powerful than ever, wiping out a horde of zombies with ease. If Qi Xing performed like that tomorrow, they could easily take the crystal cores and spatial gear from that couple. And once he had that space, he'd have endless food, water, and medicine. Why keep dragging around this bunch of losers? For the sake of a better future, Qin Feng pretended to be sincere as he spoke, already plotting to kill them once he got the goods, and then replace them with stronger teammates. That way, no one would leak the secret of the spatial gear, like the couple did. Qi Xing seemed moved by his words. His stern expression softened. After a pause, he replied, "All right then. I'll trust you one more time, Brother Qin." After relocating, Qi Xing used "I don't want to see Cao Yuan's face" as an excuse to move into the room next door to Qin Feng, carrying Jiang Zhaoshu with him again, like last night. Once they were alone, Jiang Zhaoshu lifted her head from Qi Xing's neck and jumped out of his arms. Qi Xing wiped the damp spot on his neck with a handkerchief and said helplessly, "Fugui, your drool's enough to give me a neck bath." Jiang Zhaoshu's eyes were still red, fangs slightly out, and she awkwardly slurped back her drool. Come on, she was a zombie. With a piece of fresh meat so close to her lips, who wouldn't drool? She was doing her best to hold back. Okay? You smell good. Jiang Zhaoshu stared at Qi Xing with drool dripping. Qi Xing smiled, eyes crinkling. So Fugui thinks I smell too good? That it's my fault? Aha! Jiang Zhaoshu wiped her mouth with her sleeve and nodded her little head. She hadn't eaten in almost 2 days. How could Qi Xing not smell delicious? Qi Xing noticed how her skin had lost its glow and looked duller than 2 days ago. He suddenly had an idea. Wanna eat something, Fugui? He pulled out his dagger without hesitation and sliced a cut into his palm. Bright red blood beaded from the wound. He held out his hand to her with a smile. Wanna try? Chapter 35. The male and female protagonists appear. When Qi Xing cut his hand with a knife, Jiang Zhaoshu's eyes nearly popped out of her head. Her gaze darted around Qi Xing's dazzling, smiling face, full of suspicion and disbelief. Was the sun rising from the west today? Why was this guy suddenly acting so nice? Something that strange could only mean one thing: trouble. Qi Xing was definitely testing her. What if the moment she licked his blood, he whipped out his dagger and shaved her bald? Just picturing that scene sent a chill down Jiang Zhaoshu's spine. She quickly shook her little head. As a clever little zombie, not only was she not tempted by Qi Xing's blood, she even backed up 2 steps cautiously. Noticing her hesitation, Qi Xing said, "Geez, what are you scared of? Gege is in a good mood today, so what if I feed you a little blood?" He clenched his fist, and that sweet-smelling blood trickled out from between his fingers, dripping onto the ground. Look, it'll just go to waste if you don't drink it. Jiang Zhaoshu shook her head again, clearly refusing to be lured by this sugar-coated trap. PFFT, boring. Seeing she wasn't falling for it, Qi Xing spread his hand. A faint green glow lit up his fair, neat palm, and the shallow wound quickly healed. He wiped his hand with a cloth, stood up from the chair, and walked over to her. Scooping her into his arms again, he said, "Come on, Gedge'll take you out to find something to eat." They were backed against a mountain here, and mutant animals often spawned in the fields. Together, one person, one zombie, they snuck outside the village and hunted 2 mutant rabbits. Jiang Zhaoshu devoured the rabbits ravenously, and her flesh gradually regained the soft elasticity of a human's, though her complexion still looked a bit pale. The next evening, the long-anticipated man and woman finally passed through the area. The main characters sure knew how to make an entrance. Ken Zhao and Pei Qixuan rolled up in a striking military off-road vehicle. Every part of the car was made from military-grade materials, bulletproof glass, reinforced tires, a tough, rugged frame, and per Ken Zhao's preference, the whole car was painted a creamy off-white. In the post-apocalyptic world, water was a precious luxury. Being able to wash up even occasionally was a major extravagance. But their car was clean enough for a daily wash, with hardly any mud on the tires. All thanks to Ken Zhao's space ability, Pei Qixuan, a rich heir, had received insider info before the zombie outbreak and had started hoarding supplies early. People like them lacked for nothing, money, resources, whatever. And with Ken Zhao awakening her spatial powers, they stocked up enough supplies to support an entire city for 50 years. When the zombie virus exploded, society collapsed, prices soared, and people stormed clinics and pharmacies in a desperate frenzy, emptying their pockets just to get a single fever pill. These two sat cozily in their luxury villa, hot pot simmering while corpses littered the streets and screams echoed outside. Back when Jiang Zhaoshu read this part of the novel, she'd already felt uncomfortable. Maybe she was born with a loser's fate. Instead of feeling thrilled by the protagonist's success, she was so pissed off she shook all over. If the apocalypse really came, someone like her, a basement-dwelling rat, would never get to live the good life. She'd probably be one of the first turned into cannon fodder. Sure enough, she woke up and had transmigrated. When she opened her eyes again, the smoky gray sky of the apocalypse greeted her. In her past life, she was a lowly, bullied citizen at the bottom of society. This time, she'd rise from the ashes and become the most powerful zombie queen. Hey, Fugui, what are you shaking for? Fantasy time was over. Qi Xing had an arm around Jiang Zhaoshu's shoulders. Even through the thick fabric of her dress, he could see her skinny little legs trembling like crazy. One person and one zombie lay flat on the rooftop, watching the military vehicle roll toward them. F*K. She was terrified. In that novel, these two were like gods among men. Especially Pei Qixuan, just one fireball from him could char an entire group of zombies. They were just cannon fodder, meant to be humiliated by the main characters. Qi Xing, you extra background character who doesn't even get a name, do you get that? Jiang Zhaoshu was shaking from head to toe, while Qi Xing was still admiring the military vehicle with great interest. That car's nice. Way better than a convertible. I want it. Once we get it, we can cruise around and crash into whoever we want. Blood splattered all over the body, zombie or human. Like plum blossoms blooming in the snow. That'll be real pretty. Qi Xing delivered those classic villain lines with ease, making Jiang Zhaoshu, already trembling in fear, want to flee. She tried jumping off the roof, only for Qi Xing to scoop her back like grabbing a little yellow chick and stuff her into his arms. Evening approached. Ken Zhao and Pei Qixuan also needed a place to rest. Spotting the houses, they drove into the village. As she stepped out of the car, Ken Zhao's pearl-encrusted heels immediately kicked up a cloud of dust, making her cough. She raised her hand, elegantly tugged her white rabbit fur stole off her shoulder with long, pale fingers, then covered her mouth and whined, "Pei Qixuan, what kind of dump is this? Look what it did to my dress." True to her name, Ken Zhao was strikingly beautiful, rosy, flawless skin, eyes like peach blossoms that could steal a soul. Her delicate brows and features exuded a pampered arrogance, and her soft moon-white qipao made her look seductive yet innocent. In the novel, her beauty was described as once in a lifetime. Every smile and frown was full of allure. And sure enough, it was the real deal. Pei Qixuan walked around from the other side of the car. Tall, muscular, and as handsome as a celebrity, his thick brows and tanned skin gave him a wild, rebellious vibe, the kind that tons of people adored. A total wolf boy heartthrob. No choice. My dad said this forest has too many mutants. Told me to come clean it up. From his frown, he clearly wasn't thrilled about the environment either. Ken Zhao scoffed and glanced at him. Then you should have come alone. Why drag me into this mess? Babe, you're way too pretty. How could I leave my precious girl behind at the base all by herself? Pei Qixuan's frown vanished as he wrapped his arm around her slender waist, leaned down, and pressed his forehead against hers. Marry a chicken, follow the chicken. Marry a dog, follow the dog. You're my wife, where else would you go, Who's your wife, ha? Ken Zhao huffed, you're shameless. Pei Qixuan might have been charming and smooth-voiced, but Jiang Zhaoshu, still lying on the rooftop, nearly dry-heaved at that line. F*K him and his DMN charm. Their flirty dialogue brought back bitter memories of that couple in the haunted house who used her as part of their sick play. If it weren't for those A*holes, she wouldn't have died so young and become this desperate zombie who even gnawed on rotting corpses. So that's Commander Pei's little son, Qi Xing muttered to Jiang Zhaoshu. Yeah, he's trouble. Not someone we can mess with right now. Let's get down. With that, Qi Xing jumped off the roof with Jiang Zhaoshu in his arms. They were still a distance away, but Pei Qixuan's senses were razor sharp. Just as he leaned in to kiss his girl, he suddenly raised his head, eyes sharp, and stared toward where Qi Xing and Jiang Zhaoshu had just been. What was that sound? Ken Zhao, clueless, looked up too. What is it? But the moment he replied to her, Pei Qixuan's tone softened. He pulled her behind him and said, Babe, there might be zombies in this village. Stay close to me. Even though Ken Zhao had powerful spatial abilities, her combat skills weren't much. Hearing him say that, her expression immediately turned anxious, and she clung nervously behind him. According to the plan, Duan Yuan, dressed in rags, was supposed to rush out from a side road right about now, crying as she ran toward them. Help! There are zombies chasing me. Chapter 36, The Troublemaker vs. Green Tea. Suddenly someone bolted out of nowhere. Pei Qixuan instinctively raised his hand, flames in a brilliant orange flickering to life in his palm. Having spent so much time with Qin Feng and Cao Yuan, Duan Yuan instantly recognized the telltale sign of an ability user attack. She quickly threw up her hands and shouted, I'm human. I'm human. Help. Pei Qixuan flung the fireball. The blaze lit up the dark like a flash of lightning. Watching the fireball hurtling toward her, Duan Yuan cursed the stupid plan those men had cooked up. She shut her eyes in despair. But the blazing fireball flew just over her head, slamming perfectly into the zombie behind her. The horrific roar of the zombie was quickly swallowed by the scorching flames. Its rotting body turned into a charred husk. Duan Yuan's legs gave out, and she collapsed to the ground, staring at the refined, attractive man and woman walking toward her. To be fair, Qin Feng might beat and yell at her now, but in the beginning, he treated her pretty well. Otherwise, during such brutal times, there's no way she would still be carrying around a bunch of dresses, accessories, and even a few makeup items in her bag, managing to keep herself looking clean and put together every day. It had all been proof that, in the apocalypse, her life was still better than most. But when she saw these two walking up, she finally understood what people meant by being worlds apart. After dispatching the zombie behind her, Pei Qixuan barked, Don't move, hands up. Terrified by the man's sharp, commanding aura, Duan Yuan's teeth chattered as she obediently raised her hands. The weather was freezing. Pei Qixuan was wearing a windbreaker, and Ken Zhao a qipao draped with a rabbit fur shawl, both neat, polished, and striking. Meanwhile, Duan Yuan, to make herself look harmless, had been stripped of her coat by Chin Feng and left in only a spaghetti strap dress. That flimsy scrap of fabric offered no warmth whatsoever. It only served to expose her figure to anyone who looked too long. "Take off your clothes," Pei Qishuen ordered. To avoid suspicion, he turned away after speaking and said to the woman behind him, "Zhao Jiao, check if she has any wounds." Ken Zhao shot him a glare, clearly reluctant. "And you say you can't bear for me to suffer, yet you're always making me do stuff. What can I do?" Pei Qishuen chuckled, enjoying her sass. "If I check you myself, you'd get mad." HMPH. Ken Zhao gave a soft snort, then reluctantly approached the trembling Duan Yuanyuan, who was still crumpled on the ground and covered in dust. She held a handkerchief over her nose and mouth. Duan Yuanyuan, shaking, took off her thin dress, enduring the woman's scrutiny. Ken Zhao only glanced at her briefly, but when she noticed the hickeys and handprints on Duan Yuanyuan's chest and thighs, she frowned like she'd seen something filthy, quickly looked away, and muttered, "Okay, put your clothes back on." Duan Yuanyuan had never felt ashamed of her body. In fact, her beauty and curves had been her best weapons in the apocalypse, how she'd survived until now. But now, naked and crouched on the cold floor, arms raised like she was in some kind of anti-prostitution raid, facing this pristine woman's gaze, shame surged through her. She looked down, humiliated. Though neither of them said anything out loud, Duan Yuanyuan could see it in their eyes, that look of disgust, like she was cheap, dirty, unworthy. Why? All she ever wanted was to live. Why did they look at her like that? Just because they had everything from the start, and she didn't, was the way she survived any less dignified? Trembling, Duan Yuanyuan slipped the dress back on, arms crossed in front of her chest to fight the cold. The movement pushed her cleavage up, that deep snowy valley stark against the thin straps of the dress. Ken Zhao's eyes flickered with a trace of revulsion. She pulled a coat from her space storage and tossed it at Duan Yuanyuan like a handout, her voice sharp with disdain. "Put this on." Ken Zhao's clothes were all high-end custom designer pieces, the kind Duan Yuanyuan hadn't even touched before the world ended. Her eyes lit up with envy and awe, and she hurried to wrap herself in the coat, murmuring, "Thank you." "Are you a survivor from this village? Normal or ability user?" Pei Qishuen asked. "Is it just you here, or are there other survivors?" Meeting Pei Qishuen's gaze, Duan Yuanyuan bit her lip, eyes shimmering like she might cry. "I'm not from this village. My brother and I wandered here while drifting around." She smoothly recited a lie she'd rehearsed many times. "My brother's an ability user. I'm just a normal person. He went out to find food today, and I was alone in the house when a zombie broke in. I ran out, and that's when I met you. Thank you for saving me." Ability users were desperately needed at the survivor bases right now. Pei Qishuen pressed, "What kind of ability does your brother have?" "Water type," she answered. "Water type, huh?" Pei Qishuen thought aloud. "Not strong offensively, but it can purify water, still useful." "Let me introduce myself," he said. "I'm Pei Qishuen, an admin at Zhuyu Base. If you trust us, wait for your brother to return. Once I finish my mission, I can take you both back to the base." He continued, "I'll recommend your brother to join the ability user squad. As long as you work, you'll get food rations every day, no more living in fear." "That sounds amazing," Duan Yuanyuan replied with feigned excitement. "Once my brother returns, we'll go with you." "Oh, would you two like to come to our place to rest for a bit?" She led him down the path she had come from. Once the three were out of sight, Jiang Zhaoshu and Qi Xing peeked out from behind a nearby wall. "Hey, listen to them talk," Qi Xing sneered. "We're risking our necks fighting zombies on the front line, and those in charge are kicking back in their comfy offices." His resentment was obvious. Risk our lives to finish missions and get a few cans of expired food as a reward. The leader's dogs eat better than we do. Every time I see those fat, greasy pigs at meetings, I want to gut them and render lard. Jiang Zhaoshu snickered. "I used to feel the same at work. CRPPY pay, and the smallest mistake got me screamed at like I was worthless." "Good. We'll kill them all and feed him to Fugui," Qi Xing said, grinning. The two crept from behind the wall, sneaking over to the military vehicle. Face to face with the heavily armored car, Qi Xing sneered again. Why didn't they hand these out when we were risking our lives on missions? Jiang Zhaoshu kept watch while Qi Xing studied the lock. A bit tricky, but not a problem. I can get it open. Let's go. Jiang Zhaoshu tilted her head. No rush. Let's see if Qin Feng's team screws up. We might get something out of it. The two crept back into the shadows like little rats. Duan Yuanyuan led Pei Qixuan and Ken Zhao to the place she was currently staying. The village houses were all pretty basic. The walls were just covered in putty, no tiles on the floor, just plain cement, and the bedding hadn't been aired out in ages. Everything was damp and musty. The moment Ken Zhao stepped inside, she sneezed several times in a row. She quickly pulled out a handkerchief to cover her nose and asked, "What's that awful smell?" Flustered, Duan Yuanyuan stood off to the side, probably from the dried vegetables. There wasn't much to eat in the village besides dried radish and cabbage. That's what they'd been surviving on for the past couple of days. Ken Zhao, who'd been pampered her whole life, had never smelled anything so pungent. She barely lasted 2 minutes inside before rushing back out. Ugh, it stinks. I can't take it. Worried something might happen to her, Pei Qixuan quickly followed. Zhao Jiao, it's already dark. This place isn't safe. Don't wander off alone. I don't want to stay here. Ken Zhao pouted as Pei Qixuan grabbed her hand. It's cold and disgusting. I'd rather sleep in the car. You barely lay down in the car before you said it was too cramped, Pei Qixuan replied helplessly. What's that supposed to mean? Ken Zhao's peach blossom eyes widened. Pei Qixuan, are you saying I'm too much? That I'm being difficult? No, Pei Qixuan broke into a sweat. Zhao Jiao, that's not what I meant. Tears welled up in Ken Zhao's big eyes. Don't forget, you forced me into this. You think I actually wanted to come to this shush tty place with you? If I'd known, I'd have stayed at the base. The moment her tears appeared, Pei Qixuan panicked. Zhao Jiao, I'm sorry. Okay. Don't cry, I was wrong. Off to the side, Duan Yuanyuan saw her chance and chimed in with a sweet, syrupy voice. The conditions here really are a bit rough. Miss, I don't think Brother Pei meant anything bad by it. She would have been better off staying quiet. The moment she opened her mouth, Ken Zhao's rage spiked. Calling him Brother Pei already? That fast? Ken Zhao remembered those hickeys and bruises on the woman's body during the wound check. Obviously not from a real brother. Probably just a sugar daddy. A woman like her, no self-respect. Ken Zhao couldn't stand anything about her. She snapped, what business is it of yours? We saved you, and you're not even grateful. Now you're mocking me. Duan Yuanyuan's eyes widened, faced the picture of innocence. Miss, I wasn't mocking you. Why would you say that? Don't call me, miss. Ken Zhao snapped, furious. She didn't believe for a second that Duan Yuanyuan didn't know the other meaning behind that title. She was clearly doing it on purpose. Duan Yuanyuan blinked. Huh? Then what should I call you? Lady? Comrade? Sister? You? This woman looked older than her anyway. Ken Zhao's cheeks flushed red with anger. Pei Qixuan wasn't deaf. He could hear all the snide remarks in Duan Yuanyuan's tone. But honestly, he didn't mind. In fact, he enjoyed watching Ken Zhao get all worked up and jealous. The more jealous she got, the more it proved she cared. As for this big-breasted, empty-headed green tea girl, he couldn't care less. Even as a karaoke bar hostess, she'd be beneath him. No way would he actually like her. And Ken Zhao knew that. A bit of coaxing would do the trick. Pei Qixuan softened his voice. Zhao Jiao, don't be mad, okay? If you want to sleep in the car, I'll go with you. Who asked you to come? Ken Zhao yelled. Stay here with your new little sister. With that, she turned and ran off. Zhao Jiao, Pei Qixuan hurried after her. While the two of them were caught up in their lovers' quarrel, Duan Yuanyuan glanced up at the roof and quickly flashed an okay hand signal. Her house was just by the intersection. Ken Zhao hadn't gone far when she turned a corner, and froze, her whole body stiffening, face going pale. Pei Qixuan, just a moment ago, She'd thought Duan Yuanyuan had been overreacting when she collapsed from fear of a few zombies. But now, as she stared at the swarm of zombies pouring in like a black tide, her high-heeled calves locked up with tension, she couldn't move at all. Pei Qishwen, there are so many zombies up ahead. Ken Zhao was completely frozen in fear. Instinctively, she looked back for help. But when she turned around, she saw Pei Qishwen under attack by two men who had appeared out of nowhere, and he still turned his head to shout at her. Zhao Jiao, it's dangerous here. Get back to the car. Chapter 37 Bite Me. Please, these zombies were the ones Qi Xing had specifically told Qin Feng to leave behind during yesterday's luring mission. They weren't enough to defeat Pei Qishwen, but at the very least, they'd be a real pain in the *** for him. Add Qin Feng and Cao Yuan's attacks into the mix, and Pei Qishwen was under pressure from both sides. No matter how strong he was, two fists couldn't fend off four hands. Maybe they actually had a shot at winning this time. The plan was perfect on paper, but Qi Xing and Jiang Zhaoshu still chose to play it safe. While the fight unfolded below, the two of them were lying flat on the roof, quietly observing. Now and then, Qi Xing would sneakily wave his hand and give Qin Feng and the others a secret healing boost. After Ken Zhao ran off, Pei Qishwen took only a couple steps to chase before sensing something off. He suddenly dodged to the side, barely avoiding a thunder orb that came hurling at his back. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, two more water blades followed immediately after. It's an ambush. Pei Qishwen finally realized someone had set him and Ken Zhao up. He wanted to warn her, but when he turned around, there was a swarm of zombies closing in on her too. Where the hell did these weaklings get the guts to ambush him? Grinding his back teeth, Pei Qishwen gathered crimson flames in his palm and hurled them hard in Ken Zhao's direction. The flames rained down like blazing meteors. Any zombie they touched burst into flames, and wouldn't stop burning until reduced to a dried husk. That one move wiped out most of the zombies in front of her, giving Ken Zhao a bit of breathing room. Zhao Jiao, grab another military vehicle from your space and get inside. Pei Qishwen shouted at her. Okay. Ken Zhao snapped out of her panic and frantically pulled a massive military vehicle from her storage space. With a loud boom, the several-ton truck landed on the ground, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Coughing, Ken Zhao didn't care about the dust anymore. She hurriedly opened the door and dove inside. Watching from the rooftop, both Jiang Zhaoshu and Qi Xing blurted out in unison, F***K. They could do that. Now that Ken Zhao was safe, Pei Qishwen could go all in on Qin Feng and Cao Yuan. There was a chasm between power levels. Qin Feng's thunder abilities were strong, yes, but against an S rank like Pei Qishwen, totally useless. Even with Cao Yuan helping, they didn't stand a chance. While Pei Qishwen had been distracted, he could still hold them off. Now that nothing was holding him back, he dodged their attacks with ease and flung a fireball back at them. Sparks rained down from the sky. Qin Feng's thunder abilities were great for attacking but terrible for defense. In an instant, the fire scorched his face, hair, and eyebrows. He covered his head and scrambled away like a mess. Cao Yuan's water shield instantly evaporated from the heat, and blisters popped up all over his face as he screamed in agony. Against absolute strength, elemental counters meant Jack **T. The air was filled with the smell of roasted meat. Qi Xing, watching halfway through, shook his head in disappointment. Nope. No way we're beating that guy. Let's go. Jiang Zhaoshu, completely spooked, just wanted to get out of there ASAP and far away from those terrifying main characters. Yeah. Qi Xing was just about to lead Jiang Zhaoshu away when Qin Feng sold him out. Feeling humiliated and furious after being helplessly beaten down by Pei Qishwen, Qin Feng blamed everything on Qi Xing's weak healing and snapped. He shouted in frustration in the direction of Jiang Zhaoshu and Qi Xing, Li Ronghua, where the HLL is your healing. There are more of them. Pei Qishwen immediately turned toward the rooftop. **T. Qi Xing's raised foot froze mid-step. Jiang Zhaoshu, who'd been tiptoeing and holding her hands up ready to sneak away, stiffened instantly. King hell. She knew they should have left earlier. This was all the DMN Qizing's fault for wanting to stay and watch the show, and maybe scavenge some leftovers. Now what? Could they even make it out of this alive? In that 1-second freeze, a dozen thoughts flew through Jiang Zhaosu's mind. She and Qizing locked eyes, reading the same exact urge in each other. Run! Qizing mouthed the word and reached out to her. Jiang Zhaosu jumped right into his arms, locking her arms tightly around his neck. Qizing held her firmly with one arm, and with the other, a burst of green light exploded from his palm toward the ground. Massive vines, thick and strong, surged up from the air under his power. In the blink of an eye, they wrapped around his waist and launched the two of them through the air, landing them beside a white military vehicle at the village entrance. Duan Yuanyuan, who'd already fled the chaos, was waiting anxiously for them. Seeing him, she rushed over and asked, "Is it just you two? Where's Qin Feng?" Pei Qishwen could show up any second, every second mattered now. Couldn't win. He's dead. Qizing gave a quick answer while using a newly made key to unlock the door. He placed Jiang Zhaosu in the passenger seat, then ran around to the driver's side. This kind of military-modified vehicle didn't start like a regular car. As he fiddled with the ignition, Jiang Zhaosu stammered, "Get in." Duan Yuanyuan had been standing frozen by the door since Qizing's blunt response. Her eyes had gone blank, lost in thought. Suddenly, she smiled faintly at Jiang Zhaosu. "I'm not getting in. I don't have any powers. I dragged Qin Feng down enough. I'm not gonna be a burden to you guys too." She looked at Jiang Zhaosu. "Fugui, you're a mutant, right? I saw your eyes turn red yesterday. No wonder you weren't afraid of Cao Yuan." Jiang Zhaosu blinked, startled. "I envy you so much, Fugui." Duan Yuanyuan repeated the words softly. She took a deep breath and asked, "Can you bite me? I want to be a mutant too. If another zombie bites me, it'll probably hurt like HLL. But if it's you, I think I can handle it." Jiang Zhaosu looked at her. Her eyes were red and puffy, but no tears fell this time. Duan Yuanyuan shrugged off her expensive coat, left wearing only a camisole dress. She stood on her toes, leaned forward, and hugged Jiang Zhaosu tightly. Then, she tilted her head, exposing her pale neck. "Bite me, Fugui. Please. Car's ready to go." Both voices reached Jiang Zhaosu at once, Duan Yuanyuan's plea and Qizing's calm statement. Her nose was filled with Duan Yuanyuan's sweet, alluring scent, but strangely, she felt no appetite at all. Pei Qishwen would be here any second. There was no time to hesitate. Jiang Zhaosu opened her mouth and sank her fangs into Duan Yuanyuan's neck, then quickly shoved her out and slammed the door shut. Duan Yuanyuan fell to the ground, but there was a smile in her eyes. The military vehicle roared like a wild beast, its engine coming to life as the heavy frame finally rumbled forward. Jiang Zhaosu climbed up to the window, watching Duan Yuanyuan wave at her with a smile from the ground. The vehicle picked up speed, leaving her far behind. Jiang Zhaosu scrambled to the back of the cabin, clutching the rear window with both hands to keep watching. Duan Yuanyuan was still waving, though her face had gone pale. Suddenly, her eyes rolled back, and foam spilled from her lips as she collapsed. When she stood again, her limbs twisted unnaturally. She lifted her face, sniffed the air with sharp intensity, then took off running toward the village at an inhuman speed and angle. Jiang Zhaosu couldn't see clearly anymore. She trudged back to the front seat, slumping with her face in her hands, looking miserable. She was still wearing the pale yellow dress Duan Yuanyuan had given her and the crystal hair clip she'd gifted. Duan Yuanyuan wasn't exactly a good person, but like Qizing, she had been good to her. The novel Jiang Zhaosu had read never said whether someone bitten by a mutant would also turn into one. So she didn't know if she had fulfilled Duan Yuanyuan's final wish. Jiang Zhaosu asked Qizing, will she change? As she'd been staring out the rear window, Qizing had been watching her through the rearview mirror. Qizing kept his eyes on the road and his foot on the gas. Fugui wants to know if that woman will become a mutant. The latest research says that most people who mutate into evolved zombies had some kind of obsession when they were alive. If that obsession is strong enough, there's a good chance they'll transform. So whether Duan Yuanyuan would become a mutant depended on her own will. Night had already fallen. Jiang Zhaoshu turned once more to look out the pitch-black rear window. Then, she lowered her gaze with a quiet sigh. Chapter 38 Duan Yuanyuan is dead. So this is what it feels like to be bitten by a zombie. Duan Yuanyuan felt like her entire body was being burned alive. The blood in her veins seemed to have turned into boiling lava, melting her organs in the intense heat. The excruciating pain made cold sweat pour from her skin. It was unbearable. She wanted to scream, to cry out, but her throat felt like it had been slashed open. All she felt was a fiery, bloody pain. No sound came out. Was she about to die? But she didn't want to die. Of course she didn't. If she really wanted to die, she would have done it back in that apartment instead of enduring humiliation to survive this long. The reason she didn't get in the car with Jiang Zhaoshu wasn't because she had given up on living. She just knew her own worth. To Qin Feng, she still had her looks and her body. But to Jiang Zhaoshu and Qi Xing, she was useless. Sure, they were willing to bring her along now, but who's to say they wouldn't end up like Qin Feng and Cao Yuan later on? She actually had a good impression of Jiang Zhaoshu and Qi Xing. She didn't want to ruin that. Besides, she was done living like this. Always just someone else's accessory. Always carefully watching others' expressions, bowing and scraping for a scrap of mercy. She no longer had a shot at becoming an ability user, but Jiang Zhaoshu had shown her another kind of hope. If possible, she wanted to become a mutant like Jiang Zhaoshu. She didn't need to be powerful, just strong enough to hunt like a beast and survive on her own. Duan Yuanyuan collapsed to the ground, tormented by hellish pain, her heart stopping. When she opened her eyes again, they were dull and lifeless. The warmth lingering on her skin from when she was human disappeared rapidly, and the cold night wind chilled her body to the bone. Her fair skin turned pale with a bluish tint, purple veins bulging like strange markings across her body. From those veins, terrifying flesh lumps grew, granting her a power she never had as a human. Duan Yuanyuan could now twist her limbs in any direction she wanted. She rose stiffly from the ground in an unnaturally twisted pose, lifting her head and sniffing the air for the scent of humans. Blood flesh, she was starving. She needed flesh and blood to nourish her body. At this moment, Duan Yuanyuan had lost all human consciousness. Only a zombie's primal instinct remained. But she felt stronger, freer, more alive than ever before. Catching a whiff of blood from the village, her throat let out a terrifying growl. Her body twisted grotesquely as she charged toward the scent of human flesh with unnatural speed, using both her hands and feet. Zhao Zhao, are you okay? Not knowing how many enemies there might be, Pei Qixuan didn't dare rush after Qi Xing and Jiang Zhaoshu. After finishing off the remaining zombies, he quickly went to check on Ken Zhao. Luckily, she wasn't hurt, just badly shaken. In her panic to climb into the car, she twisted her ankle in her high heels. Pei Qixuan climbed in too and had Ken Zhao pull some herbal ointment from her space, applying it to the swelling on her foot. He was holding her pale, slender ankle, massaging it gently, when Ken Zhao suddenly kicked him. Still panicked and peering out the window, Ken Zhao screamed, "Another zombie's coming." "It's that woman." She stared outside in horror, her voice trembling. She turned into a zombie too. Pei Qixuan looked out the window. Sure enough, it was the scantily dressed woman who had lured them here earlier. Duan Yuanyuan was still wearing the skimpy camisole, but now she was no longer the sexy, pitiful damsel waiting to be saved. Her skin was bluish-gray, her body covered in squirming, grotesque lumps of flesh. Her limbs twisted grotesquely on the ground, and her lipstick-smeared mouth stretched all the way to her ears, revealing sharp, white fangs. Her throat emitted constant, horrifying sounds. She was bitten by a zombie and turned into a mutant. Pei Qixuan looked at Duan Yuanyuan and said, the faint disdain he once had for such a loose woman, just like Ken Zhao's, vanishing, replaced by wariness and hostility. Duan Yuanyuan lunged first toward the corpses of Qin Feng and Cao Yuan lying on the ground. Though charred by fire, their bodies were still fresh. She began tearing into Qin Feng's remains. He was once someone she had loved. Even after everything he had done to her, a part of her still cared. She didn't want to leave him behind. So she devoured him first. From now on, his blood and flesh would merge with hers. They would never be apart again. Then she moved on to Cao Yuan. She was more reluctant with him, picking at only select pieces, his heart meat, and swallowed the crystal core in one gulp. Inside the car, Ken Zhao and Pei Qixuan watched in horror as she tore into the corpses, blood covering her mouth. She dug out a man's heart with her sharp nails, nerves and blood vessels still attached, and swallowed it whole. Ugh, that's disgusting. The sight was too much. Ken Zhao turned pale and quickly grabbed a trash bin to throw up into. Pei Qixuan's face also turned green, his stomach churning with nausea. After eating Qin Feng and Cao Yuan, Duan Yuanyuan still wasn't satisfied. She crept toward them on all fours. She prowled around their vehicle like a leopard stalking prey, slowly circling, then suddenly leapt onto the roof. Even with her thin frame, she made the several-ton military vehicle shake violently. Ken Zhao screamed again, her tear-filled eyes red with fear. Pei Qixuan hugged her, his face dark. It's fine. Just one mutant. Your hubby can handle it in 2 minutes. He told Ken Zhao to summon a safe box and hide in it. Then he kicked the car door open, his palm igniting with blazing red flames, and launched himself toward the rooftop. In her mind, a small black dot exploded. Jiang Zhaoshu, half reclining in the front passenger seat, suddenly opened her eyes wide and sat up, startled. Qi Xing, who was driving, noticed the movement and turned slightly. What's wrong? Jiang Zhaoshu stared ahead at the unfamiliar road, silent. Duan Yuanyuan was dead. She could feel it. Just like when those mutant rats died during the battle with the black bear. Every time one died, the linked little black dot in her mind would explode and vanish. Duan Yuanyuan's dot was gone. She must have gone back to find Pei Qixuan and Ken Zhao after mutating. A typical dumb villainess, jealous of the heroine's looks, powers, and spatial ability. Trying to sabotage and steal everything, only to get wiped out easily by the main characters. Jiang Zhaoshu had seen this storyline countless times in novels. These cannon fodder characters who didn't even last 3 chapters were usually given a couple of lines, shallow and one-dimensional. Sometimes they didn't even have names. Just generic labels like psycho who enjoys torturing allies or skimpy-dressed manipulative girl. So when they died, Jiang Zhaoshu felt nothing. Sometimes, she even cheered and called them ungrateful BTCHES who deserved it. But now that she was inside the novel, those cannon fodder weren't just background extras anymore. They had names, personalities, dreams. They were her friends. But once the main characters arrived, the plot would twist them back into one-dimensional symbols, destroying every nuance they had. Just yesterday, Duan Yuanyuan had been laughing and helping her pick out a dress, brushing her hair. Now she was dead, crushed by the protagonist, just to highlight their love and power. Jiang Zhaoshu felt a deep, unexplainable ache in her chest. She curled forward, covering her eyes with her hand. What now? She didn't think she could keep being a detached observer anymore. Chapter 39. There is still a long way to go. Jiang Zhaoshu and Qi Xing hadn't gone far. In fact, by the afternoon of the next day, the two of them had returned to the village. It was Jiang Zhaoshu who suggested it. Qi Xing wasn't really on board at first, but when she mimed eating, he fell silent. It wasn't that Jiang Zhaoshu lacked food. He did. Qi Xing found the stuff Pei Qixuan and Ken Zhao had in their car completely baffling. The car looked imposing and solid on the outside, with tons of space, but inside, it was filled with romantic touches. Luxurious curtains hung on the windows like drapes. There was women's perfume, a man's razor, 2 toothbrush mugs, and even a bulky old-school vinyl record player. Next to it, on a small side table, sat half a bottle of opened red wine and 2 wine glasses. Plenty of things for pleasure, but useful supplies, barely any. Qi Xing rummaged through the entire car and only found a small dish of strawberries and another of blueberries, not even a scrap of leftover bread. He was so pissed that his face went pale, and he didn't speak for 2 whole hours. Later, he figured it out. Ken Zhao had a spatial ability, and he'd heard that her space could even preserve freshness, so of course they'd put all their food in there and just take it out when needed. Those strawberries and blueberries were just snacks for when they were already full. Driving such an expensive car, yet not even having some dried veggies to snack on. Helpless, Qi Xing could only listen to Jiang Zhaoshu and head back to the village to scavenge more food. Jiang Zhaoshu's decision to return wasn't impulsive, she had thought it through. The novel she read had a simple plot. The leads fell in love while casually slicing up zombies and saving the world. Ken Zhao and Pei Qixuan had very distinctive personalities. Ken Zhao was spoiled and willful, with a bit of a temper. Pei Qixuan was overbearing, possessive, and doted on her exclusively. If it hadn't been for Ken Zhao's father's fall from grace, the two would have been childhood sweethearts from matching noble families. They were both high-born elites, the kind that looked down on everyone else. And that kind of person has one standout trait: arrogance. Because they considered themselves superior, when faced with provocation from nobodies, they didn't even get angry. They just found it laughable and pathetic. Like yesterday's attack from Qin Feng and Duan Yuanyuan. To them, it was just a joke. A silly little drama to spice up their relationship. They wouldn't take it seriously. Sure enough, when Jiang Zhaoshu and Qi Xing came back that night, the village was deserted. Pei Qixuan and Ken Zhao were gone. Jiang Zhaoshu found Duan Yuanyuan among a pile of severed limbs and charred bodies at the crossroads. She'd become a corpse too. Half of her body was burnt black, the other half barely resembled a human. Her once beautiful and glamorous face was now unrecognizable, melted skin, gums torn through, teeth bared, her limbs twisted grotesquely. Jiang Zhaoshu recognized her by the butterfly-shaped earring on her ear. Duan Yuanyuan really loved butterflies. The crystal hair clip she'd gifted was shaped like one, and her own earrings matched. A large hole had been blasted in Duan Yuanyuan's head. Blood, brain matter, and other fluids had leaked out, drying into a dark brown crust. Jiang Zhaoshu reached into the hole and retrieved her crystal core. She remembered, both main characters in the novel were neat freaks. Even if they knew that mutants had cores in their brains, they'd never dig one out. It was just too disgusting. While Qi Xing was out gathering food, Jiang Zhaoshu dug a deep hole by the fields near the village, with the help of some mutant giant rats, and placed Duan Yuanyuan's body inside. Before covering it up, Jiang Zhaoshu took off the butterfly hair clip from her own head and gently placed it next to Duan Yuanyuan as compensation for taking her core. Even though it was a gift from Duan Yuanyuan, it was the only thing of value she had on her. Jiang Zhaoshu figured if Duan Yuanyuan knew, she probably wouldn't blame her. By the time she was done, Qi Xing had just finished collecting supplies and came looking for her. He paused when he saw the small grave she'd built and asked, "Is that Duan Yuanyuan in there?" After the burial, Jiang Zhaoshu felt a bit of relief from the heavy feeling in her chest. She nodded her little head. "MHM. No wonder you insisted on coming back. You were here to take care of her body. You even built her a grave." Qi Xing rubbed his chin and gave the small grave a weird look. "You guys only knew each other for a few days, but you're treating her real nice." Was he jealous? But they were friends. Jiang Zhaoshu thought for a second, then stammered slowly, "You, dead, I, take." If Qi Xing died, she'd take care of his body too. They were friends now. "Huh?" Qi Xing turned to her. "If I die, Fugui will take care of my body too." "MHM, Jiang Zhaoshu looked up at him and answered honestly. Meeting her sincere gaze, Qi Xing really did laugh this time. "Ha ha, that's not necessary. Digging graves is such a hassle. Fugui, you'd have to use your little claws to dig for ages." He smiled brightly and said, "If I really die one day, Fugui, just eat me. You don't even poop, right? So if I go into your belly, I become part of you." As long as you don't die, I'll live on too. We'll be together forever. Jiang Zhaoshu. This was the first time she'd heard a human ask a zombie to eat their corpse. Talk about eye-opening. Totally beyond her normal zombie comprehension. Noticing how seriously Jiang Zhaoshu was treating Duan Yuanyuan's burial, Qi Xing reached into his pocket and pulled out a seed. He knelt down and planted it in front of her grave, then held his hand a few inches above it. With a flick of his wrist, a soft green glow lit up between his slender fingers. The soil beneath his palm began to stir. A tiny green sprout broke through the earth, unfurled its tender leaves, and rapidly grew. Thin vines crept along the ground, spreading across Duan Yuanyuan's grave, sprouting leaves, and soon blooming into clusters of pale yellow flowers. Before long, the entire mound was covered in those blossoms. Jiang Zhaoshu's almond-shaped eyes went wide in surprise, marveling at the magical sight. She'd seen Qi Xing use his ability many times, yet it always amazed her. Qi Xing plucked the brightest little flower from a vine, stood up, and walked over to her. He tucked the flower into her hair and lightly tapped her frowning brow with his finger. There we go. Don't frown. A little zombie's most important job each day is to eat. What's there to frown about? His warm fingertip gently rubbed her brow, pressing firmly, like he wanted to smooth out every wrinkle. We've got a long road ahead of us. Fugui. Chapter 40. Check into a 5-star hotel. The days ahead are still long. Before she transmigrated, Jiang Zhaoshu often used this phrase to comfort herself. Even though life was hard now, the days ahead were still long. Things would get better eventually, right? She never expected that after coming to this world, someone would say the same thing to her. Looking at Qi Xing's charming, smiling fox-like eyes, Jiang Zhaoshu suddenly felt a strange tightness in her throat, like something was stuck there. Her eyes burned, and her chest ached with a swelling emotion. She didn't want to admit she was moved. That Diad man Qi Xing usually ran his mouth like crazy, but every now and then, he really knew how to say something that hit you right in the heart. Even though there weren't many useful supplies in Pei Qixuan and Ken Zhao's car, at least the gas tank was full. After nearly a full day of driving, Jiang Zhaoshu and Qi Xing arrived in another city. This city was about the same size as the one Jiang Zhaoshu had woken up in, plenty of tall buildings and shops. Which meant there had to be lots of supplies inside. After Cao Yuan died, Qi Xing had lost his source of clean water. These past 2 days, he barely had anything to drink. When he got desperate, he'd suck some juice from his vine. The first time Jiang Zhaoshu saw him do that, she watched curiously for a while before asking about it. Couldn't Qi Xing just use his superpower to grow some edible plants and eat them himself? That way he'd be completely self-sufficient, no need to scavenge for supplies at all. Then student Jiang got a science lecture from teacher Qi. Doing that was no different from eating his own flesh. Because superpowers were powered by mental energy and stamina, and the energy consumed using his ability was way more than he could absorb from those plants. Totally a losing trade. Qi Xing was only doing this now because he had no other choice. He was just trying to stop himself from getting dehydrated. Because of the lack of water, even dried vegetables were hard to swallow. He barely ate anything each day. Anyway, after 2 days of starving, arriving in a place rich with supplies was like a fish returning to water for Qi Xing. He parked the car below a residential building and started looting supplies like crazy. Jiang Zhaoshu was puzzled. There was a supermarket right at the entrance of the complex. Why wasn't Qi Xing looting there? Teacher Qi explained, supermarkets were the most obvious gold mines, so they'd probably already been picked clean a long time ago. There might not even be a stick of gum left. It was better to go door to door. Sure, it was more work, but in his experience, the success rate was way higher. Jiang Zhaoshu didn't love this explanation. She thought Qi Xing just liked picking through garbage. But after going into a few apartments with him, she realized he actually had a point. Even though they didn't find a ton of food, water was the kind of thing people tended to hoard at home. Finally, the crisis of Qi Xing not having clean water to drink was solved. Last time they were in a big city, they were too busy running for their lives. Jiang Zhaoshu didn't even get to enjoy the perk of staying in a 5-star hotel for free. This time, as soon as they entered the city, she brought it up with Qi Xing. He gladly agreed. By evening, the two of them arrived at a well-known 5-star hotel chain. Afraid the car would draw attention, Qi Xing deliberately parked in the underground garage first, then went up the stairs with Jiang Zhaoshu. After the apocalypse, 5-star hotels lost power. Elevators didn't work. The emergency stairwells were pitch black. Mutants had better night vision, and they also wanted to avoid any sudden zombie ambushes. So while they were climbing the stairs, Jiang Zhaoshu walked in front with Qi Xing following behind. A girl and a zombie creeping through the darkness. Jiang Zhaoshu thought it was kind of humiliating. Times had changed. She was now a noble mutant. Even regular zombies backed off when they saw her. She was supposed to be enjoying luxury 5-star facilities, not sneaking around like a thief using side stairwells. In the past few days, Jiang Zhaoshu had swallowed several mutated giant rat crystal cores, and her energy had grown stronger. Her vision and sense of smell were sharper than ever. She used to only be able to smell humans. Now, if there were other mutants nearby, she could detect him too. After climbing 2 more floors, Jiang Zhaoshu suddenly stopped and jabbed Qi Xing behind her with her elbow, motioning for him to halt. She sniffed the air and whispered, "Mutt, Ant, there's a mutant up ahead." Qi Xing also lowered his voice. Human, she smelled something that was part human, part mutant. Most likely a human who had turned into a mutant. The first mutant she'd eaten was a mutant baby, and that was when Jiang Zhaoshu gained the ability to rapidly heal and evolve by devouring flesh. Since then, she hadn't encountered another human mutant. This was her second time, and the current Jiang Zhaoshu wasn't just nervous, she was excited. Devour it. Her mind screamed at her. Eat it, and you'll gain more power. Just as she picked up the mutant's scent, the other party picked up hers too. Jiang Zhaoshu could feel the mutant approaching her and Qi Xing. "It's coming," she warned Qi Xing. Qi Xing nodded and drew a dagger from his belt. They were still in the stairwell. It was too narrow to fight properly. The girl and the zombie sped up and climbed to the 3rd floor, pushed open the emergency door, and entered the hotel hallway. 5-star hotels really lived up to the name. Even the hallway carpets were soft and soundless, super comfy underfoot. Jiang Zhaoshu, who'd never experienced luxury before, couldn't help but bounce on the spot with curiosity. Startled by the noise, Qi Xing thought the mutant had attacked and immediately took a defensive stance, only to hear Jiang Zhaoshu stammer out, "The carpet feels so good. It must have been expensive. Qi Xing, get inside the room first." All the room doors on this floor were closed. Jiang Zhaoshu and Qi Xing slipped up to one of them. As Jiang Zhaoshu watched Qi Xing skillfully pick the lock, she suddenly stiffened and whipped her head toward the end of the hallway. "It's coming." This time, the mutant was really here. Despite the dim lighting, Jiang Zhaoshu clearly saw what it looked like. It had been a man in life, around 1.75 meters tall, a bit chubby, bald. He wore a black and white tuxedo. The white parts were covered in bloodstains, now dried to dark brown. Half the flesh on his face had rotted off, the exposed nasal bone poked out, and a shattered pair of glasses sat crookedly on his face. The mutant clearly saw them too. He let out a zombie-like growl, shuffling toward them. One of his eyeballs had fallen from the socket, dangling like a yo-yo, swinging with every step. The distance between him shrank fast, but Qi Xing still hadn't gotten the door open. Jiang Zhaoshu let out a threatening roar, stretched out her hand like a claw, ready to take the mutant head on, when suddenly, the mutant opened its mouth. Its lips moved, and it actually spoke human words. "Well, come, guest." Chapter 41. Distinguished guests, a mutant that can talk. The man spoke, and even Qi Xing paused with his hand on the door, looking over in surprise. Only then did Jiang Zhaoshu dare to believe she hadn't imagined it. He spoke. He spoke, Qi Xing confirmed, his expression growing serious. Typically, any mutant capable of speaking had at least an A rank combat level. When the mutant saw both Jiang Zhaoshu and Qi Xing staring at him, he spoke again. His speech pattern was quite similar to Jiang Zhaoshu's, slow and hoarse, like there was a hole torn in his throat, with occasional zombie-like growls mixed in. Hotel manager Sun Penui, the mutant, even placed a hand on his chest and gave them a gentlemanly bow. "Dear guests, please follow me downstairs to register." Jiang Zhaoshu was dumbfounded. No wonder he was the manager of a 5-star hotel. Even after turning into a zombie, he hadn't forgotten his job. Despite the dangerous aura surrounding him, this mutant didn't seem to have any intent to attack. Should they kill him, or wait and see? Jiang Zhaoshu couldn't decide. She glanced at Qi Xing. Qi Xing still had a thin wire in his hand for picking the lock. He looked at Jiang Zhaoshu, then at the mutant who was patiently waiting for their response. Without changing his expression, Qi Xing casually slipped the wire back into his pocket like nothing had happened. "Sure. Let's go, Fugui," he said, wrapping his arm around Jiang Zhaoshu's shoulder and motioning for the mutant to lead the way. The mutant walked in front while the two of them followed behind, communicating with eye signals and gestures. Jiang Zhaoshu pointed toward the mutant with her lips, then made a slashing gesture across her neck, raising her brows repeatedly at Qi Xing. "Are we seriously going along with this? Not killing him?" Qi Xing shook his head, then raised his hand and waved it like a maraca before gesturing running legs with 2 fingers. "No good. I can't use my power properly here. If we fight and lose, we're done. Let's wait for a chance. If it goes south, we run." Jiang Zhaoshu. Left with no choice, they followed the mutant downstairs. The mutant remained dutiful, even explaining along the way, "Power outage stairs only, apologies." Since Jiang Zhaoshu didn't speak fluently, Qi Xing responded for her. "It's okay." Mutant. "Free room upgrade for you, haha. Thanks, Manager Sun," Qi Xing replied, playing along like an NPC in a game. Apparently thrilled to finally have someone to chat with, the mutant grew more enthusiastic and eagerly introduced the hotel's amenities along the way. Second floor dining hall, free breakfast daily at 7. First floor banquet hall, 14th floor gym, free access. Top floor bar, infinity pool, great for photos. The content was decent, but the mutant's speech was painfully slow. Jiang Zhaoshu grew anxious just listening and finally interrupted, "Can you talk faster?" The mutant looked a little hurt and touched his heavily deformed neck. "I'll try." "Don't drag out your words, you do too." Listening to their snail-paced conversation, Qi Xing felt like his own language processor might break down at any moment. When they reached the first floor, the mutant brought him to the front desk and asked for their ID cards room. Who still carried ID cards in this day and age? Qi Xing and Jiang Zhaoshu exchanged a helpless look. Then Qi Xing let out an "ah" and pulled a small notebook from his pocket, something he'd kept for Jiang Zhaoshu to draw in. He scribbled a few words on a piece of paper, tore it off, and handed it to Sun Penui. "We'll take a double room." Jiang Zhaoshu peeked over as he wrote. He'd written, Li Ronghua and Li Fugui. Qi Xing's handwriting didn't match his clean, refined appearance at all. It was wild and chaotic, with all the strokes running together. Jiang Zhaoshu figured his essay presentation scores in school must have been pretty low. Despite the obviously fake ID, the mutant manager actually accepted it. He solemnly placed the paper slips onto a non-working ID scanner, then tapped meaninglessly on an unpowered computer keyboard before looking up. "Check incomplete." 13th floor room 1304. He handed him the paper slips along with another card. "Here is your room card." At first, Jiang Zhaoshu thought it was legit, until she looked closely. Wasn't this a promo card from a massage parlor? This whole check-in process felt like a game of house. Qi Xing, arm around Jiang Zhaoshu, politely thanked the mutant. As they walked up the stairs, the mutant called after them loudly, "Tomorrow breakfast come." They climbed up 3 floors in one go. Jiang Zhaoshu sniffed the air and said to Qi Xing, not following. Qi Xing was scanning the surroundings. Weird. A hotel this big, and no other zombies. They'd been walking around for a while and hadn't seen a single zombie besides the mutant. Jiang Zhaoshu caught the scent. Zombies and humans both. Both. Qi Xing looked down the dark corridor, now pitch black without power. Then why is it so quiet? Upstairs, let's check it out. They kept climbing. On the 5th floor, they finally encountered a zombie. This one was chubby, dressed in a full suit. He must have been a businessman before he died, and even now, he wasn't as savage or brutish as typical zombies, just shuffling aimlessly in the hallway. But when he caught Qi Xing's scent, his eyes turned vicious, and he charged with a roar. Qi Xing raised his hand, blade flashing, and swiftly sliced off the zombie's head. There'll be more. That zombie felt like a warning. Jiang Zhaoshu could smell the scent of zombies thickening in the air. In the rooms, they're all in the rooms. Jiang Zhaoshu nodded, pointing to a nearby door that was ajar. That one came out. This hotel was creepy as hell. Zombies were locked inside guest rooms. Regular zombies didn't have the awareness to open doors, so they couldn't get out. Other than that mutant, Jiang Zhaoshu couldn't think of anyone capable of doing this. But why would it do that? Was it trying to protect humans? That just made it even creepier. Would a mutant protect humans? Could it be, like her, one of the rare few that still had consciousness? But considering the whole Playhouse check-in act, she wasn't so sure anymore. Her mind tangled into a mess of confusion. Still, the higher they climbed, the fainter the human scent became. Probably no more humans upstairs. Curiosity pushed Jiang Zhaoshu and Qi Xing all the way to the 13th floor, to room 1304, just as the mutant had said. And it really did fulfill its promise. It had given him a luxury suite. The suite was massive, easily over 100 square meters, with a living room, study, kitchen, and 2 bedrooms. The living room and bedroom both had full floor-to-ceiling windows. From inside, they could see the city's iconic skyline. Jiang Zhaoshu was absolutely floored by the extravagant interior. She'd never seen a place this nice, way brighter and more spacious than her old basement. She flopped down onto the soft bed and didn't want to get up. Even though zombies didn't need sleep, she still liked to close her eyes sometimes and pretend to nap like a human. Qi Xing smiled at her lazy, boneless pose, sat beside her, and casually remarked, "Fugui, have you gotten taller lately?" Chapter 42 Horror Restaurant. Normally, when someone turns into a zombie, most of their bodily functions shut down. So aside from eating, zombies basically have no other physiological needs. They don't need to sleep or use the bathroom, and their hair and skin stop growing, eventually shedding, shriveling, and rotting away. It was the same for Jiang Zhaoshu at first. But after she started eating, those symptoms began to improve. Especially after devouring that mutant fetus, the energy she absorbed from flesh skyrocketed, and now, on the surface, she looked almost indistinguishable from a regular person. But growing taller? Yeah, that was still a total fantasy for zombies. Jiang Zhaoshu blinked in confusion and looked at Qi Xing. Qi Xing gestured to his chest with his hand. "You used to only come up to here. But these last couple of days when I hold you, it feels like you've gotten taller." "Huh?" Jiang Zhaoshu raised a hand and touched the top of her head. Qi Xing was tall, easily 1.85 meters by her guess. She herself, at best, a grand total of 1.55. Whenever Qi Xing picked her up, it was like lifting a kid. He could wrap her up with one hand, easy. And he didn't seem like he was teasing her either. Jiang Zhaoshu hopped off the bed and ran to the full-length mirror in the bedroom. She waved him over. "Ah. Come here." Qi Xing walked over and stood behind her. Because he always wore dark clothes, Qi Xing didn't look particularly strong. He even seemed a bit slim. Combined with his handsome, delicate face, he gave off this weak and easy-to-bully vibe. But still, just standing next to him, his tall, lean frame made the petite Jiang Zhaoshu look like a yellow thermos bottle. He could probably lift her by the collar without breaking a sweat. Jiang Zhaoshu stared at herself in the mirror, arms and legs thin like matchsticks, and a wave of sadness hit her. No wonder Qi Xing thought she was 14. These days, plenty of 14-year-olds were taller than her. She really did look like a little refugee kid. Jiang Zhaoshu puffed up her chest, trying her best to look taller and sturdier. Even then, she barely reached Qi Xing's chest, still not even close to his shoulders. Qi Xing pressed down lightly on her head and drew a line across his chest. There. Remember that. We'll check again in a bit. Jiang Zhaoshu. Forget it. Height measurements were just a blow to a zombie's self-esteem. Whatever, good things come in small packages. These oversized dummies just didn't get it. The emotional damage from that height check left Jiang Zhaoshu feeling a bit down, full of righteous indignation. She made up her mind, she was gonna eat well, get strong, and grow into a powerful queen of the undead. So once Qi Xing went to sleep, Jiang Zhaoshu, who didn't need sleep, snuck out the door, planning to go hunt on her own. Earlier that evening, because of the mutant, Qi Xing hadn't let her search for supplies in the hotel. He said the mutant manager was about on par with him in strength, and dealing with it would take some effort. The mutant manager hadn't shown any aggression toward them yet, but who knew what would happen if they broke the house rules. So they figured, might as well treat this like a regular hotel stay, rest for the night, and leave first thing in the morning. There were plenty of supplies in the city anyway. No need to take unnecessary risks. Jiang Zhaoshu totally agreed with Qi Xing's survival-first mindset. She only came out now because she could no longer sense the mutant's presence. Zombies were usually more active at night, so maybe that one had gone off to hunt elsewhere. Now that she was stronger, Jiang Zhaoshu no longer needed to fear regular humans or zombies. The other zombies in the hotel were no threat at all. She followed the scent of blood and flesh through the air and ended up in the hotel's kitchen. The moment she opened the back door to the kitchen, she froze in shock. The back kitchen of this 5-star hotel was piled with human body parts and organs. The floor was covered in all kinds of bodies, tall, short, fat, thin, but they were just husks. The insides had been scooped out, limbs hacked off and tossed onto the counters, and bloody organs and intestines stuffed into the sinks. After everything she'd been through lately, Jiang Zhaoshu was immune to the gross out factor. All that was left was sheer disbelief. So this was the back kitchen of a big city hotel. Didn't seem all that sanitary, honestly. She stepped inside and realized the bodies were still surprisingly fresh. Some even had blood that hadn't finished draining. She picked up a bloody leg from the counter and poked it. It was still firm and springy. The scent it gave off was nearly identical to the one she'd caught earlier that evening. Which meant, this person had probably still been alive back then. Well, they were dead now. Jiang Zhaoshu silently wished them a peaceful journey and then happily dug in. Maybe it was because of the crystal cores she'd been eating lately, but her appetite had become wildly unstable. Sometimes she could scarf down 3 times her body weight in one sitting, and sometimes she could go days without eating at all. So whenever food was available, Jiang Zhaoshu made sure to chow down as much as possible. After getting full, she popped a crystal core like a digestive tablet. Honestly, those things worked better than actual medicine. Every time she endured that painful burning wave of energy, she'd feel hollowed out inside, hungrier than ever, then go right back to devouring everything in sight. She ate for nearly an entire night and cleared out the whole kitchen. It wasn't until she caught the mutant's scent that the food-drunk Jiang Zhaoshu snapped back to reality and bolted from the kitchen. Worried the mutant might also smell her scent, she summoned 2 mutant giant rats and left them behind as decoys. Then she zipped straight back to the 13th floor and burst into Qi Xing's room. Qi Xing had just woken up from a night of sleep and sat up to see a zombie standing stiffly beside his bed. Her pale face was smeared with blood. A normal person would have screamed bloody murder. Luckily, Qi Xing had nerves of steel. He didn't even flinch. He slowly sat up, his voice still hoarse with sleep, and gently asked. "Got a mouth full of blood, Fugui, where'd you sneak off to for a midnight snack?" Jiang Zhaoshu guiltily wiped her mouth. "Kitchen, all corpses." She paused after she spoke. She realized her speech had improved. She didn't need to drag out her words to pronounce them clearly anymore. But there was no time to celebrate. She hurriedly told Qi Xing. "Mutant. Coming up. Just now, those 2 giant mutant rats had gone dark in her mind. The mutant's scent in the air was getting stronger and stronger. It was clearly on its way upstairs. Jiang Zhaoshu didn't know if her trick with the giant rats had worked. What if the mutant already figured out she'd stolen the kitchen corpses and was coming to settle the score? Qi Xing still looked unbothered and said, "It's fine. The sun's almost up. As long as I can see clearly, there's nothing to be afraid of." One of the main reasons Qi Xing didn't want to confront the mutant last night was because humans had worse night vision than zombies. Even he had trouble aiming or defending in low light. It just wasn't worth the risk. But in daylight, that problem disappeared. Jiang Zhaoshu felt a little more at ease after hearing that. The mutant wasn't rushing. It paused on every floor for a few minutes. Jiang Zhaoshu kept sniffing the air and listening closely, then informed Qi Xing. "Zombies. Out. Going down." The other zombies locked in their rooms last night had all been released. Their scent was thinning out. They were heading downstairs. Before long, the mutant manager reached their door and rang the bell. "Guests, please come down, for breakfast. We'll be down in a bit," Qi Xing called out, while he and Jiang Zhaoshu were figuring out how to escape through the 13th floor window. The room was too high up. Using vines would cost too much energy, and climbing down was just too risky. But the mutant ignored his response and, like a rusty, broken robot, kept repeating, "Guests, please come down, for breakfast." When Qi Xing stopped responding, the mutant manager actually forced the door open and entered the bedroom. "Guests, please come down, for breakfast," staring at the door now broken and bent out of shape from the mutant's brute force. Qi Xing, Jiang Zhaoshu, all this, for a free breakfast. Since the mutant was being so sincere, the human and the zombie had no choice but to obediently follow it downstairs. On the way down, Jiang Zhaoshu whispered to Qi Xing, "Second floor. Has a window." Qi Xing nodded immediately. Got it. Their plan was to break the window and escape the moment they reached the second floor. But as soon as they reached the restaurant entrance, they were both stunned, just like when they'd first seen the kitchen the night before. The second floor dining area was packed with over 100 zombies. Most of them looked just like that fat zombie man who'd been wandering the hall yesterday, faces rotten, clothes neat and tidy. The moment they smelled human flesh on Qi Xing, every single one of them turned their glowing red eyes toward him, drooling like crazy. At that moment, the mutant manager in front of them stopped walking and turned to address the crowd of zombies in a mournful tone. "Kitchen, had, rats, not enough, food, but, generous, guest, has offered, pet." The mutant suddenly spun around, arms spread wide toward Qi Xing like it was presenting a prized dish, and joyfully announced, "Fresh dish, live human meat, Jiang Zhaoshu, Qi Xing, F*K. Chapter 43, Fugui will use lightning powers. Actually, Jiang Zhaoshu had already caught the scent of those zombies when they came down. But she had too much faith in Qi Xing's strength, so she didn't take those ordinary zombies seriously. Who would have thought there'd be so many the moment they stepped through the door? Qi Xing took one look at the scene and didn't say a word. He bent down, scooped up the still stunned Jiang Zhaoshu, and dashed down to the first floor. The zombies, seeing their food trying to escape, let out furious growls from their throats and chased after them, baring their teeth and claws. As Qi Xing ran, he controlled the surrounding flower pots filled with plants, sending them flying at the zombies behind them. Seeing Qi Xing not only trying to flee, but also daring to attack guests, the mutant, who had been acting all polite and professional like a courteous manager, instantly flew into a rage. Its head looked like it had been blown up in anger, suddenly swelling several times its size into a grotesquely huge tumor. Its mouth split open into a gaping abyss, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs. The mutant's neck had already been severely deformed. With the added weight of its now enlarged head, it couldn't keep its spine straight and dropped down on all fours, charging at Qi Xing like an animal. Seeing this, Jiang Zhaoshu immediately summoned her last few mutant giant rats, positioning them between the mutant and the horde. The massive rats squeaked loudly and darted out from every dark corner of the hotel, instantly pouncing on the frontmost zombies and savagely tearing off their heads with a bite. Stealing food, Damn rats! The mutant let out a thunderous roar, its neck suddenly extending several meters like a whip, striking out at a mutant rat more than a meter away and biting down hard. That rat was instantly torn into a bloody mess, screaming in agony. The remaining rats rushed over upon hearing the commotion and started biting at the mutant's neck. But this kind of high-level mutant wasn't something a few low-rank mutant beasts could handle. In no time, the rats were all gruesomely killed by the mutant and ripped apart by the surrounding zombies. Watching this from Qi Xing's shoulder, Jiang Zhaoxu felt a stabbing pain in her heart. Her little mousies, they were really all gone now. Still, their sacrifice wasn't entirely in vain. In that brief window, Qi Xing had already reached the hotel entrance. Outdoors, Qi Xing could unleash his powers much more freely. Several vines as thick as a child's arm suddenly burst out of the ground, shooting toward the lizard-like mutant. Back when it still looked human, it moved clumsily, wobbling with every step. But once transformed, its agility had leveled up twice over. When the thick vines wrapped around its arm, it didn't hesitate. It bit off its own arm to break free, not slowing down in the slightest as it lunged forward. The mutant slipped nimbly through the gaps in the vines, leaped into the air, and opened its massive, blood-stained jaws, diving straight for Qi Xing. Jiang Zhaoxu could even see the black and yellow tartar on its teeth, and the putrid stench coming from its wide, gaping mouth made her corpse eyes sting. With a cry, she instinctively raised her hand to block. A white flash of lightning burst from her palm, crackling as it shot toward the mutant. The lightning bolt struck directly into the mutant's mouth, burning a gaping hole straight through its throat. It screamed shrilly, flung backward by the blast, landing 3 meters away in a roll. Qi Xing, shaken by the near miss, instantly summoned more vines from the ground, binding the mutant tightly and spearing straight through its body and skull. Several vines turned the mutant into a bloody pincushion. Holy sh*T, that scared the crap out of me. Only after confirming that the mutant was really dead did Qi Xing let out a long sigh and shove the long dagger he'd drawn earlier back into its sheath. When the mutant first lunged at him, he'd been ready to slice its mouth open with the dagger. But that was a risky move. If even a little of the mutant's blood splattered into his eyes or onto his lips, it could lead to infection, or worse, zombification. Once the mutant died, the surrounding zombies acted like they'd lost their leader. Their movements turned chaotic and hesitant, and they were too intimidated by Jiang Zhaoxu's aura to approach. Jiang Zhaoxu hopped down from Qi Xing's arms and jogged over to the mutant's corpse, digging a crystal core out of its tumor-like head. When it came to splitting up crystal cores, their rule had always been, fastest hands win. So this core was hers. Qi Xing didn't seem interested in competing for it. He just watched curiously as she cradled the crystal in her hands like a treasured gem. Fugui, did you just use an ability? If he wasn't mistaken, Jiang Zhaoxu had just used a lightning-type power. That was seriously unexpected. Since when did his little Fugui know how to do that? Still high on joy from securing a big crystal core, Jiang Zhaoxu paused at his question. Oh yeah, that flash of white light from her hand just now. She stuffed the crystal core into her pocket, then opened her hand to examine her blood-stained palm. Qi Xing walked over. What's going on? Jiang Zhaoxu held out her palm toward him, trying to recall the feeling when the lightning shot out. As she focused her will, she felt energy gather in her hand. Another thin white bolt suddenly crackled from her palm, straight at Qi Xing. Whoa! Qi Xing jumped back just in time, dodging the bolt with reflexes sharp as ever. Fugui, what the HLL? The white bolt slammed into the marble pillar behind him, leaving a charred burn mark. Jiang Zhaoxu flashed a bright grin, showing her pearly teeth. I can use lightning now. Later, the two of them returned to the hotel and sat down in the lounge area to debrief. After discussing it, they agreed on the most likely explanation. Duan Yuanyuan had devoured Qin Feng's crystal core, and then Jiang Zhaoxu ate Duan Yuanyuan's core, so now she could use lightning-type powers. But her ability wasn't strong, nowhere near Qin Feng's level. Maybe Duan Yuanyuan had used up part of it herself. Once they finished reviewing everything, Qi Xing slapped his thigh like he'd just lost a fortune. You should have eaten Duan Yuanyuan's whole body. Then you could have absorbed even more abilities. Come on, let's go back and check. The weather's cold now, maybe her body's still preserved underground. We can dig it up and eat it. Qi Xing grabbed Jiang Zhaosu's hand and headed for the underground garage to get the car. Jiang Zhaoshu looked at him like he was crazy. This guy was seriously out of his ******ing mind, digging up a grave for powers. Your sister, remember? She had to remind him. All this running around, weren't they supposed to be looking for his sister? Oh, Qi Xing finally remembered. Right, we still gotta head to Zone A to find my sister. By now, the sun was fully up. They got back in the car and hit the road. As they passed a tall building, Jiang Zhaosu's sharp eyes caught a white sheet hanging from one of the windows. On it, the letters SOS were painted in big, red strokes. Probably hearing their car, someone inside moved by the window. It was a survivor, still waiting for rescue. At first, Jiang Zhaoshu didn't care. She and Qi Xing, one a zombie, the other a killer. What would they do with a rescued human? Use them as rations, toys. Better leave these survivors to the good guys. But then she got a clear look at the figure, and immediately shoved Qi Xing, signaling him to look, too, your sister. The girl at the window had the exact same hairstyle as the little girl in Qi Xing's photo. Chapter 44. A home invasion style recognition. This high-rise was clearly a luxury apartment complex. Every unit had a spacious balcony and beautiful floor-to-ceiling windows. Jiang Zhaoshu had no idea what Qi Xing's family background had been like before the apocalypse. He never talked much about how his younger sister had gone missing either, so whenever she spotted someone who even vaguely resembled the girl, she'd call out to Qi Xing. Just now, after she brought up his sister, Qi Xing didn't seem to care much and said very little, but after they hit the road again, he clearly grew quieter, barely chatting with her at all. Though the man kept his eyes on the road, it was obvious he wasn't really paying attention. Honestly, with the way he was driving, Jiang Zhaoshu worried that they might crash and die on their own before any heroes could show up to punish them. When she spoke up, Qi Xing turned his head and looked in the direction she pointed. With just one glance, he was certain. No, Jiang Zhaoshu was confused. They were so far away, she couldn't even see the figure clearly. How could Qi Xing be sure the girl up there wasn't his sister? Just as he stepped on the gas to drive off, Jiang Zhaoshu was about to persuade him to double-check. But before she could say anything, Qi Xing abruptly changed his mind. With a quick drift, he spun the car around. Forget it. Let's go check. Jiang Zhaosu's mouth froze mid-sentence. After a pause, she shut her mouth and swallowed her words. Men's hearts are like needles in the sea, impossible to read. The building looked to be more than 20 stories tall. The girl they saw was on the 17th floor. Power was out. That meant stairs. As they climbed, Jiang Zhaoshu was quietly thankful that zombies didn't get tired. With all this daily stair climbing, no wonder Qi Xing looked lean on the outside but had solid muscles underneath. Even without powers, he could slice through zombies like butter. Along the way, Qi Xing killed several zombies. After each one, he tossed the head to Jiang Zhaoshu to check for a crystal core. Normal zombies rarely had crystal cores. They were only doing it to kill time while climbing. By the time they reached the 17th floor, Qi Xing reeked of blood, and Jiang Zhaosu's hands were soaked in gore and brain matter. And just like that, one man, one zombie girl, they knocked on the door of the girl in distress. Is it the rescue team? A young girl ran from the living room and shouted cheerfully through the door. Few people still had that kind of cheerful tone in the apocalypse. It was clear she hadn't yet tasted its harshness. Jiang Zhaoshu and Qi Xing exchanged glances. Qi Xing turned to the peephole and said, "No, we're survivors too. Saw your SOS in the window and wanted to ask if you'd like to join us heading to the survivor base." Upon hearing they weren't the rescue team, the girl hesitated. "No thanks. I think I'll wait for the rescue team. Thank you, though." Jiang Zhaoshu and Qi Xing looked at each other again. Now they were both sure. This wasn't Qi Xing's sister. But from their eye contact alone, One zombie and one man could still read each other's thoughts. After all that effort climbing up here, they couldn't leave empty-handed. No way. Little girl, are you home alone? Chi Xing asked while smoothly pulling out a master key from his pocket and starting to pick the lock. He spoke in a creepy uncle voice. Relax. We're not good people. Hearing that, the girl inside screamed in panic. Jiang Zhaoshu. When she first met Chi Xing, he had told her something similar. If she bared her teeth at him again, he'd rip them out one by one. Chi Xing had that kind of twisted sense of humor. To be fair, what he said was probably true. Neither of them were good people, but this girl wasn't some helpless pushover either. As soon as Chi Xing unlocked the door, a sharp kitchen knife came flying at them. Jiang Zhaoshu and Chi Xing quickly dodged to either side. Bzzzzzzz. With the sound of a buzzing motor, a girl with long wavy black hair appeared before them, holding a small, running electric chainsaw. Tears welled up in her eyes as she shouted, "Don't come any closer. One more step and I'll saw you in half." If they had been just two ordinary burglars, the chainsaw probably would have scared them off. Unfortunately for her, she was dealing with Jiang Zhaoshu and Chi Xing. Chi Xing didn't even make a move. Jiang Zhaoshu lifted a finger and tried using her newly learned lightning power, aiming a faint beam of white light at the girl's wrist. The light hit her wrist, making her cry out in pain as the chainsaw clattered to the floor. Mimicking how Chi Xing usually used his power, Jiang Zhaoshu flipped her palm upward. Her blood-stained palm glowed with white light, and thin electric threads shot out like spider silk toward the chainsaw. With a flick of her hand, the chainsaw flew 5 meters away. The buzzing blade sputtered once, then stopped completely. All the while, Jiang Zhaoshu still held a zombie head in her other hand. She'd just finished checking for a crystal core and hadn't had the chance to throw it away. The girl with long black curls stared at her powers and the bloody head in her hand, legs going limp as she collapsed to the floor. Shivering, she scooted backward, rambling in panic. "Don't kill me. Take anything you want, just don't kill me." Noticing the terror in the girl's eyes, Jiang Zhaoshu finally remembered. She was still holding the head. She hadn't meant to scare her. Unlike Chi Xing, she didn't enjoy that kind of stuff. She casually tossed the gory head down the hallway and turned to Chi Xing hopefully. Reunion. "Told you already. Not my sister." Chi Xing looked at the girl, who was nearly passed out from fear, and clicked his tongue. "Got any food or water?" They'd come all this way, might as well grab something before leaving. The girl, still dumbstruck, lay on the floor and pointed to a room. Kitchen. Chi Xing headed there to scavenge. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhaoshu paced around the living room, curiously examining the upscale apartment's design. After staying in a 5-star hotel yesterday, she'd thought she was no longer a country bumpkin. But seeing this girl's home still wowed her a little. Unlike the hotel suites over-the-top luxury, the apartment had a sleek, modern aesthetic. Every line and angle of the room was clean and elegant, clearly expensive. What stunned Jiang Zhaoshu most was the living room wall, completely covered in artwork. Even though she didn't know much about art, she could tell the frames alone were worth a lot. Despite her initial appearance, standing there holding a severed head, Jiang Zhaoshu still looked like a frail and delicate girl. Her slight stutter made her seem far less threatening than the adult man who'd picked the lock. The black-haired girl, probably 17 or 18, had finally caught her breath after lying on the floor for a while. Noticing Jiang Zhaoshu staring blankly at the wall of paintings, she sneaked a glance at the fruit knife on the nearby coffee table. If it's just this girl, maybe she could take her down. Chapter 45. A great harvest of supplies. The dumb idea vanished from Bai Xiaoling's mind the moment she caught sight of the blood and brain matter on Jiang Zhaoshu's hand. Even though Jiang Zhaoshu looked like a gust of wind could blow her away, and she wasn't even as tall as Bai Xiaoling, there was no way she, someone who hadn't even killed a chicken before, could take on a girl who casually carried around a human head. Even with a fruit knife, she'd lose. Especially since that girl might also have a superpower. Bai Xiaoling gave up resisting in an instant and lay flat on the ground again, her light amber eyes cautiously watching Jiang Zhaoshu. Jiang Zhaoshu seemed to notice her gaze and glanced back. Just from her eye color, it was clear this girl wasn't Qi Xing's sister. So what were they supposed to do with her? Just leave her here? The girl didn't have any abilities. Without supplies, she probably wouldn't survive long. That felt like a waste. Maybe better to keep her around as backup rations. But carrying her around would be annoying. Kill her here and take her body. That felt a bit too brutal. Jiang Zhaoshu wasn't hungry right now. No need to go to such extremes for food. She was still thinking it over when the girl suddenly spoke up, cautiously asking, "Are you guys ability users?" Jiang Zhaoshu. That line felt familiar, sounded exactly like Qi Xing fishing for people's backgrounds. Jiang Zhaoshu knew her brain didn't work as well as Qi Xing's. Worried the girl was setting her up, she chose to stay silent. Maybe because Jiang Zhaoshu looked honest and harmless, Bai Xiaoling got bolder the longer she stared. Her words started spilling out. "I saw you use your power just now. It was so cool. I wish I had powers too." "Yeah? Go eat a corpse then." Jiang Zhaoshu silently rolled her eyes. "Why does everyone awaken a superpower except me? I'm so unlucky. I must be the unluckiest person on earth." "No, you're not. The truly unlucky ones weren't born into rich families. Stuck in this big house every day, no internet, no electricity, no one to talk to or play with. I'm going insane." Judging from the paintings on the wall and the easels all around, this girl was probably an art student. Art students tended to be emotionally fragile and dramatic. In other words, totally unhinged. The more Bai Xiaoling talked, the more worked up she got. She suddenly let out a shrill wail. "I'm gonna go crazy from loneliness. You guys showed up just in time. Hurry up and kill me. I don't want to live in this hellhole anymore. Hell itself is probably warmer than this place." Jiang Zhaoshu tried to hold it in. Really, she did. But when she heard that, she couldn't help it anymore. "Fugui, there's too much food here. I can't carry it all by myself. Come help me." Just then, Qi Xing walked out from the kitchen. He happened to catch the end of Bai Xiaoling's outburst and frowned. "Why is it so noisy? If you really don't want to live, just say so. I'll help you out." Unlike Jiang Zhaoshu, Qi Xing didn't have any patience. As he spoke, he reached for the short dagger strapped to his thigh. "Let's start by cutting out your tongue." With a swish, the silver blade flashed, not a hint of joking in his eyes. Bai Xiaoling, who just seconds ago had been screaming to be killed, suddenly sprang up like a gymnast, shrieking and running in circles around the living room. "Ah, no, no, no. Bro. I was kidding. I was just venting. I don't want to die." The 100 square meter living room suddenly felt awfully cramped. Qi Xing, looking like a serial killer, was chasing her fast, while Bai Xiaoling scrambled to get away, heart pounding. She panicked and ended up hiding behind Jiang Zhaoshu. Qi Xing actually paused in surprise at her choice of hiding spot. Even Jiang Zhaoshu was stunned when the girl clutched her skirt. She realized she'd been overly cautious earlier. This girl was just a total idiot. Jiang Zhaoshu turned her head and looked at Bai Xiaoling trembling like a baby chick behind her. Qi Xing just stared silently. With her screaming done and the world suddenly quiet again, Bai Xiaoling whispered, "So, you're not gonna kill me?" Jiang Zhaoshu finally answered her original question, slowly, one word at a time. "I'm not an ability user." "Huh?" Bai Xiaoling was still confused. Jiang Zhaoshu continued, "I'm a zombie." Then she suddenly opened her mouth, baring her sharp fangs, and lunged at Bai Xiaoling. Ahhh, Bai Xiaoling let out a blood-curdling scream, released Jiang Zhaoshu's skirt, and immediately passed out. Of course, Jiang Zhaoshu didn't actually bite. She just wanted to scare her. Seeing the girl passed out on the floor, Jiang Zhaoshu curiously nudged her with her foot. Bai Xiaoling wobbled like jelly but didn't wake up. Did she die of fright? If she's dead, great. We can just toss her out the 17th floor window. No need to carry her down the stairs. We've got loads of stuff to move. Qi Xing didn't even move from where he stood. Come on, Fugui, let's lift her and toss her out. No. The supposedly unconscious Bai Xiaoling suddenly sat up like a spring-loaded zombie, flailing her arms. I can help move stuff. Big bro, big sis, don't eat me. The amount of food and bottled water in Bai Xiaoling's house shocked even Qi Xing and Jiang Zhaoshu. If they could haul it all into the car, they'd have enough to last the next 6 months. One extra slave meant less heavy lifting for them. And Bai Xiaoling got to keep her little life, for now. Under the harsh rule of her 2 new overlords, she worked like a pack mule, obediently hauling supplies. Though to be fair, she didn't go far, just moved things from the kitchen and storage room to the living room window. There was too much stuff for the 3 of them to carry in one trip, and taking the stairs was a pain, so Qi Xing used his vine ability to lower everything downstairs. Besides food and water, Bai Xiaoling's home was stocked with all kinds of supplies: seeds, salt, sugar, water purifiers, meds, alcohol, and even gasoline. No way someone who couldn't even tell grain apart bought all this herself. Qi Xing happily accepted the entire haul. After thoroughly cleaning out everything useful from Bai Xiaoling's house, Qi Xing generously told her, "You get to keep your life," and scooped up Jiang Zhaoshu, ready to jump from the 17th floor. Bai Xiaoling was so exhausted from hauling goods her back was nearly broken. She burst into tears and lunged to hug Qi Xing's leg, practically ready to kneel. "Bro, you're just gonna leave me like this? How am I supposed to survive alone? You might as well eat me." Jiang Zhaoshu had actually been thinking the same thing and let out a supportive ah. "Use her as backup rations for Fugui." Qi Xing looked thoughtfully at Bai Xiaoling clinging to his leg. "Could work." Then he suddenly raised his leg and, with a powerful flick, sent Bai Xiaoling flying straight out the window. "Then you can go down first." Chapter 46. Base fall. As her body plummeted from the sky, Bai Xiaoling was hit with a wave of dizziness from the freefall, her heart pounding wildly. She was sure this time she was really going to die, and she cursed like mad in her heart at the 2 robbers who'd broken into her home. Just as her face was about to slam into the ground, a vivid image flashed in her mind, her corpse mangled beyond recognition, brains splattered everywhere. She squeezed her eyes shut, praying that death would be instant, sparing her the pain. But just then, something suddenly wrapped around her waist and yanked hard. Bai Xiaoling felt like her whole skeleton was about to be torn apart. Her stomach flipped, and she gagged, throwing up with a retch. But thanks to that sudden pull, she only ended up skidding several meters across the ground in a miserable heap, instead of being smashed to bits like she'd imagined. Then she saw Qi Xing holding Jiang Zhaoshu, the 2 of them swinging gently on a thick, strange vine, which slowly lowered him to the ground. Bai Xiaoling, TCH, so what if they've got superpowers? From what she'd just overheard, these 2 freaks had mistaken her for the guy's sister and come all the way up to the 17th floor to find her. Bai Xiaoling did have a half-brother, but it wasn't this guy. Her brother was named Bai Shaoqing, the child of her dad and his legal wife. Bai Xiaoling's mom was her dad's mistress, the kind people referred to as the other woman. So Bai Xiaoling ended up being the mistress's kid, the illegitimate one, the one they couldn't show to outsiders. But her mom died early, passing away from illness before Bai Xiaoling even started elementary school. After losing her mom, Bai Xiaoling was brought back to the main family by her dad, the same man who couldn't keep it in his pants, and she became siblings with Bai Shaoqing. They had always been like oil and water, and Bai Shaoqing would never risk his life to come find her. Locking her up in this supply-stocked apartment before the apocalypse hit was probably the most kindness the guy could muster. At first, Bai Xiaoling thought it was punishment for her skipping school and sneaking around, that this was his twisted way of teaching her a lesson. She'd spammed him with insult-laced texts every day, and he never replied. Then the zombie wave hit. Bai Xiaoling saw people ripping each other apart in the streets, corpses piling up everywhere. It was only then she realized this wasn't just a punishment. Something real and terrifying was happening. Later, even her apartment wasn't safe anymore. People knocked on the door constantly, some pleading urgently for help, others kicking and screaming, demanding she open up. Sometimes, there were zombie growls mixed in. Every time that happened, Bai Xiaoling would hide in her fully sealed panic room, shaking with fear. And eventually the noise outside stopped altogether. The power went out, the internet died, and the apartment turned into a lonely little boat adrift in the middle of the ocean. Bai Xiaoling always said she wanted to die, but when it came down to it, she couldn't actually do it. But one thing she hadn't lied about: after surviving alone in that apartment for over half a year, the loneliness was really driving her insane. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given up her relatively safe life to hang that white sheet out the window with SOS painted on it. Instead of rescue, what she got were 2 robbers who ransacked her home and nearly killed her. Her side was aching from the fall, tears streaming down her face from the pain. Meanwhile, that male freak was cradling the little one like she was made of glass, speaking softly like he was afraid to scare her. "Don't worry, she's not dead. Haven't had fresh human meat in a while, specially saved this one alive for you, Fugui. F*K your dad. You still look like a human. Can't you act like one?" Jiang Zhaosu's jet black almond eyes studied Bai Xiaoling, who lay motionless on the ground. She slowly licked her lips and muttered, "If she's dead, let's eat her now." She could already smell the blood. Just moments ago, Bai Xiaoling thought she was half paralyzed from the pain and never wanted to move again. But now she sprang to her feet with surprising speed. "Ha ha, I'm alive. I'm totally alive." "If you're alive, then start moving supplies." Qi Xing's dark, sly fox eyes stared at her with a cold, mocking smirk. "Load everything into the car. That way, we'll let you live a few more days." This was the first time Bai Xiaoling, who'd always had food and comfort, truly tasted the bitterness of the apocalypse. Her whole body was sore, her palms were rubbed raw, but she had to keep gritting her teeth and haul supplies, huffing and puffing through the pain. As she moved, she regretted ever hanging that white sheet. If these 2 demons didn't eat her alive, they'd probably work her to death. Bai Xiaoling's brain whirred into overdrive. Suddenly, she came up with a plan to save herself. "Hey, bro, you're looking for your sister, right?" Just as she was finishing up the last bit of hauling, she tried to strike up a conversation with Qi Xing. "I can help." "Oh?" Qi Xing barely glanced at her, clearly skeptical. "For real?" Bai Xiaoling put on her most sincere expression. "My brother used to be the head of the information department. He knows everything. He can definitely find your sister." Head of the information department? That wasn't a position any average young person could land. Must have come from a wealthy background. No wonder this girl was living in such a high-end apartment and had stocked up so many supplies like she'd seen the apocalypse coming. But that was before the world went to hell. With the zombie virus raging and society in shambles, her brother surviving at all was a big question mark, let alone being able to pull strings and search for people like before. She'd clearly been cooped up too long and hadn't accepted reality. Qi Xing and Jiang Zhaoshu both saw it. This girl wasn't exactly the brightest bulb. The man and the zombies silently looked around at the desolate, wrecked surroundings, then turned back to her with expressions that screamed, "Are you dumb?" The silence was deafening. Bai Xiaoling may not have been smart, but she wasn't that stupid. She saw the deadpan looks and quickly added, "My brother's really capable. He got insider info about the outbreak and brought me here in advance. If I survived, there's no way something happened to him. And after everything started, he even had a crow deliver me messages." A crow? That finally piqued Qi Xing's interest. That sounded exactly like one of those surveillance eyes used to monitor his missions. After the grid collapsed, most communication methods had gone dead. But some superpowered individuals awakened with psychic-type abilities that let them control small, agile animals to send messages. These animals were called surveillance eyes, and the people who controlled them were known as watchers. One watcher could control several surveillance eyes and quickly gather info from multiple locations. If Bai Xiaoling's brother really was a watcher, then there was a chance they could find his sister. Yes, a crow. A big one. With red eyes. Bai Xiaoling gestured wildly to show its size. That crow was super smart. It even threw pebbles at my window. When I opened it, it flew in with a scroll tied to its claw. It was Bai Xiaoqing's handwriting. He told me to stay put in the apartment and wait for the base to stabilize, then he'd come pick me up. Which base? Chi Xing asked. Bai Xiaoling rubbed her head, thinking hard. I think it was called Hurricane Base. Chi Xing paused for a moment before replying, then never mind. Huh? Bai Xiaoling looked confused. Why not? Chi Xing replied flatly, Hurricane Base was overrun by zombies a month ago. Fewer than 10 ability users made it out, and they all merged into Moonchase Base. There's no watcher named Bai Shaoqing among them. Chapter 47. Moving to Hurricane Base. Chi Xing spoke with no room for negotiation. Bai Xiaoling instantly got agitated and shouted, Bullshit. Bai Shaoqing, it was just over a month ago. Yeah, it had been just over a month since she lost contact with Bai Shaoqing. What Bai Xiaoling didn't say was that the note she received was written entirely in blood. The handwriting got messier towards the end, repeatedly telling her not to leave the house and not to open the door for anyone. When Bai Xiaoling first got the note, she turned deathly pale, her whole body trembling. But she refused to believe it. She couldn't believe something bad had happened to Bai Shaoqing. Bai Shaoqing was young, promising, the pride of her father, the brightest star of their family. How could he just die so easily? Bai Xiaoling covered her face with her hands, trying to hide the tears pouring down. Listening to their conversation, Jiang Zhaoshu also started remembering. In the novel she had read, there was a similar plotline. A high-level mutant zombie led a horde to break through Hurricane Base's defenses in the middle of the night and launched an attack. That night, the battle was brutal. Almost all survivors at the base were wiped out, leaving only a few ability users who barely escaped and called for help at Moonchaser Base. Moonchaser Base then sent Pei Qixuan with a team of A-rank ability users to wipe out the zombie horde. But what they didn't expect was that the mutant zombie had already developed intelligence. Not only did it take over the base, it even knew how to set up battle strategies. Even Pei Qixuan couldn't defeat it head-on. In the end, it was the female lead, Ken Zhao, who used her overpowered spatial ability to pull out a rocket launcher and blew it to smithereens. When Jiang Zhaoshu read the part where Ken Zhao whipped out a rocket launcher, she couldn't help blurting out, WTF. I mean, it was one thing pulling out a car or a gun, but a freaking rocket launcher. Where the heck did she even stash that thing? And Ken Zhao was supposed to be the typical delicate, sickly beauty, getting winded just by walking a few more steps. Now suddenly she could haul a rocket launcher like it was nothing. At the time, Jiang Zhaoshu thought the plot was pretty ridiculous. Later, though, the author patched it up a little, saying Pei Qixuan had taken Ken Zhao to tour the weapons depot, and she grabbed the launcher then. Although Jiang Zhaoshu still found it far-fetched, she reluctantly accepted it and kept reading. Ken Zhao's rocket launcher blasted the mutant zombie into dust. Normally, a zombie with its head blown off should be dead for good. But what Ken Zhao and Pei Qixuan didn't know was, this mutant had its own insane powers. It could control other zombies' minds and even transfer its own consciousness into another zombie. Since there were too many zombies and Pei Qixuan's team couldn't kill them all, the mutant survived and quietly rebuilt its strength. Later in the story, it became a minor boss, way higher level than Chi Xing's boss role. Chi Xing wasn't even a small boss, more like some no-name cannon fodder villain. I don't care, I'm going to the base to find Bai Shaoqing. I don't believe he's dead. Bai Xiaoling suddenly went berserk and screamed, I'm still alive even though I've been wishing I was dead. Why the hell would he get to die so easily? Why does he get to have it so good? She started limping toward the city outskirts, only to be yanked back by one of Chi Xing's vines. You're our Fugi's emergency food supply, where do you think you're running off to? Chi Xing comforted her, relax. Didn't you just say hell would be warmer than this messed up world? Your brother's already down there. We'll send you down to meet him real soon. Jiang Zhaoshu, sympathetic, but not too much. Nice. Watching Bai Xiaoling roll around on the ground like a crying caterpillar, Jiang Zhaoshu suddenly had an idea pop into her head. She still held a grudge from when Xiao Chushi stomped on her neck and nearly killed her. If she and Chi Xing could find and kill that mutant zombie now, before it finished recovering, and absorb its crystal core, wouldn't she be way safer in the future? The mutant took nearly a full year to grow into a minor boss. Now, it had only been a month since it got wrecked. It had to still be weak. The main characters didn't know about this and wouldn't even bother with the abandoned base. Perfect timing, location, and opportunity. The perfect time to strike. We'll go to the base, find your brother, Jiang Zhaoshu said slowly. Huh? Bai Xiaoling on the ground and Qi Xing beside her both turned to look at her. Why go to Hurricane Base? Qi Xing asked, confused. The team said the place is a total ruin. Nothing useful left. Jiang Zhaoshu glanced at Bai Xiaoling, then tugged on Qi Xing's sleeve. Qi Xing followed her a few steps away, bending down to hear her whispering. Jiang Zhaoshu told him everything she knew about Hurricane Base and made up a quick story about how she knew Pei Qixuan and Ken Zhao. Oh, so you were a survivor at Hurricane Base before, and that's when you became a little zombie, Qi Xing said. As a former Moonchaser base member, he had heard about Pei Qixuan's mission to Hurricane Base. No wonder you're so scared of that Pei guy. Wait a second, Qi Xing suddenly grew suspicious. Didn't you say you knew them before you zombified? Jiang Zhaoshu. Why does he remember everything she says so clearly? Met them before too. Jiang Zhaoshu swallowed nervously and made something up. He's handsome. Left an impression. Qi Xing. Handsome, really? Qi Xing suddenly lost all chill and started trash-talking Pei Qixuan's looks. Dark skin, super hairy, and kinda gross looking if you ask me. Jiang Zhaoshu. That's not the point. The point was, she needed that mutant's crystal core. Jiang Zhaoshu clenched her fists, muttering like a little devil, mutant kill crystal core get. Since they already had enough supplies, Qi Xing indulged her. All right, let's go then. The two of them huddled together, whispering like a couple of scheming conspirators. Finally, they turned back toward Bai Xiaoling, who was still sprawled out on the ground. Qi Xing cleared his throat. Although they weren't actually doing this for her, it didn't hurt to throw her a bone. My little Fugui is a soft-hearted little zombie. She was moved by how much you want to see your brother, Qi Xing said. We'll head to Hurricane Base now and see if we can find him for you. Chapter 48 Men's blooming period is very short, confirming the next destination wasn't a problem, but how to get there became an issue. Qi Xing was hopeless with directions. He couldn't even find his way around the massive A-zone, let alone to Hurricane Base. After the apocalypse, Bai Xiaoling had never even left her apartment, so of course she had no clue where Hurricane Base was. Their only hope was Jiang Zhaoshu. Both of them turned to look at Jiang Zhaoshu. Qi Xing asked suspiciously, Fugui, since you came from Hurricane Base, you should know where it is, right? Jiang Zhaoshu. The novel she read never mentioned where Hurricane Base was located. She widened her innocent eyes, spread her hands helplessly, and said, I'm a directionally challenged too. Qi Xing. Forget it. Let's just drive around. Qi Xing waved his hand. It's somewhere in this area anyway. We'll just do a full loop. No way we won't find it, right? Jiang Zhaoshu quietly thought to herself. With Qi Xing's god-awful sense of direction, it was entirely possible they really wouldn't find it. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoling, still bound up on the ground like a squirming worm, looked up at them with shining eyes and said emotionally, You guys are so good to me. I love you both. You're welcome, Qi Xing answered smoothly. Backup rations. Jiang Zhaoshu also forced a stiff grin at Bai Xiaoling, flashing her tiny white teeth. Two little tiger fangs peeked out as she slowly said, Backup rations. Bai Xiaoling looked like she was about to faint again. Back in the car, Qi Xing and Jiang Zhaoshu sat up front, while Bai Xiaoling was tied up like a dumpling with hemp rope, squeezed miserably between piles of cargo. After surviving alone for over 100 days, finally seeing living people again, even if she was terrified of Jiang Zhaoshu and Qi Xing, Bai Xiaoling just couldn't shut up. The more scared she was, the more she babbled the whole way. We haven't properly introduced ourselves, right? Hi, I'm Bai Xiaoling. What should I call you guys? This big sister here is called Fugui. And what about you, handsome guy? what's your name? Qi Xing clearly thought it wasn't necessary to chat with someone who was basically already dead, so he ignored her. Jiang Zhaoshu didn't like talking either. It was a hassle. Normally, even when Qi Xing talked to her, she barely responded, let alone to Bai Xiaoling. But Bai Xiaoling didn't mind. She could hold a one-woman conversation for ages. Are you two siblings? You give off that vibe. Oh, wait, no, this handsome guy is looking for his little sister, right? Handsome guy, what's your sister's name? How old is she? What does she look like? After Jiang Zhaoshu and Qi Xing agreed to head to Hurricane Base, Bai Xiaoling seemed to regain her excitement and hope, chattering away like she was certain Bai Shaoqing was still alive. You gotta tell Bai Shaoqing this info. Otherwise, how's she supposed to help you find your sister? When his sister was mentioned, Qi Xing's stiff demeanor softened slightly. He glanced over at Jiang Zhaoshu. Jiang Zhaoshu immediately caught on. She leaned over and rummaged through Qi Xing's pocket, pulling out his wallet. Opening it, Jiang Zhaoshu once again saw the photo of Qi Xing with his sister. Their faces were practically identical, beautiful, delicate features pressed close together. One look and you knew they were real siblings. Bai Xiaoling had just joked that Jiang Zhaoshu and Qi Xing looked alike. But the moment she saw the photo, she gasped, "Wow, you and your sister look so much alike. She's adorable, like a little princess. So cute." Qi Xing. Ah, that's a photo from when my sister was 8. Bai Xiaoling. How old is she now? Bai Xiaoling glanced at the photo, Qi Xing in a middle school uniform, then looked at the obviously adult man in front of her. She hesitated. Handsome guy, how old are you? Jiang Zhaoshu had been wondering the same thing and chimed in with a soft, how old? Qi Xing looked young, with great skin. Jiang Zhaoshu had assumed he was only in his early 20s, maybe just a couple of years older than her. But Qi Xing acted much more mature than his looks suggested, often dropping bitter corporate worker comments. Clearly, he had some work experience before the apocalypse. Hearing the question, Qi Xing rubbed his forehead, thought for a moment, and answered. My sister was 14 when she disappeared. She's been missing 3 years, so she should be 17 now. We're 9 years apart, so that makes me 26. After graduating elementary school, he had never celebrated a birthday again. Once he started working, his life was so busy he couldn't even remember important dates, let alone birthdays. Now he even had to calculate his own age like this. Bai Xiaoling gaped. Holy sh*t. Jiang Zhaoshu also gasped. sh*t. You totally don't look it. Bai Xiaoling said, shocked. I thought you were like 21 or 22. Didn't expect you're almost 30. A vein popped on Qi Xing's forehead. I'm only 26, okay? Not almost 30. You guys don't get it, Bai Xiaoling said, suddenly sounding like an old soul despite her young age. Men's prime doesn't last long. Lots of guys start going downhill after 25. Still nice to look at, but useless. After speaking, Bai Xiaoling grinned wickedly and shot a flirty look at Jiang Zhaoshu, who was still leaning over from the passenger seat holding the photo. At first, Jiang Zhaoshu didn't get what she meant, but catching Bai Xiaoling's mischievous, pervy look, she suddenly understood. Jiang Zhaoshu couldn't help but remember the night they eavesdropped together. Qi Xing had looked like the epitome of purity, totally uninterested in anything dirty. Weren't men supposed to be ruled by their lower halves, more lustful than women? Why did Qi Xing seem completely immune? Could it be he couldn't? Unable to resist her curiosity, Jiang Zhaoshu sneaked a peek between Qi Xing's legs. Unfortunately, the moment she looked up, she locked eyes with Qi Xing, who had just turned his head. Jiang Zhaoshu, Qi Xing, DMN. Jiang Zhaoshu's big black eyes widened innocently. For once, the always composed Qi Xing turned bright red. His skin was so pale that when he blushed, it spread fast, his cheeks, ears, even neck flushed a beautiful pink. Embarrassed, Qi Xing quickly looked away and barked a warning at Bai Xiaoling in the backseat. There's a kid in the car. If you keep talking about this shady stuff, I'll cut your tongue out. Bai Xiaoling instantly zipped her mouth shut. But after barely 2 minutes, she couldn't hold back and asked again, "But isn't it a huge age gap from 8 to 17? Don't you have a photo of your sister at 14? Still driving, Qi Xing grumbled, "No, then at least describe what she looked like at 14. Jiang Zhaoshu also nodded in agreement. "Sister, looks." Qi Xing furrowed his brows, staring straight ahead, digging into his memories. She had red hair, a buzz-cut. His frown deepened as if he hated recalling it. He even gestured vaguely in the air. Her face was full of piercings, nose, lips, everywhere. Ugly as hell. She refused to take him out, too. Jiang Zhaoshu, who had been all ears, she lowered her head and glanced again at the photo. The little girl with long, seaweed-like hair and an innocent face. It was impossible to connect this princess-like kid with the rebellious teenager Qi Xing described. Bai Xiaoling was equally stunned. Holy sh*T, your sister was an emo punk. Chapter 49. Robbers meet robbers. What's Yabi supposed to mean? At this moment, Qi Xing truly felt the huge gap that came with age. Even though Jiang Zhaoshu was young, she hadn't heard of the term either. She shook her head. No idea. Bai Xiaoling, though currently stuck between various goods like a half-dead mummy, still managed to mentally look down on these two country bumpkins. "It's really hard to explain to you guys," she said proudly, lifting her chin. "Simply put, it means they like stuff that usually goes against mainstream culture. It's all about showing off their own, unique, personality." "Oh," Qi Xing said, "Xiao Ya's kinda like that. Your little sister's name is Xiao Ya?" Bai Xiaoling asked eagerly. Jiang Zhaoshu echoed, "Xiao Ya. It actually sounded pretty cute. Her nickname is Xiao Ya. Her full name is Qi Tong." Qi Xing suddenly realized he had ended up revealing way too much under Jiang Zhaoshu and Bai Xiaoling's coaxing. "All right, that's enough about that. Just thinking about Qi Tong going through puberty gave him a headache. And after she went missing, it got even worse. Raising kids really was a painful business. Fugui was still the best. So obedient, even if a little slow sometimes, but always so considerate and never making him want to pull his hair out from frustration. Even though Jiang Zhaoshu looked young and was a bit slow to react, sometimes she was surprisingly sensitive, able to pick up on his emotions and even comfort him in her clumsy way. Qi Xing was increasingly grateful he hadn't killed Jiang Zhaoshu back in the mall. Unknowingly, he had already traveled with this little zombie for so long. She wasn't just a pet anymore, she had become one of the few comforts he had left in this post-apocalyptic world. The things he said back at Duan Yuanyuan's grave had been genuine too. The apocalypse was full of dangers, and a moment's carelessness could mean death. Qi Xing didn't know how much longer he could survive either. If he died, he hoped Jiang Zhaoshu would eat him completely, so his crystal core and powers would pass on to her. At least then, she might still have a bit more strength to protect herself. After driving for a few more hours, Qi Xing stopped the car in a relatively zombie-free area to grab a bite to eat. Now that they had enough supplies, they didn't need to ration so strictly anymore. Feeling generous, Qi Xing opened 5 cans of beef stew at once and even let Jiang Zhaoshu try one. Zombies had different tastes from humans, they usually only ate meat. For Jiang Zhaoshu, the best tasting meat was from ability users, followed by regular humans, and then mutants. When there was absolutely no food, she could eat animal meat too, like the fish they caught in the forest, though it only gave her a small boost. To humans, this canned beef was solid stuff, tasty and nutritious. But to Jiang Zhaoshu, it tasted a bit like the cheap synthetic meatballs she used to buy at the wet market when she craved hot pot, all tech and no soul. Besides the beef, Qi Xing also gave her some instant rice and canned peaches to try. They tasted weird too. Since she wasn't really hungry, Jiang Zhaoshu shook her head to refuse when Qi Xing tried to feed her more. In the backseat, Bai Xiaoling watched them share food and swallowed hard. She hadn't eaten all morning, and after moving so much cargo, her stomach was growling like crazy. Fugui, Xiao Ya bro, since Qi Xing hadn't told her his name, Bai Xiaoling could only call him that, struggling to inch closer to the front seats, eyes shining with hope. Can you give me a little too? I'm starving to death. Jiang Zhaoshu couldn't hold back a grin when she heard Bai Xiaoling call Qi Xing Xiao Ya Bro, repeating after her, Xiao Ya Bro. She really found Bai Xiaoling hilarious now, almost didn't want to eat her anymore. Might as well keep her around to tell jokes. Qi Xing glanced back at Bai Xiaoling with a deadpan expression, then starve. How can you guys be like this? Bai Xiaoling cried out angrily and aggrievedly. You stole all the supplies from me. What's the big deal about sharing a little? Qi Xing replied righteously, because we're robbers. Once it's in our hands, it's ours to distribute. That's just how it is in the apocalypse. If you don't like it, you can try to steal it back. Bai Xiaoling opened and closed her mouth in rage but didn't dare to curse out loud. Watching her, Jiang Zhaoshu couldn't help but think back to her own miserable days getting bullied by Qi Xing when she was weak. And now, she was bullying others right alongside him. Looks like the kid who set out to slay dragons eventually became the dragon herself. While Qi Xing ate, Jiang Zhaoshu, bored, opened a bag of bread and kneeled on the passenger seat, stretching her arm to dangle the bread in front of Bai Xiaoling's mouth, teasing her. Qi Xing just kept eating, watching Jiang Zhaoshu's antics with a smile. Suddenly, Jiang Zhaoshu straightened up, turned to look out the car window, and reported, someone's coming. She had caught a whiff of strangers in the air, more than one. Qi Xing immediately snapped her attention and peered out the window. While they were distracted, Bai Xiaoling lunged forward and snatched the bread from Jiang Zhaoshu's hand with her mouth. As Bai Xiaoling chewed frantically, their car was quickly surrounded by a crowd. These people were carrying various weapons and shouting loudly, ordering them to get out. In a world this chaotic, looting and killing were a daily occurrence. Qi Xing wasn't surprised. But what did catch him off guard was that some of them were carrying guns. Back when he worked at a base, even urgent missions barely warranted getting 2 guns for a whole team. Where the hell did these guys get theirs? Maybe they were quick enough to loot police stations at the beginning of the apocalypse. Qi Xing quickly scanned the crowd. There were at least 7 or 8 people with guns. And who knew if any of them had superpowers too? Jiang Zhaoshu also noticed the guns. She quietly rummaged through a box in the back and pulled out a sturdy helmet, putting it carefully on her head. Her body could handle some hits, it was her head she needed to protect. This time I'll go. Helmet securely fastened, Jiang Zhaoshu spoke through the muffled cover to Qi Xing. After all, Qi Xing was still human, fragile. Guns were a much bigger problem for him than for her. Besides, Jiang Zhaoshu also wanted to test how much she had mastered her powers. Qi Xing gave a cautious nod. Jiang Zhaoshu raised one hand, a faint shimmer of water gathering into an invisible shield that enveloped the entire car. Then she opened the door and stepped outside. Chapter 50 Map to Hurricane Base. Such a big military vehicle, and in a special creamy white color at that, it was bound to stand out on the ruined streets of the apocalypse. By the time Qi Xing drove onto this street, a group of bandits had already locked onto them. In times like these, you had to have serious skills to get your hands on a vehicle like this. There must be a ton of supplies inside. A bunch of burly men, all armed to the teeth, stood ready. But when the door opened, only a small, skinny girl stepped out. Through the brown-tinted visor of her helmet, Jiang Zhaoshu swept her gaze across the crowd. Staring at the fierce-looking men, she licked her lips, a faint bloody gleam flashing across her black eyes. Perfect. All muscle men. Just her type. Lots of firm meat, perfect for biting into. Way tastier than that processed tech crap. The bandits surrounding the vehicle were geared up for a serious fight, but out came a tiny helmeted girl, looking like she was in her own little world. One of the more hot-tempered guys immediately cursed, "FCK, are you kidding me?" As he yelled, he raised his gun, ready to fire at Jiang Zhaoshu. But another man quickly shouted, "Wait! It's a chick. Keep her." Jiang Zhaoshu blinked, thinking, at least one of them's got some conscience. Then the hot-tempered guy snapped back, "You sick FCK, Even a kid. He spat disdainfully. I'm not into undeveloped women. Jiang Zhaoshu. Fine. Guess you'll be the first. She raised her hand toward the scumbag. Following her will, an invisible surge of energy gathered in her palm. Boom! A streak of white light blasted from her hand, trailing a comet-like tail as it shot straight for the guy's head. Before he could even respond to the shouting match, the beam hit him, blowing away half his skull. His body stiffened and toppled backward. Jiang Zhaoshu had meant to blow off his entire head, but because she was too short, she misjudged the angle, left half a skull intact. 1 second he was alive and yelling, the next, he was dead. The bandits shuddered at the sight, their eyes now filled with fear and hatred when they looked at Jiang Zhaoshu. Especially the man standing next to the dead guy. Blood and brain matter sprayed all over his face, and a bloodshot eyeball popped out, bouncing against his eyelid like a marble. He trembled all over, finally snapping with a roar, "Monster! I'll blow your FC King head off." Before he even finished shouting, he fired several rounds at Jiang Zhaoshu. The others snapped out of it too, raising their guns and sooting wildly at her. A shimmer of water light flickered around Jiang Zhaoshu, forming an invisible shield that blocked all the incoming bullets. It was Cao Yuan's water-based ability. Weirdly enough, Jiang Zhaoshu was stronger using his water ability than she was when using Qin Feng's lightning power. After absorbing the bullets, the transparent shield morphed into sharp water blades, carrying the bullets back toward the shooters like deadly missiles. At the same time, Jiang Zhaoshu bared claws as sharp as bear talons and lunged at the nearest man. Sure, flashy ranged attacks looked cool like Qi Xing's style, but deep down, she was a zombie. She loved close combat and clawing people to pieces. Jiang Zhaoshu's claws were not only razor sharp, they now also crackled with lightning. Anyone she grabbed got electrocuted on the spot. Flashes of lightning filled the air, accompanied by shrill screams. The bandits dropped one by one, scorched black, their bodies crumpling. It didn't even take 10 minutes, the entire gang was wiped out. That's when Qi Xing finally got off the vehicle. As his boots touched the ground, a few weird mounds of dirt nearby quietly collapsed and disappeared. Clapping, Qi Xing grinned at her. "You're getting stronger and stronger, Fugui." Jiang Zhaoshu pulled off her helmet, revealing her pale little face, and flashed him a proud smile. Qi Xing went around to check if the bandits were really dead, picking up weapons as he went. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhaoshu casually yanked off one of the corpse's arms, gnawing away with loud crunches as she made her way back to the vehicle to check on Bai Xiaoling. Bai Xiaoling was curled up in the back of the truck, surrounded by boxes of supplies that blocked the windows, leaving her with no idea what was happening outside. But just from the sounds of the screams earlier, her face had gone completely white, cold sweat pouring down. When she finally saw Jiang Zhaoshu climb into the truck holding a bloody severed arm, gnawing on it like a chicken drumstick, happily chewing away. Her already empty stomach twisted violently. Bai Xiaoling couldn't help but gag. Just as she was about to vomit, Jiang Zhaoshu's eerie voice floated over. "If you puke in the car, I'll kill you, Bai Xiaoling." Her neck stiffened, and with a gulp, she forced the bile back down her throat. Jiang Zhaoshu smiled at her in satisfaction. Having a little punching bag was kinda fun. No wonder Qi Xing wanted to keep her around. Down by the vehicle, Qi Xing heard their commotion and turned around. He saw Jiang Zhaoshu, who usually acted like a starving ghost at mealtimes, suddenly more interested in Bai Xiaoling than food. A weird sense of irritation crept into his heart. Like a kid skipping dinner just to watch cartoons. Qi Xing called out, "Fugui, come here. I've got a little job for you." Hearing him, Jiang Zhaoshu hopped off the passenger seat and trotted over obediently. "You're not hungry now, right?" Qi Xing said, pulling a dagger from his thigh holster and handing it to her. His fox-like eyes narrowed wickedly as he instructed. "Go free Bai Xiaoling. Tell her to slice off some meat for you. Put it in a bag. It'll be your backup rations." Jiang Zhaoshu was full of admiration. Qi Xing's brain was seriously twisted. All she thought about was scaring Bai Xiaoling by eating in front of her. But Chi Xing, he could come up with downright sick ways to mess with people. Truly a born villain. She needed to learn from him more. Jiang Zhaoxu went to untie Bai Xiaoling and awkwardly repeated Chi Xing's instructions. As expected, Bai Xiaoling looked like she was about to faint, trembling all over, not even daring to take the dagger Jiang Zhaoxu handed over. No, I can't, I've never even killed a chicken before, she whimpered. Jiang Zhaoxu narrowed her eyes menacingly, mimicking Chi Xing's tone. Don't work, I'll kill you. Bai Xiaoling. In the end, sobbing and sniffling, Bai Xiaoling took the knife and started slicing meat off a corpse. Jiang Zhaoxu sat nearby like a smug little landowner, happily munching away at muscle tissue while keeping an eye on her. Meanwhile, Chi Xing was inspecting the bandits' weapons. He noticed most of them matched the models used by Moonchaser Base for missions. Some even had Hurricane Base's serial numbers stamped on them. These weapons had probably been looted from Hurricane Base after it fell. Chi Xing continued searching the bodies. When he checked one guy who was carrying a gun, he found a folded piece of paper in the chest pocket. Unfolding it, sure enough, it was a map leading to Hurricane Base. Here the first part ends of this novel. Subscribe for notification of next part. Let's discuss about highlights of this video. Which scene you liked the most? Tell me in below comment section.